We recording yet? Okay. All right. Welcome everybody to the third day of the Budget Committee workshops. It's April 10th at 10 a.m. and I'm going to call this meeting to order. Since she took my thing back. Okay, so I don't really have any opening remarks. There'll be plenty of remarks later in the day, so I'm just going to jump right in with juvenile. Yeah, so yeah, we're moving him forward.
I just want to start by saying I was supposed to be here with you on Tuesday, and I was not, and I have to thank the county treasurer for sending out an email letting everybody know we were running ahead of schedule. Otherwise, I would have missed it. So, thank you, Sean. Juvenile department's budget has long been, and I think is still pretty simple and straightforward. We're entirely general fund. We do get a real small amount of funding through state pass-through dollars in the form of the juvenile crime prevention dollars, which come through two different granting agencies. One of them is the Oregon Youth Authority. The other is the Department of Education, their division of youth development. And I think probably what stands out to everybody is the big increases in personnel and the detention contract line item. Those are our two big expenses in our office. The detention increase is just due to a stepped increase that Yamhill County, that's who we contract with for detention. They have had their own efforts to try to capture more of the true cost of detaining youth. And they incentivized, we used to do a space available contract where we would just pay day to day to day. When they kind of reconfigured their billing structure, they encouraged contracting counties to go with guaranteed space contracts instead of day to day. So that's what we did. We pay for guaranteed access to a single bed. And I believe the budget increase reflects an increase of the daily rate from, I believe, 220 a day to 240 a day from one fiscal year to the next. Our use of detention is kind of feast or famine. Sometimes we're running back and forth a lot to McMinnville, and sometimes we're not. And then the salary increases. That's I would say that's a kind of a good problem to have because we've had. I think our newest staff member is coming up on 3 years, so we've had a pretty stable staff except for around 2022 when we had no juvenile probation officers for a period of time. And then we're losing a small amount of revenue because our current Oregon Youth Authority worker is retiring, and Oregon Youth Authority is not going to be relocating and locating a new worker inside of our office space. And that's I think the monthly on that was $175 a month. I didn't write that down, but it's not a lot, but it is something. And then the Senate Bill 1060, the criminal fines money, Senate Bill 1065. What kind of a handshake agreement we've got with the sheriff's office is we split that money with them, and they get the payments from the first half of a biennium, and we get the payments from the second half. And I think that I don't have a lot of major changes. I mean, there are some increases, and I think a lot of those are pretty organic in nature. And I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Public members, any questions?
I am kind of curious why there's nothing under rent or fines.
Rent, that would be from the rent that Oregon Youth, the state of Oregon was paying us for the office space that's no longer gonna be used, they're no longer gonna be used. Yeah, no problem.
Ken, anything?
Yeah, the detention contract, requested budget of 87,000, does that money just, where does that money go?
It goes to the Yamhill County. We pay a monthly lump sum regardless of whether that is utilized or not.
Okay, thank you.
The nice thing that Yamhill, just one little addition to that, Yamhill treats us very well because over a 1 month period, they do not charge us additional money if we don't go over, if our average daily population during a month does not go over 1. So we can have 2 kids in at the same, we can be using 2 of their beds, but if the average daily population over a month is not more than 1.0, they don't bill us any extra.
Anything else? Got off easy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up, Cassandra, end tax and assessment. Come on down. It's like a game show host over here.
Behind door number 1, door number 2. Which game are we playing?
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Give me a second to get set up here. Okay. All right, so my name is Cassandra Larson. I'm the assessor and tax collector for Tillamook County. Thank you very much for volunteering your time for this important matter. Okay, are we ready for lots of great slides and statistics? Yes. Okay, so in this presentation, I'm going to go over the valuation changes from 2023 to 24. I'm going to talk about the levied property tax and details, tax collection updates, Oregon property tax statistics, my budget requests, and general updates. I'm going to start with assessment. The average sale price in Tillamook County went from $540,000 to $575,000 from 2023 to 24. Now this includes manufactured homes. So this next slide, I wanted you to see that if you exclude manufactured homes and you're just dealing with residential stick-built structures, the average sale price went up 6%. From $589,000 to $626,000. Manufactured homes, land included, went from $303,000, not much change, to $300,000. Our oceanfront and bayfront properties went from $1.2 million to $1.35 million.
Insanity. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I'll give a second for each slide before I move to the next. Okay.
What do you attribute the decrease in condominiums of 21%?
There's not a lot of them, so it's just there's nothing that there's no cause for alarm.
Okay,
I guess you just don't have a lot of sales.
just there's not much of them.
So this is the average sale price by area. We have 9 areas in Tillamook County. This is an ascending order. Manzanita, Neocani, Falcon Cove, Pine Ridge, their average sale price went from 970,000 to over 1 million. Next up is Pacific City and Nescoen. They went from 777,000 to a little over 800,000. Netart's Oceanside Cape Mears, 618,000 to 700,000. And then Tillamook County, rural Tillamook, is about 500,000. Wheeler, Nehalem, Bayside Gardens area, 475,000 to 475,000, not much change. Rockaway, Twin Rocks, and Nadana took a slight dip from 620,000 to 474,000. There's a lot of inventory in Rockaway. It's our most dense area. Rural South County, 389,000 to 460,000, and then our cities, Tillamook, Bay City, and Garibaldi, 360,000 to 377,000. What's interesting is that while our sale price is holding very well, our volume of improved sales is going down. This is a 9-year look back. You can see our highest year was in 21, but the dip from 22 to 23, 772 sales down to 607, and now we're down to 572. And it's the same with our vacant land countywide. We went from 204 sales to 153. Total real market value and assessed value change. From our total real market value in Tillamook County in 2023 was 12.6 billion. This year we went up to 12.9 billion. That is a 2.57% increase. And it tracks with what's going on with our volume of sales. Everything kind of seems to be holding. We're not going way up, we're not going way down, just a slight increase. Our assessed value, it went from almost 6.3 billion to 6.5 billion. Now, the assessed value by statute grows at 3% a year. Anything above that 3% is attributed to new construction, new tax lots, things like that. So this year, our appraisers added 60 million, around 60 million in assessed value. That is a change of 3.96. The ratio from RMV to assessed value is 50%. So for instance, every 100,000 real market value new construction that is put on the tax roll, $50,700 is added to the assessed value, which is what you're taxed on. Any questions there?
Just a comment, when we talk about the impacts of Measure 5 and Measure 50, this is a really clear picture that of how that impacts us, good,
Yeah.
bad, and otherwise.
Yes.
Depending on which side of that you're on.
Correct. Yep. If you're a taxpayer, it's a good thing. If you're county government, city government, special districts trying to do your work, it adds to the challenge.
This is a 21-year history of Tillamook County's real market value and assessed value. You can see the assessed value kind of trekking along steadily, where our real market value is the market, goes up, goes down. What makes me a little nervous is everything is a bell curve. So when is that going to start going down? Yeah. Okay. And I show this every year. It's just a quick graph. This last year for the 24-25 fiscal year, the amount of levy taxed was 74.6 million. And where does that value come from? It comes from residential. 78% of that 74.6 million is 58 million from residential properties, and next is commercial. It's quite a difference of 4.1 million.
I don't know if I'm jumping ahead of you, or like with the residential, how much of that is people that actually live here versus second home type things?
There's a lot of different people that look at those, but for us, what I look at is where do the property tax statements go? We mail out 29,000 property tax statements, but with multiple owners, it turns into 24,000 pieces of mail, and 49% of that go outside of Tillman County.
About half.
So about half, yeah. But other people gather their statistics from everywhere else. Mine is just mailing address.
And I'm curious, and maybe you know this, in other counties, I would expect like if you went to Washington County, you'd have a much larger slice of commercial. And that we're really solidly residential, or is that typical across the state to be that heavily to residential?
Well, it's typical for the coast. Let's see, Baker County, they're very high in the utility role because of all the Amazon facilities, or commercial, I mean. So it's more typical to be heavy in residential, but there are counties, oh gosh, what's the one that does the rodeo? In a blank on it.
Oh, Umatilla County,
Umatilla, I believe that their commercial is higher, yeah.
thanks.
This doesn't ever change much, but it's who gets the tax. Education in schools is the winner every time. Out of the 74.6 million, 39 million went to the schools. That's half of property tax levied. I wanted to dig a little deeper this year and kind of let you guys know how much work we actually do for the taxing districts. So this is a nice chart that shows, you know, the combined percentage. But what I really wanted to highlight was that this year we had 47 taxing districts that we work with that come to us and ask us for, you know, their permanent rate, their levied amount. So out of the 47 taxing districts that we work with, 45 of those districts levied their permanent rate at 56 million. 14 districts levied bonds, which accounted for 9 million. 10 districts levied local options, which is 7 million. We do have 2 urban renewal districts, Garibaldi and Tillamook, which accounted for 862,000. And non-ad valorem fees, those are things like our solid waste fee, district liens, that accounted for 1 million of the total taxes levied. Just for Tillamook County, what was asked for was the road bond was 354,000, the veterans local option 458,000. Our permanent rate is just 13% of that total levied tax at 9.7 million, and the library's local option was 4.2 million. Now this is what is asked for, it's not what is collected. Because if somebody pays in full, they get the 3% discount, 2% discount. So I think our average collection rate is around, what, 95% of that number? This is the top 10 districts levy tax in ascending order. So out of all of the districts who's getting the most money, School District 56, that's Neocani. This includes their permanent rate, their bonds, their local options, 13.4 million. Next, School District 9 is 12.3 million, and then Tillamook County falls third at 10.5 million. And then I'll let you read the rest before I move on. For the bonds, again, in ascending order, Nestucca Valley has 2 bonds. They asked for 2.4 million. School District 9 is the next at 1.5 million. This is the last year they have levied, and they are going out for another bond, I'm sure you've heard. And then School District 56, 1.3 million. And again, you can look at the rest of them. School District 63, it's not much, they're a shared district, and this is the last year though they will be levying their bond as well. And finally, I have the local options. And again, in ascending order, Tillamook County Library has the highest local option because it's countywide at 4.2 million. Nestucca Rural Fire Mainly local options. I'm sure you know those are for operating expenses. So they generally always fall under the category of 5-year local options for fire districts or cities. And none of these are falling off this year. Okay. Any questions about bonds, local options? Okay. This is one of my favorite charts because I like numbers. The top 10 taxpayers for Tillamook County, it's really interesting, is Tillamook County Creamery. And next is PUD. They kind of alter back and forth from year to year. Stimson is third. Charter Communications, that is a utility account valued by Department of Revenue, so that's cables. Store Capital Acquisitions, that is actually the Tillamook County Smoker. And then you can see Hampton, Fred Meyers, Pelican. Pelican and Quanda Lodge kind of under the same umbrella there. And then Lumen Technologies is on the utility roll as well. Okay. For our tax collection analysis, I track how our money is coming in just to see if there's any trends. We collect the majority of the money between October 21st, that's when we mail the tax statements, to November 21st. The due date is November 15th. So I just want to highlight here that electronic payments, you would think that the number would be higher, but out of all of these, 24,000 or 29,000 property tax statements, 10% pay electronically. In-house, we process 17%. We did 4,082 receipts this year. That's at our desk and also at the counter. Data exchange is lenders, and so that accounts for 24% of payments. And Lockbox is a contract we have with US Bank. They're our payment processing center. They did 48% this year. Just to note, we placed a outside drop box at the corner over here, I think, 2 years ago, and the number of envelopes increased 62% this year. So people really like that drop box. What's nice about it is we actually have a lot of issues with the mail these days, and so that's also accounts for why we're doing so much in-house. Is people would rather put it in the drop box, have us process it, than having it be put in the mail and lost and lose their discount. And our in-house receipts increased 13% as well.
Can you remind me how people choose? So lockbox is just a different place they mail it to? Is that, so
Yep.
if they choose to mail it to us, does it go to lockbox? And then if they put it in the box, it goes to you?
Right. Yeah, if there's any errors on the checks, they also come back to us, so Lockbox won't process that. Yeah, and you wouldn't believe how many errors are on checks because people don't really write checks anymore. And so when you write them, if
It's a lost
you
art.
have to write out the numeric, and if it doesn't match, if the numeric doesn't match the written, then it comes back to us. If the written says it's 6 cents, but up here, and if the written says it's 6 cents, but the numeric says 0 cents, it comes back to us. So we get huge stacks that we have to process in-house.
Well, I paid by check, and if mine came back, I apologize. On the electronic though, if you pay electronically, you have to pay the fee, right?
Yeah, it's $3.95 for debit.
Okay.
Yep. And we hear about it quite a bit. But we do not collect that fee. That goes to our payment vendor. We can't, so we have to separate it out. When you go to the store, you're paying for the cost of using your debit card, but you don't see it because it's included in the cost of goods. But for the county, we have to separate it out. So we have to say it's going to be $3.95. And a lot of people say, well, I'll just do a check then. Yeah. Until that goes away, I don't think that number is going to rise. But also, other generations are coming up and they don't care. They just rather get it done fast. Okay, this is something I've never shown before. The Oregon Department of Revenue has a property tax statistics report. This isn't based on last year. This is based on 2 years ago, but it still holds true, I believe. For Tillamook County, for our total real market value, out of the 36 counties, Tillamook places 18th in total real market value. And you can see here we are close to Columbia and Coos County in real market value. For assessed value, we place 17th, so not much change. Even though Morrow is behind us, it's quite a bit different. Morrow is 3.9 billion when we're 6.2 billion. So we're closest really to Columbia, Coos, and Klamath. Total tax imposed, again, we're 17th, 72 million, close to Klamath at 84. Additionally, I found this very interesting that the Tillamook County's average tax rate, we're actually the 4th lowest in the state at $11.49. So how do I say this? Sometimes we get a lot of complaints about taxes, but we're the 4th lowest in the state for the average tax rate. We have many people, as I was saying, that are property taxes, 49% of them go out of Tillamook County. The next county that they go to that is our highest number is Multnomah. That's where a lot of our second owners live. And then also Washington County. A lot of them, because I've been doing this for a long time, they say that they pay less on their Tillamook County home than they do on their main structure in Multnomah. Our permanent rate is the 10th lowest in the state at $1.49.
And I think it's also worthy to talk about, we talk about timber all the time, but when that tax rate was set was at a time when there was lots of timber revenue coming to the county. So that's one of the ways I believe that we ended up probably as far down as we did, is that
Right.
we had other revenue to support services at the time. So it just helps to further elucidate the pickle in which we find ourselves.
Do you know what Multnomah County's rate is? Either one? I'm just curious now that you mentioned that.
I would think theirs would be high, because that's all the taxes piled together, so all, right, including like the
Yeah, I can just
options
see
they
it,
put
yeah.
on each other. I mean,
Yeah, I do. I don't have it in front of me. But looking at how I feel like it might be around, okay, I'm not gonna say, I don't know. Yeah, I know, but I don't know right now.
Yeah, 'cause they have a tendency to vote for things that, yeah, enrich things.
I know that their tax statement is very long. We can still fit ours on one page. Okay, is that? Okay, so budget adjustments, increased cost. Overall, our budget hasn't changed much this year. Our biggest increase is for Helion software expenses, which the overall increase is 16%. What we need to keep moving with A&T software is, while they do have an annual increase, this year it was 8%, which is $10,000. What I would like to do is also have a new program for personal property e-filing, which will incur a cost of $4,000, and that's a 3% increase. Other counties have used personal property e-filing and are finding a lot of, they're actually getting more revenue because it's easier for businesses to file that way. What we do now is we send out a physical form, they have to fill it out, mail it back, the whole thing. So I'm hopeful that this will be easier for the taxpayer and will actually generate more revenue for our office. Additionally, I need a one-time fee for a project that Helion is working on. It would be $6,000. We have historic images, which is our deed cards. So if you come to us and you want to do research on your property, and you need to look back at old deeds that were recorded, all of these deeds are internally housed right now through a program called Image Lookup, and it's supported by our IS department. I believe Jeff Underwood is the only one that really knows how to run it, so we need it to be supported by Helion, because when Jeff leaves, we don't know what we're going to do. So Helion has agreed to create a program for us. So that's what the $6,000 is. And then as far as any decreases, I'm proud to say that we have reduced our foreclosure costs by half in recent years, because lien search expenses have been reduced, and we pay for a monthly program, which is IDI Core, which is a people search. And so how it used to be is we'd, mail out the foreclosure notices and then, we had no way of finding people, but this IDI Core search, we're getting ahead of those foreclosure notices and finding people and talking to them about paying their taxes. So those costs have been reduced by half. For our staff, we are a staff of 16. In 2024, the A&T department experienced a total of 13 position changes. That's 56% of our A&T staff are in new roles. 2 staff members retired. That was Denise Van de Koevering and Lori McKibben. 2 staff members resigned. We had 5 promotions that were awarded and 1 lateral move took place, and we hired 3 new property appraiser trainee positions. Those property appraiser trainees have all passed their exam and they are now property appraiser 1s. We have a lot of training that's going on in our office right now.
So is this a flat FTE? You're not adding or subtracting?
That's the next thing that I'd like to talk about. The budget includes an unfilled property appraiser training position that we would like to retain. Despite adding over 3,000 new homes in the last 20 years, staffing remains lower than 2 decades ago. We used to have 19 and a half, now we are at 16. Keeping this vacancy would allow for consideration of either hiring another appraiser trainee or a role supporting appraisal, cartography, and software data management. So we haven't posted for the position. What happened was a couple of years ago when we were talking about succession planning and promoting from within, planning for the retirements of Denise and Lori, things like that, Lori came before the board and asked for an appraiser position back. And it was granted, which was nice. And that when all of these retirements happened, that we would absorb that appraiser training position. And then when I got the budget this year, that position was still included. I believe it was at the direction of the board that any position you had in the prior fiscal year to include it, and then you would make the determination. So I'm gonna ask for it, basically. If we have more appraisers, it's more revenue that we generate.
So you're asking to retain it or to fill it?
Both. I don't know what the difference would.
Well,
It's just interesting because I thought it was removed and I didn't know that we could go back out and we would be able to get it, but it was put back in my budget this year, so I'm asking for it. Yeah.
Because I think I was early on the budget committee when we started talking about the succession. And I don't think there was ever a time where we said, and it will be removed at X time.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those where typically across the county, once it's in a budget, unless there's a specific action.
It was in the 2019-2020 budget when Lori and Denise and Cassandra came with their succession plan. It's in there. It is up to the budget committee whether or not they want to follow the succession plan or leave it. As Cassandra said, it generates revenue, which benefits the general fund.
Takes money to make money, but it's also a challenging piece this year when we're trying to figure out.
Right.
So are we saying it may be revenue neutral?
Potentially, how many appraisals it does, that would be a question.
Yeah.
For
I know
Cassandra.
that's sort of an
Like when
arbitrary
we had this
question.
conversation, it took a few years for it to become revenue neutral was
Yeah.
the
Right.
only trick, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
There's more training for appraisers than
Trainees and
Yeah, I mean, trainees have a lot of work and a lot of time to get right up to full speed, so to speak.
Right. The presentation that Lori did, forgive me, but I believe it was within 3 years appraisers can pay for themselves.
I was sort of getting at is more than an expenditure, this, if you wanted to be optimistic, say it's an investment.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's an
Yes.
investment, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's why it was left in there. It's up to the budget committee.
Yes.
But it is an interesting conversation though, because I was a new commissioner in 2019, and I remember Lori made her presentation to me, and I remember her argument, which was compelling. It was a great argument, and it was that when those two retired, the position would be removed. So I think it's worth digging into a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
need it, what's the benefit, what, you know, you were planning on doing without it though, right?
Right, correct, yeah. But I'm not gonna see a position and not ask for it if it's in there, right? You know, part of it is that reappraisal is a really hot topic amongst the Assessor Association right now. Statewide, A&T funding is lacking. We used to depend a lot on what's called the CAFA grant. It used to be 30% of our budget, but due to rising costs and things and general strain on the general fund, it now represents under what, I think it's 12% of our budget is the CAFA grant. I think that hiring another appraiser, what I would do with, and talking with our chief appraiser, Rob Buckingham, what we would be looking at is we would be looking at more having some reappraisal teams. There are areas that we have not reappraised since the mid-90s. And I'm sure you know there's a lot of new construction out there. So I can confidently say if we were to be able to hire another appraiser, we would be able to generate more revenue for the county.
Can you help me understand what's the downside? If I'm understanding correctly, the appraisers are the only positions in theory that raise enough revenue to pay for their position
In the county, is that correct? Or do I have that mistaken?
I think there are others where fees and things that assist with that, but they actually pay for not only their own position, but other things in the county through the work they do of tax collection, I would argue, so.
So
they
I
pay
don't-
themselves
I don't-
plus.
what's the downside to filling the position?
Well, I think that that would be the budget committees if they can afford to hire somebody else. There really isn't a downside in my opinion, but I don't look at, you know, the budgets and know how much money they have if they can hire another position right now, because it does take a couple years for that appraiser to pay for themselves.
It'd be immediate cost.
So I
Yeah.
think the downside is maybe for a couple of years, it's a negative, but then it turns over at some point. So if you're looking more as a long-term investment, I don't know what the ROI would be, but long-term it'd be positive, would be the.
It's that question about the seed corn.
It's-
I was just waiting, somebody has to bring up Doug's seed corn,
know,
right?
I purposely wasn't going to mention the SC word this whole time.
Come on now, Doug has to feel like he's in the room with us here.
Yeah. When you look at the culmination of our work and the 74 million in property tax that's levied and what our budget is at 2.2 million, you know, we cost the county 3%. It's a pretty good deal.
On those places that haven't been assessed since the 90s, what is the rate of increase for your market value? Like, how are they coming up? What calculations are you using since they're not actually being assessed? They haven't been assessed or reassessed.
How do I know?
Yeah, how are you increasing it over the years? Is there just a percentage
It's sales. It's
just by the sales?
right. It's average sale
Have you ever
price.
figured out what you think would increase the tax rolls by doing those reassessments?
That's a good question. That's another hot topic right now, is trying to get, you know, funding to go out and do reappraisals and what is the ROI on that. We actually had Polk County, they are talking with a company that looked at 1,000 accounts in aerial images. And what is the difference in a 10-year period between, you know, and that's another thing that, you know, I could invest in technology too, once I kind of get my bearings in this position. But looking at aerials 10 years ago, 10 or 20 years ago compared to aerials now, and they can identify structural changes. And so that way appraisers know exactly which properties they need to go to look at those properties and put those changes on the tax roll. And they did 1,000 accounts, and I think that they're looking at an ROI of 12% just for that 1,000 accounts. There's been so many changes, you know, in the past years. And that 12%, I'm not sure what that accounts for, but it's quite a bit. I mean, it's Polk County, you know, so 12% is a lot.
And historically, how hard are these positions to fill if you were to post the vacancy?
Not hard.
Not at all.
No, it's a career, and it's a good career. You know, it's Tacoma County, and you're you know, we offer the education, we pay for that. You get a license. You work with a fantastic group of people.
Pension rate in New York, you have a lot of staff that's been there for quite a bit, right?
Yep. Yeah, for a long time. Yeah,
Cassandra, how long have you been there before you were elected last year?
23 years.
So on the properties that you're talking about possible reassessment, are you talking mostly the structures on it or vacant
Yes.
property?
No structures, although we may find structures on vacant property we don't know about.
Yeah, well, I'd be
Yeah.
happy to help you.
Yeah. Back in 2010, when I was a property appraiser, I did reappraisal of Area 6, which is rural South County. And I actually found one home that we didn't have on the tax roll, multiple shops, a lot of remodels, and also conversely, there's demolitions that happen too. So when we find property that hasn't been on the tax roll, either we didn't get the permit for some reason or they didn't take out a permit, what we do is we go back current plus 5 years and collect that tax. So we look back at 6 years of revenue and bring it forward.
I bet you there's some of those in the county.
You think?
Yeah. The last full area we did that I did was Area 6, rural South County, and we've been slowly working on the city of Tillamook for the past, how many years? 6 years. So what we do is we go out and we do our new construction, and then as time allows, then we send our appraisers out on reappraisal for the city of Tillamook.
Do we have the opportunity to get the aerial views?
We do have, I need to speak to the company. I didn't put it in my budget. I didn't know about this company. I just got the email last week. It's called Pinpoint, I believe. So like anything, I wanted to see how Polk County does it and, kind of troubleshoot for us and see what their experience is. But I think that they're going to move forward with it.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
So, Cassandra, are you implying then that if that position was filled, that you would dedicate it to looking at things that have not been assessed for a while?
It might not be specifically that position, but it would be one of our, we'd kind of move some appraisal stuff around. So it might be maybe a more experienced appraiser position to, yeah.
And isn't there a feature now that you can do aerial?
We can do aerial, but what it doesn't do is determine what are the changes. This is what that program does, yeah. Okay.
AI probably, right?
Mhm.
Comparing photographs instead of Cassandra's team
Yeah.
comparing photographs.
Well, I'm liking this idea, so let's talk about that next budget cycle.
Okay. The company? Okay.
Or next quarter.
Yeah, keep an eye on that.
Okay, a few notable updates. Property tax e-statements have successfully been implemented. This is something I'm very excited about, and I think it's actually something you asked for last year. So when people get their tax statements, either this trimester or this fall, whenever they get them, there's a code on there. They can go in and they can sign up for e-statements. They get email notifications, and I also signed a contract with the payment vendor, Forte. When you sign up for e-statements, you can actually pay your property tax statements right through that program.
Is there a fee?
For e-statements, no, but there's a fee for paying electronically.
Even through the new system?
Yep, $3.95 for debit. Following budget approval, we'll move forward with the e-filing personal property statements. We have reduced the number of county cars by eliminating one and will not be replacing it at this moment. We have 3 county cars. One of them was having major issues. I think the cost to fix it was going to be $8,000. And that was what the car was worth. So we analyzed our car usage, and one of our county cars in the past year was used 54 times by the Veterans Department. And so we were just constantly loaning out this car, and the veterans graciously got a car for their department. So we decided that right now we don't need it at this time. I'm going to be reevaluating department fees. That's going to be a project that's coming up hopefully before July 1. Another source of revenue that we're excited about is Oregon's manufactured home ownership document system, in-house processing. We used to process ownership changes for manufactured homes in-house, but in 2017 or 18, our department was cut, the tax department was cut. And we decided we didn't have time to do this program anymore, so we had the state do it. Now we've had staff that have been in those positions over there, and as you know, if you have staff that have been there for a number of years, they're more efficient and they can do the work faster, and our staff feels like we can bring this back. So we're currently in the process of figuring out the details and implementing this, but had we implemented it last year, we would have, I think our revenue was going to be around $9,000. So excited to bring that back, and we'll be coming before the board about that program to set fees for that. And then just additional, I'm cleaning up the website this year with one of my staff members, and it's already looking a lot more easier to read and maneuver around. And then finally, just for you guys to know our current stats, you know, what's happening right now, because a lot of what I talk about is what happened from 23 to 24. So for right now, 24 versus 25, our first quarter sales show the volume of sales and average sale price remain the same. That's the best I can give you for a prediction of what's going to happen. We're remaining steady. Our new homes in 23, so when I say 23, that's the assessment roll. So there were the homes that were built in 22, okay? 23, we had 206 new homes. 24, we have 142. And upcoming right now, what our appraisers are going out on is we have 160 new homes coming to the roll. And that does include manufactured homes.
It does.
At the end of March 24, the property tax collection rate was 94.23% of the levied amount. Our collection rate right now is down 0.38% at 93.85%. We did analyze why our collection rate is down, and interestingly enough, the Tillamook County Creamery, who is our #1 taxpayer, they have historically always paid in on time and gotten a 3% discount, and this year they're paying in thirds. So that collection, that 0.38% represents that we're missing $266,000, and that comes from waiting for the rest of the creamery money to come in. And that is all I have.
Well, go ahead.
I think we talked last year, you talked last year about the discount that people can get for paying in full, paying in advance. Is that set by the legislature?
Yeah, that's Measure 50.
So when you say it's required,
We have to give a 3% discount if they pay in full by November 15th, on or before November 15th.
so as a county, we can't alter that.
Cassandra, did the bill at the legislature
Mhm.
move forward, or did it die in committee?
It hasn't died yet, and we're very hopeful that it'll move forward. Currently, I'm the president of the Association of Oregon County Tax Collectors, and the Association of Tax Collectors and Assessors, we are working on House Bill 3518. As I stated before, the CAFA grant is no longer adequately funding our departments, and this is an effort to make up that funding, and part of it would be well, part of the CAFA grant is that we retain part of the document recording fees. Well, the state does. And it would be increasing document recording fees, I believe, from $9 to $18, and would be indexed to grow with inflation. And additionally, we're looking at a 0.3% holdback of property tax revenue from the districts. And then another part of it would be a 10 million contribution, biannual contribution from the state. And so far, we're looking good. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, I was just gonna look up and all this, it's still going?
Mhm.
Oh, good.
Fingers crossed, because that would be a huge help and a huge recognition from the
Right.
state level.
Right.
That the system that we created for taxes way back in the day when the federal government formed and the state governments formed, and the agreement was that,
Mhm.
you know, we would collect these taxes, that there was a cost sharing in the beginning that has just tapered off. It's sort of like the 1980s software that we saw from Justice Court. I mean, there's been a number of things you heard from each of our departments that historically were a good thing and now are extremely outdated, and our payment share with the state is one of those things that's extremely outdated. So I appreciate Cassandra's work and the work of her association, because this is not the first year this bill's been introduced. It's been an ongoing body of work, and,
Yeah.
and hopefully this will be the year.
Right. And you know, huh?
Hospital number is
3518. when you look at districts' portfolios, you know, typically we are the property tax is the number one thing for their portfolio. And so not being able to do these reappraisals, we're not generating revenue for the districts. So part of this 0.3% holdback from property tax revenue would be from the districts, but the trade would be they would receive all of the delinquent interest that we collect. So it would hopefully kind of be a wash, but also promising that ROI that if we are funded, if we get more people, we can go out and get these, you know, get the revenue from omitted properties, reappraisals, things like that. So that's generally the pitch that we're going for.
Right, I think you mentioned that looking at the fees that you guys charge, are those set by the state, or do you have some control over some of the in-house fees?
We have, well, the board has control of the in-house fees. Yeah. Mhm.
And are the fees related or reflected in here? You have miscellaneous revenue for the assessor
Mhm.
and no revenue reflected for tax. So
Mhm.
are those fees?
Assessor miscellaneous, yeah.
Okay.
The CAFA
CAFA goes to the,
goes to the general fund,
to the general
so
fund.
01300.
But comes back to our department.
Just not in a straight line, not in a straight line you can follow.
It offsets.
Right, yeah, but if you look
Yes,
at,
thank you, Sean.
you look at the the grant application, it's not just, what Cassandra has to gather and give to the state is not just her department's expenses, it's expenses across
It's the
treasurer
the
and,
treasurer, IS,
Clerks.
clerk's office. Thank you.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's a big complicated document, so thank you.
Yeah,
for that.
currently working on it.
Yeah, it's a big
Due
complicated.
May 1st.
So what is your, the miscellaneous, I
Okay, just for the record, never put miscellaneous anywhere. Go ahead.
well, curiosity did harm the cat, but I'm gonna go for it anyway. What is behind the miscellaneous income here?
What are certain examples that we have miscellaneous income in? Okay, well, okay, for instance, I guess there are a few fees that are set by the state, but let's say somebody wants to apply for property tax exemption, but they are late. And so there is a fee for being late. So they outweigh, I think the fee, let's say it's $245. We take that in as assessor miscellaneous income. It's really anything that we're taking in that is not related to property tax. Okay, because property tax goes to the treasurer and they distribute it to the districts. Fees are kept by us, separate. There's a whole host of things that is miscellaneous income though, but that's just one example.
I apologize, I just can't handle miscellaneous.
Just keep that in mind next year. Any other questions for Cassandra? I wanted to say, you know, there's kind of a Goldilocks thing going on here. Either there's not enough information, there's too much information, or there's just the right amount of information. And I loved your presentation. The data and the statistics are really helpful.
Good.
Just seeing some of this stuff. And when you start throwing out stuff like revenue neutral and ROI, you know that the accountant in me gets very excited. So I appreciate that. And of course, you know, you're the major linchpin in the property taxes, which fund a lot of things in this county. So I appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanna give you an A for your presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was too much or, so if you have any feedback, please let me know for next year. Yeah.
And nice scenery in between.
All right, well, this was fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean that, it was fun. First time on my own.
Yeah.
Good job. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Christy in the clerk's office. Okay. You wanna do it before?
Good morning. Good morning, Budget Committee and
Could-
Commissioners.
I
Thank
want to put a
you.
pause. We
Yes.
need a quick restroom break if that's okay. Okay,
Perfect.
so let's take 10.
Mass exodus from the room.
Thought you were up and we were full.
I know.
Deborah, whenever you're ready, give me the thumbs up. Okay. All right, we're back on the record and up is Christy for the clerk's office.
Good morning, Commissioners Budget Committee. Christy Nyseth, County Clerk, and happy to share with you our clerk's budget. Just wanted to start with a couple highlights from the 24-25 budget year. We received a $20,000 grant for the Center for Tech and Civic Life, and it was specifically aimed at rural communities and helping us navigate through the presidential general election and kind of help us meet some of the gaps that we might be having with security, staffing, supplies, things of that nature. So we were able to use that grant money for purchasing and installing 9 new video cameras in our office. We had previously been linked to the county's courthouse security. And if we needed to, if someone came and dropped a ballot in a box and like at our office or even out when we had, the box out on the corner or whatnot, we would have to get permission from the judge to allow us access to our footage, and which could take days to get. So if we were in a time crunch and we needed to have access to our footage, we didn't have it. So this has allowed us to purchase our standalone system. So we have 9 new cameras with an NVR, which is the video recorder that allows us to retain our footage for up to 14 days, and then it recycles and goes over itself. So that was a huge gain for us. We were able to.
I'll ask a
Yep.
question. Is that, before it's rolled over, is that saved somewhere or does that just disappear forever?
It disappears forever. We were under the impression that we had to retain our footage for like 45 days past the last day to challenge an election, and that was not true. There isn't anything in statute that says we have to retain and record. It's just a best practice. It's something that CISA through Department of Homeland Security had said really it's your best practice to retain. And so we are going with kind of statewide with our other clerks' offices who don't retain past that 14 days. They have their video recorders set up for a 14-day loop. And usually if someone has an issue, it's usually within like the first couple days of something happening.
So that's pretty much what everybody's doing.
That's what everyone's doing. So we're mirroring that.
If you saw something, you can retain it.
We can retain it. We can get it off, and then our friends in IS would help us get it downloaded where it needed to go. So yes. We were also able to use money to offset what we had budgeted for our temporary election workers for November, which equated to about $9,000 in what we paid our 10 temporary election workers for the November election. So it helped offset that cost, which then allowed us to, which is the first handout you have, is we were able to use that money and cost savings from getting that grant to purchase brand new ballot boxes for all 10 drop sites in the county. And the box on the left those are the drop boxes that are at all of the cities, with the exception of Manzanita and Tillamook. So it's at the library, Bay City, Garibaldi, Rockaway, Pacific City at the Quanah Community Center, and in Cloverdale. And then the box on the right is what is on the corner over here on 3rd Street. So it's our city box that gets the largest volume that we take in. And then what we don't have is a picture of the Manzanita box, which is a bigger version of the smaller unit. And that will be installed this summer after they complete their new city hall. They've poured a slab for it, but have asked us to hold on to it until June, and then they'll install it for us in June. So these were just finished installing last week. So we're really excited about that.
I'm just curious, I can't remember if this is true here, in the November election, were any of our ballot boxes damaged?
They were not, no. It happened in other counties. Part of what we received from the state was some money to offset the purchase of fire suppression units for our boxes. So I can't talk about the specifics of that, just to tell you that we did receive some money to offset the cost of fire suppression.
So are the videos on these boxes too?
Yeah, so we have we have an agreement with each of the locations, with the exception of Cloverdale, because there was the visitor center that was in Cloverdale, but that's no longer there, the Chamber of Commerce. And so there is some footage that the Center Market has. And it does it sees that box, and so we can always work with them if we need it. Everyone else, we do have a written agreement with all the cities, and like the library, that they cover those boxes for us. Yep.
Christy, I just want to mention that citizens are excited about these boxes, and I've actually gotten, people have taken pictures of them and phone pictures and forwarded them to me and said, looks great, good job, which I should have forwarded to you because of course that's no credit to me.
Uh, we're very excited. This has probably been one of our biggest eyesores, so we're very, very excited. So, yeah, yeah, it's great. We did start offering a live stream, so part of having our own unit is in that recording system in our office is we were able to live stream to our YouTube channel. So when we started opening ballots, people were able to look at that from home. We didn't have any security issues. You might hear statewide there's some questions around some Senate bills and House bills going through right now where people were questioning the security of that live stream, but we didn't have that here, and so it went really well. People liked it. And so we'll continue to do that. But that was something that we were happy we were able to provide.
The transparency is nice.
Yeah, I agree. We successfully conducted a presidential primary in general. That was huge for us. So we are now on year 2 of being full staff. We haven't had any turnover. And so it really makes a difference when you're trying to keep continuity of service and providing the level of service that we're used to. So that's been really wonderful. We recorded 4,584 documents so far this year. And we did implement, based on our discussions last year at our last budget presentation, about looking at our fees and looking at the things that we could adjust. And so we went before the commissioners at the end of January, and they approved a new fee schedule for us. And we began implementing those new fees at the beginning of February 1st. And so those fees, we had provided our new fee schedule, but essentially we adjusted our marriage license fee when people ask for a waiver of the 3-day waiting period. We increased that fee. If people want a replacement of their packet, they lose it. They want you to reproduce a new one. We were never charging for those, and it's time of staff time and county resources, so we were wanting to have a fee for that. We also implemented, which gave us you'll see there's a new fee for Property Valuation Appeals Board, which was formerly BOPTA. The commissioners agreed that we would implement a $40 filing fee for the appeals beginning with this year. And that will hopefully help us offset the cost of having our board members who do get paid a $60 stipend a day for their work on the board. And as with most things in our office, we collect revenue, but we don't get to retain it. It's mandated services, and most of the revenue that we collect gets turned back over to the state and other departments, which would be your second handout. I took a snapshot because I don't know it's hard to describe when we tell you that we turn over. The majority of our money goes to the state agencies or other county departments. But I ran from January 1 of 24 to the end of March, I ran a list of everything that we've recorded. And I just picked bargain and sale deed, not for anything other than I just grabbed how many bargain and sale deeds we've recorded since the beginning of the fiscal year. And we have recorded 393 bargain and sale deeds. That equates to $36,921 that we collect. And of that, the clerk's office keeps $4,695, and the remaining $32,226 goes back to the state of Oregon, and to a very small amount to like surveyors. And I think that's about it, pretty much it. So I thought that was a good visual. So we're general fund dependent. There will probably never be a time that the clerk's office can ever marry enough people to make. That was the other thing that's in our fees. We did add a ceremony fee of $117, which we've done 8 so far since February. And so I expect through the summer we'll be marrying more people. But there's probably never a time that the clerk's office will ever generate enough revenue to be self-sufficient. So we try to be very fiscally responsible with what we spend our money on, and also take into account that we have to look forward. We have to look down for 5 years down the line, 10 years. What are things that we have to replace, like our tabulator, is a high-ticket item. And so I'll get to that, but that is just a basic, I just wanted a little visual for you to see. And I usually tell people that we turn over about 90% of what we collect. So that's about right. It's 87% and we retain 13. We did finish scanning. That was one thing that was in our budget for last year, was the scanning of the remaining deed books. We had book number 92 through 210 that had not been scanned. So we scanned the remaining 220 books. And we used our clerk records fund for that, which is money that's set aside. We get to keep a portion of our recording fees that go into a special revenue fund that can't be touched, other than to use it for the maintenance of our books and for archiving purposes. So how do we retain and manage our documents? So that was a big thing. So that's some of the highlights from this year. Personal services, we're not requesting any change to our FTE. We have 4 people at this time, including myself, and we are able to complete the tasks that we need to. So we're not asking for any changes there. We are asking for non-capital. We purchased office furniture for the 3 workstations last in 1999, and the surfaces are pulling up. The trim's stapled on, so you're sitting down, your clothes catch, and so you're sitting at that for 8 hours a day. So we're just asking, which is under, I think it's about $4,000 to replace. I rounded up, but it's about that. So we did add that cost. And then we take passport photos, which is one of the huge revenue generators for us. I know it's not a lot, but we do maintain, and that's something that we get to keep. And we take passport photos, and we need new lighting. So that's one of the things we added, are some lighting, because we've tried all kinds of new bulbs and restructuring things, and we need good photos so our customers can get their passports without an issue. As Cassandra mentioned, we use Helion as well as a vendor. That's what we use for our receiving our record imaging. It's when you go on our website and do a document search, it pays for Digital Research Room. And they had an 8% increase to their contract this year. And I don't know what that's going to look like going forward, but it was that was a big sticker shock, because it went up quite a bit for us. And it normally has been about 3% every year. So we are going to go into a new contract, because I worked with Treasurer's Office and we agreed that we won't be, we're going to ask for a new contract prior going forward, because we don't have anything since 2003 when we converged with Helion and transferred to that system. So we'll be asking for a new contract this year. And OCVR maintenance, which is our voter registration system, the state, I had included in the budget the purchase of printers for our new voting system, which the state has put a stop order in with the company. And so they are not going forward with the new voting system at this time. So what they will be doing is, our current system is called OCVR. It's a state created system. They will be looking at shoring that up for future use for us. So I'm not sure, they can't really tell us budget-wise. They told us our $4,000 contract for this year would go for the next budget year. So we'll see what next year brings us. I don't have an answer for that, other than we're status quo for right now. In recordings, there is a decline in the number of recordings. Houses aren't selling as much, and I think we're down about 68,000 on our projected revenue for recordings. I don't know that we'll be able to make that up by the end of the year, so I kind of adjusted our revenue for this next year based on, I don't think the projection for the next year that we're going to have a lot of sales, which means we probably won't be recording as many documents, and that's kind of the trend that we're seeing statewide as well. Animal control, our friend Animal Control, we are working this year on that. I've talked with Commissioner Fournier and Rachel, and we'll be looking at ordinance number 64 and trying to rework that this year. It has to be done this year. So I promise next year when I sit here, we'll have had some movement, correct? Yeah, we will. Yep.
Going after my dog now?
Well, you're in the city limits, I think, so you're okay.
Okay, thanks.
But the rest of us are in trouble.
If you don't live in Tillamook or Bay City, you have to license your dog with our office. So,
Oh.
yes.
Sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm from
Go out
Milwaukee.
there, Paul.
Yep. That's all right. It's okay. Um, So, and I did mention the Property Valuation Appeals Board, we will be including that $40 filing fee this year. And so we've had about, how many appeals did we have this year? 17. We had 17 appeals this year. So appeals are down. So it's not going to generate a lot of revenue, but it will help offset that personal service cost that we have to pay our board members. Contracted services, we will be adding, hopefully, out of our Clerk's Records Fund. We want to take, what I want to see is our old deed books and our microfilm all be available and searchable on our website. And right now what's searchable on our website is 2003 current is what we have. We just finished the digitizing of the books. Those will be on there with our indexes. And so our customers are going to be able to go online. They'll be able to find their document. It's going to give the image and it'll say preview across it. And if it's the document that they need, they'll be able to pay for it and print it. But we have a gap from the end of where book 210 ends to when 2003, when we started the Helion software and had the digital images. We have a gap. And so we need to now digitize the microfilm so we have it in a TIFF format, which is, it only cost, it was at $13,500 to digitize our books, but it'll be close to $60,000 to digitize our microfilm. And we have money in our Clerk Records Fund, so that's what we'll be using. So we'll probably have to parcel it out over the next 2 years, but our goal is in the next 2 years to have those images available. So that is a special revenue fund that just sits by itself. And so we'll be able to draw off of that. So that isn't anything that we'll be expending revenue-wise that it's not part of general fund. It's its own fund. Significant changes, really, we talked about our fee schedule. We are offering marriage ceremonies now. I think I've touched on everything except for I wanted to speak to really looking at planning and looking at like long-term goals and things that we have to look down the line within a few years that we have to replace. So I mentioned our tabulator. They are going to require multi-factor authentication on tabulation interfaces, which means that when we go and tabulate our ballots, we have to be able to do some type of multi-factor authentication. We are not able to do that with our current tabulator, nor will our current tabulator be able to be adapted or upgraded to accommodate that. So that will require us purchasing a new tabulator. And they run at about $180,000, and that's at our current time. Like right now, that's what they are. I don't know what it's going to be in the next 5 years, but right now that's what they're running. So last time we did it, we got a loan through US Bank. And we financed it. We're able to amortize those large ticket items, and then we can apportion that cost out and distribute it out when we do an election billing. The downside of that is that our small special districts are the ones that usually foot the bill for that. So, but it will help us generate and recoup back a little bit of the money by amortizing. But I wanted to put that out there because I think it's really important that we look at long-term planning and not be reactionary and just crisis. Oh gosh, we have to do this. So probably within the next couple of years, we'll have to come up with a plan on how we're going to purchase and replace the tabulator.
What is it? Maybe you said this. When is the requirement to have the multi-factor authentication?
It comes through the Election Assistance Commission through the government. They're the ones that certify all of the tabulation interfaces, and they provide certification.
Is there a deadline?
Yeah, but it's probably within it's within 5 years is what we have been told. They haven't given us a set time. It usually takes a couple years for those certifications to work their way through. So once they do, then you'll have X amount of time. I think it's like 16 months, 18 months to replace. Yep. The third item in your little packet is the one capital purchase that we wanted to make this year is an express vote unit. It's a marking tool for ballots, and it's 5 pounds. It's probably like the size, I don't know, it's maybe 2 foot by 1 foot. And what we do is we load our ballots into this, and it's locked. And then staff, we would have a secure code that we could get into it. And say that you've fallen and you've broken your hip and you're at assisted living, we'd be able to take this out to you. We'd be able to key in the ballot style that you need. You'd be able to mark it. And then you'll see that there's this little card. And I think it's like a 4.5 by 14 inches card that prints out. And we have those loaded in. It prints out your ballot. We can take that, we stick it in your return envelope, you're able to sign, and then we can bring that back and count your vote. This would also allow us to reach out to, like, we have Marine Mill Center locally. We'd really like to be able to partner with them if we can, to have some ability for people to vote more independently. And it's not something that we have currently in our office, is any adaptive equipment for people to vote. So we could take it to Five Rivers, we could take it anywhere. The other thing that it would help us down the line, it probably take us a few years to be where we'd be able to kind of see the effect, but we wouldn't have to print so many extra ballots, because right now we print 10% over what we need. And with the cost of everything going up, with paper, ink, our printing, our services are all costing more. This could pay for itself because we would have the cards, and instead of issuing somebody one of our pre-printed ballots, they could come in, our snowbirds, when they want to vote, they could come in and they could vote on that print that we could give them their envelope. So it could be a cost saving, but that's one thing that we would like to purchase and we're asking for this year. The initial cost is a little over $6,000, and it's only $215 annual maintenance after that. So in closing, I just want to thank you for your time, for your continued support. The work we do in the clerk's office is essential. It's not optional. It touches pretty much every resident in Tillamook County. And while we operate under mandates and retain very little of our own money, we remain committed to delivering accurate, transparent, and effective service. With your continued support, we'll keep meeting our high standards, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, I appreciate the work you do, and it's closer to deadlines and when the ballots are in there. I'm constantly refreshing your website, so I appreciate you keeping all up to date.
Thank you.
Any questions from commissioners?
No questions. Just great job this year with the presidential thing and the YouTube, getting the YouTube going, and really good stuff.
The
In
transparency.
the boxes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
In the boxes, yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Any questions from you guys? Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Okay, so next up is Terry Cooper, Economic Development Center.
Good morning, Terry.
Morning. I have, I don't know if I'm gonna bring it. Oh, okay. I have some handouts, so if you can't see the presentation, you can, look at the slides here.
Thank you.
That might make it easier.
Right.
I'll have a fun thing on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the time today, Budget Committee and County Commissioners. My name is Terry Cooper. I'm the Director of the Economic Development Council here in Tillamook County. We work on a lot of different kinds of projects. It seems like it's ever changing. But I think one of the big things is we've recently spent a lot of time redoing our mission and our vision, and this is our new statement that we work to strengthen and grow the economy of Tillamook County. So right now we're working a lot on, through a Ford Family Foundation grant, we're working on building the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Tillamook County, which basically means we're working with
small businesses and startups to get the business. It's hard in this small county to bring outside businesses large. A good way to do it is to grow your own, so that's what we're working on. We also work with our existing businesses all the time, a lot with community partners and any additional projects that are kind of sent our way. So in your packet, you'll see a fold out. It's our work plan for this year. Kind of made it large so it was easier to see. So you'll see that we're working on this Growing Rural Oregon program, which is the Ford Foundation grant that we have. We're in our second year of a 5-year project. We get $100,000 a year from the Ford family. And what that means is we have what they call a navigator, which helps connect businesses to the resources they're looking for, whether it's accounting help, we've had, help getting commercial insurance. There's any kind of help that a business owner would need. We have someone that would kind of concierge that out. And we routinely reach out to all of our business partners in the county. In fact, we have on April 18th, we have what we call a resource partner luncheon coming up, which is those partners that we recommend our businesses to, and we get together once a year or twice a year and meet with them and talk about what's going on in the program and that kind of a thing. So it's really just helping businesses both that supply to the public and to businesses that supply to each other, just a way to encourage that growth. So that's an ongoing project, and we feel like it's really taken off. The first year we had 49 resource referrals, and this year so far we've already had 95. So we're seeing a big increase. It's a slow growth kind of thing. Word of mouth is a lot of it, but we are seeing an uptick in the amount of businesses come to us for referrals. So we feel pretty good about that. We always work with existing businesses. We have a loan program, so if small businesses need a loan, they can come to us for that. Sometimes, they need more than what we can give, so then we're handing them off to another lender, finding the best lender for them, that kind of a thing. So it's really, the EDC is really about supporting our local businesses, helping to encourage growth in new businesses. So next we have, the next slide is the ripple effect, which is a really hard thing to read. It was done by a consultant. It's this page in your, and what it is on our Growing Rural Oregon program, it shows like where we started and all the little ripples that have happened since that project started. And the Ford family hires a consulting group to come out once a year, and this is the second one we've had come out once a year and update this. So we just had this updated back in February, so I included it in here so you could see it. It's hard to read. That's why I didn't put it up on the screen, but it's kind of an interesting when you take a look at it. And then the next slide. We part of the Level Up program, which is what we call our Growing Rural Oregon, is we have a pitch contest. So we have what we call 3 mini pitches we hold throughout the county, one in North County, one in Central, and one in South. And then the top 2 from those mini pitches come here to Tillamook, and we have what we call a grand finale. And these were our grand finale winners this year. We had Fish with Lips Wine Bar. It's in Garibaldi, and we had the I can't remember.
Coast Market.
Green Coast Market, and which is located in Rockaway Beach. And Sweet Begonias, I think, is the only one that's not open yet. She had planned for opening here in the city of Tillamook. And then we have Tillamook Newsy, which is Chelsea Arnell's, where she kind of aggregates all of the news throughout the county and puts it in one site. So if you want to see things that are happening throughout just in Tillamook County, it's through there. So normally we have 3 top winners, but we had a little extra money left in that, so we went to 4 this year. So we're hoping to make that an annual endeavor, and right now it's supported by the Ford Family Foundation. But after that, we're hoping to go out and get community support to help that, because it's really turned into a very fun event, and it's amazing how the winners from the first year came and helped the people that were participating the second year and did coaching. And now they're out telling people, and it's just, and Green Coast Market is selling things that, or they made connections through the other pitch participants. And it's just kind of like, it feels like a little snowball that's starting to roll. And it's a really fun project. So some of the, I think Mary Faith was one of the judges in one of the mini pitch contests. So we have mini pitch contests and we have local judges. And then we have our pitch finale. I try and bring out judges from outside of the county so they haven't already heard the pitches before and they kind of have a fresh look on it. So there, our outside judges were Kara Toronto from the executive director of OEN, which is the Oregon Entrepreneurs Network, and Mark Grimes, which operates Startup PDX. So they're in that world all the time. So they were very complimentary and said, please invite us back to judge again next year. It was really good. So I think, we're learning as we go, but we're starting to really get some momentum behind the pitch contests.
I'll just jump in there and say it really is a wonderful program. I've been involved both years now that we've done it, and it's dynamic. It's fascinating to see the effect that you described, where people are connecting and building relationships and supporting each other's businesses. And I can think of two businesses that came together. The Country Squire food truck, which was in Garibaldi, is now in Tillamook. Fabulous food. And they met the DeGard folks who were also making a pitch. And then the Country Squire moved their truck to the DeGard property. So now they're supporting each other's businesses. So people get some food from Country Squire and then they go get some brew from DeGard. And I watched that relationship blossom, and I think there are lots of examples of just that. And as an observer and a judge, it was fabulous for me to see people's great ideas and their excitement about it, and see the referrals that you were able to make. You consistently refer people to the Small Business Development Center so they can go through some classes and get some mentorship, et cetera. And so there's really a whole community of small business entrepreneurs growing here as a result of this program. So bravo.
Well, I'm not as happy as you are about Country Squire moving because it's further away from me.
Sorry.
And I love their food, so I'm happy for them and DeGard, but I'm not happy for me personally. Whatever
Understandable.
that's worth. And Green Coast Market, I love them. I know the owners, and talking about bringing people together. I mean, they're focusing just on local people, so the stuff that they're bringing in is all connected locally, and they're focusing just on local food. So it's a really good program.
It's really interesting because we had what we call we had a poker night with all of our, what we call our stars, or our people that are actually referring people to us all the time. They're kind of our champions out in the community. And they came from Green Coast Market, and they were like, do you know anybody that makes sourdough bread? And we're like, yes, we have referrals. So, I mean, it's always that constant, I think it's a constant movement. And like I said, and even the Ford family people routinely say it's a small, it's a slow moving thing, but it is moving. So, and I think the encouraging thing was the increase from year 1 to year 2. So, as word gets out there in the community, we'll see it continuing to grow. So this was another thing that we had, I think, put in our plan for last year. I just wanted you to see that it came to fruition. We're doing business spotlights in the Headlight Herald. So they come out every other week. And so this is just a sample of some of the ones that have come out so far. And we've now got businesses calling us and asking if they can be in the spotlight. So I think we have a list of about 10 ahead that we have, but now we've had business starting to call us. So we're starting to see that work out as well. And this is also part of that same, it's the social media behind that. So we have postings on social media that says, where's the EDC? And we go to different businesses and take a picture, and people guess online about where that is. And then she asked us for we've spotlighted our board members. We've done all kinds of spotlights, but we've now started spotlighting farms throughout the county on our social media, so you'll see those posts. I've seen some people post comments on there too, so we're just trying to highlight existing businesses and what's going on. So, I previously worked in another city, and it was, we did a thing that's called, Grown In, and it was amazing how many people didn't know, even though they lived there, they didn't know that these businesses existed. So it's a good way to spotlight them.
Well, thank you for that. That was Jim's boat, my husband's boat, that happened to be sitting at Greg's Marine that day. So I opened the paper and I'm like, what? I know, right? So the Nordic Pirate, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was like, hey. So thank you.
So we've also been operating through the Ford Family Foundation grant. We got some technical assistance money. So we've been helping local businesses with startup costs, tax planning. If they need to attend an SBDC class and they don't have the funds to do that, we've been able to pay for that. So it's been we got, I think, $25,000 to help with that, and we only have about 1,500 left. So we're hoping that's going to renew again. But we've been able to put it all out into the community. It goes to all different kinds of things, but a lot of website updates. People need to get their website up and running or updated. We've been able to help pay for that. So it's been $1,500 is the maximum we can give them, and they have to match 25%. So it's been ongoing for about a year, I guess we've had that money. And then our newest project that's kind of just now kicking off, I think I just recently presented this to my board, is something that's, kind of going around and around on the name, but it's the Shop Local program for Tillamook County. So we will go out and sign up businesses, and they will be pinned on the maps. And then anybody locally or any visitors that come to our things, be able to go to that map and type in, I'm looking for a hairdresser, and it'll pop up all the ones that we have listed on the map. And then restaurants, it'll pop up all the restaurants. It's the amount of things we can pin is kind of limitless. So we're working on the website right now. We have an agreement with the Port of Tillamook Bay to put a sign up on the railroad crossing that crosses on Highway 6 so people could see it as they're coming in town. And then I'm going to be out searching for sites where we can put signage in South County and North County. And then when the businesses sign up, they'll get a window cling so people will be able to scan. So it'll just kind of aggregate all in one place where people can go to find things in Tillamook County. So it's a pretty big project, but we're just getting it kicked off. So I hope to have the website up and done by the end of June, and then we'll probably get the signage done during the summer. And then just be signing up businesses as we go around and go to meetings and stuff like that. We'll be signing up businesses throughout the county.
So are the businesses for profit, do you do any work with nonprofits?
We normally don't do a lot of work with nonprofits. That's kind of in our, same as the SBDC, we don't. I mean, if we're not going to turn anybody away if they need help, but most of our work is focused on for-profit. And like the state of Oregon always tells us, trade and sector, but we really help anybody and everybody. I talked fast, probably.
No. Do you want to talk about your business, the budget itself a little bit?
Okay, so the budget, our budget really doesn't change a lot from year to year. We asked for an extra 20,000 last year so I reduced the amount this year because that $20,000 we still haven't been able to spend because we need to hire a person, and that was what that money was used for. Except we don't have any space to put a person right now because we have some overflow from the college in our suite that took up some offices because of the shortage of space in the college. So we're hoping to correct that this year. Maybe double up some people or something like that. So I wanted to be transparent enough about that. So really our budget doesn't change a lot from year to year. Of course, salaries is the biggest part of our budget. We try and be very strategic with how we spend our money because, we operate on a pretty tight budget. So I'm hoping this year that navigator position is paid fully by the Ford Family Foundation grant. I'm hoping to contract that out and then utilize the money that we have within our budget to hire, help in doing some of the other projects like the Shop Local project, which will require us to go out and sign people up and then put them in the system. So I don't know what else to say about the budget. We don't have any large expenditures planned. Other than the website's already been paid for. The Shop Local website, we've already paid for that in this year's budget, so they'll just be maintaining it. Our loan program has $400,000 right now ready to loan out. So, we've advertised it. We have about 3 businesses right now that are in the working process. Whether they come to fruition or not, I don't know. But, so that program is self-sustaining. That loan program has been around since 1996. It was originally started with money from Business Oregon to help the timber workers that were laid off. And so that money has just been revolving, loaning it out to small businesses and then coming back. So, it's not a new thing. It's been around for a long time. So it's kind of self-sustaining. Is there anything on the budget that you think I'm missing?
No, it's significant that you reduced it. I think it's just worth mentioning that the Economic Development Council is a quasi-governmental entity. And so the board worked really hard this year on revising bylaws, and then we'll have to, at some point in 2025, presumably go out on a roadshow and engage all of the other members of the entity, which is the city and the college and the port and
all of the cities and
all the
within
cities.
Yeah.
So we'll have to go to all those meetings and engage all of those boards to see if we have consensus to update the bylaws, which hadn't been done for decades.
Right, and it had been kind of pieced together, like the old one, and then they added all these addendums to it, and it was a mess. So we took some time to rewrite it, put it all together, but it will have to be approved by all of the members. So that is a project in and of itself.
Just to be clear, when you say like the largest expenditure is salaries and stuff, that's not on our general fund, that's
Right.
somewhere else.
We're paid out of the video lottery dollars is where our money comes from. We don't get any money out of the general fund at all. I think video lottery dollars is tagged for economic development and a couple of other things. But that's one thing that originally it was set aside for, was for economic development.
And under capital outlay, under the video lottery, what's the building improvements, 256,000?
That's the Port of Tillamook Bay's wastewater project that I talked about during Sheriff Brown's presentation.
Gotcha. Any other questions for Terry? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. And thank you for the handout. It was helpful.
Just turn your mic on. Okay, Marlene Putman in the Health Department is next. Sorry to keep you waiting a little bit.
I'll introduce our board members are here also.
I'll try to go through things quickly. I wanted to hand this to you all. This is just a summary of revenue and expense because of our delay in getting things to you. My apologies for last in getting those things out more quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene.
I think you have it. Do you want paper?
It's timber charges.
I'm Marlene Putman. I'm the administrator for what we call the Health and Human Services Department, also known as the Community Health Center and Public Health. And I'm going to introduce some folks that are with me. So we have our chair, Harry Kaufman, our vice chair, John Sandusky, our chief financial officer, Irene Fitzgerald, our administrative specialist, Maya Van Spybrock. So they may jump in. I don't know. We'll see what happens with the questions. Maya has a presentation, and you are.
I just need permission.
Oh, and she needs permission to share our presentation. So I'll just start kind of with a brief introduction, because I'm going to zip through a lot of these slides because you heard them last year and you know some of the integrated services we do. So I'm going to provide just an overview of what our department does and what a federally qualified health center is in general. So this department has a budget, as you can see, of around $17 million. We serve approximately 6,500 people in our community in our various clinical services. In addition, we also serve our community through other public health programs, outreach and engagement, and with our Tillamook County Wellness Initiative that we partner with Adventist Health on. Sometimes people want to know, well, where does your funding come from if you are not, quote unquote, a general fund department? So some of those resources, as you know, come from clinical services that generate the revenue straight from dental, behavioral health, and medical services. We also receive grants. And the people that we serve, the insurance or the payer mix, if you will, is primarily those who are on Medicaid or Oregon Health Plan and people who are uninsured. That's about 65 to 75% of who we serve. So that kind of gives you an idea of how that's covered in terms of if you bill for services, where does the revenue come from? The other percentage of about, I'm trying to remember the breakdown for private insurance and Medicare. It's roughly equal between the two of those, with private insurance being slightly higher. So there are people in the community that would like to see our providers, but they're not necessarily on the Oregon Health Plan or uninsured. They just really like our docs and advanced practice clinicians. So that's kind of an overview of the services. The other question that I get is, so who besides the payer mix attends your or uses your services? So you know kind of the population in Tillamook County is primarily identified as white or Caucasian. Our patients are around 20 to 25% self-identified as Hispanic or Latino or Latinx. And the other 73-ish% falls in that white Caucasian. There's a mix of others, from Pacific Islander to Asian and others. Very small percentages make up those other approximate 2%. So that's an overview, and I'll let Maya share the presentation here with you all. It's giving you an error. I can talk more because I know about the background of items, but there we go. So because I did that overview and I know that you're also heading into lunch and you have some background about what a health center is, I'm going to kind of jump through some of these sites, but call out a couple things. So this year is our 30th year as a federally qualified health center. So there are a number of hoops, so to speak, but actually it's law, that we have to adhere to, comply with to operate a community health center. They're also known as safety net clinics. So that means that if people can't get into care anywhere else, we're there for them. So if there are folks who are struggling to get care and so forth, we are sometimes their last resort. They may have been kicked out elsewhere. They may have mental health issues. They may have threatening behaviors and the like, and we work with them to try to make sure they get care. You can skip through that as well. Just a general overview of services. You kind of know when we're open. We're open from 7 in the morning till 6 at night. One new thing that I mentioned, you may recall last year, we were talking about, we might have a pharmacy and a new integrated site. So this year, we will have that opening. It may on July is our target. We're partnering with Genoa Healthcare that will be running an independent pharmacy, and they'll be our reduced price pharmacy. So some of you may be familiar with the 340B program, which is part of law that says if you're a health center, you can negotiate this reduced price for pharmaceuticals or, for prescription drugs. And this pharmacy will be our local partner. It's a struggle to get a local partner locally because there's only 2 pharmacies, and they don't want to take more than one program that has a reduced price pharmacy. So this will provide another resource for our community, along with the 8,000 folks who no longer have access to the pharmacy they used to use, and will duplicate our clinical services on site there. So it's kind of an additional resource for people to access in addition to our clinic that's just a couple of blocks away. It's right next to our dental clinic and our administrative dental office there. So next slide. Public health, we provide the traditional public health services, but more recently, I'm just going to call out 2 things. We have now, because of, in part, the county is investment in harm reduction. So with the opioid settlement funds, we're able to pay for part of an FTE for a person to coordinate those efforts to reduce overdose and to assist people in intervening if necessarily to prevent an overdose, among other types of proactive and responsive activities. The other item is public health modernization. So in the last 3-4 years, there's actually been funding appropriated by the legislature to look at how do you get Oregon's public health system to be more responsive to current community needs and state needs in Oregon and the US. It relates to extreme weather-related events. How do you help people prepare, especially those that might be considered disenfranchised? It includes communication and outreach, communicable disease and epidemiology for things like, COVID-19, H5N1, those kinds of things. So that's part of what modernization's been added to the budget, and it's, again, state funding. Go ahead. We do continue to provide environmental health services. Go ahead. And we coordinate Tillamook County Wellness, as I mentioned before. Next slide. These are just the sites that we currently have, dental, medical, and the new building that we expanded and remodeled, which was finished in about 2023, but we had a few wrap-up costs with generators and stuff into 2024. That's that building. This is the new integrated site. I don't have a picture of the outside. It's kind of taped up and so forth right now as Genoa is doing their remodel, and we're doing some work on the inside. It's on the corner of 8th and Main, and where the old Tillamook Vision Center was. So if you're familiar with that, you'll see that site. Next slide. And that's just our 2 administrative offices for dental and administrative for medical, behavioral health, et cetera. And we do have a mobile clinic that we're using right now to do the school sealant program in all of the schools. We had this last year also with the support from Tillamook County and ARPA or funding. We completed our facilities plan, assessed all of our facilities, our needs for growth, both short-term and long-term, and this is one of the finished products. It says future because we don't know when in the future that might happen, but these things, plans have been completed, and this is the most recent one with our main clinic in town. So it just highlights some of the areas that would be expanded and changed, including the behavioral health space, improving our operatory, and some additional waiting room space and clinical space. And this is in addition to the new integrated site, example of what the outside might look like. Next slide. Our providers, medical providers here, go ahead. Our volunteers, so we have an orthopedic surgeon who does ortho consults with us and a dermatologist who also assists our staff and patients with dermatology needs because it's really difficult to meet those in the community and people aren't willing to travel. So he's a blessing. Next slide. These are our behavioral health staff, including Maranke, who's in the bottom on the right, who is a contracted psychiatric nurse practitioner. We also are looking to have an on-site psych nurse practitioner in the coming year, but that position is still in development, so it's not in your budget. It doesn't exist yet in the county system. Next slide. And these are some of our dental team. So we have a dental clinic, and we also work with local dentists to contract for dental services. Dr. Benanti, Cyrus Javity is our part-time dental director, along with some of his other roles in our community and state. And our new doctor, Dr. Itzel Romero, and Jennifer Albright. Itzel is bilingual in English and Spanish, and as you know, we have a high percent of Hispanic folks who like to frequent our services, and it was really a blessing to have her also join us on the team. Next slide. More recently, we've had some provider changes. So you saw these folks in previous slides and in slides in the past. Dr. Benanti had to retire for personal reasons and was very sad and like hanging on very tightly when he needed to leave. So we appreciate his service, but he retired in March of 2024, which left us a gap until we were able to hire Itzel Romero in approximately August and September, with onboarding in the couple of months after that, which you'll see impacted revenue. Chris Kraft, he moved on to a new opportunity after 10 years with us in December of 2024, which we had some time to look at replacing and transitioning patients among existing providers, and also hiring one new provider who is pictured in the previous slide, Dr. Darren Prugier. And then Dr. Brown, who it was shock to many people, including ourselves, who retired in less than 30 days. And so we're still scrambling as our patients. His patient panel is 12 to 1,500 people. So yeah, we're working on that right now. A pleasure to work with him. He's loved by our staff and patients alike and the community. Go ahead. So for budget, so now I'm getting to the budget part for y'all. So our FTE is roughly the same in terms of the distribution of folks. So you can see the management side and the professional services. We've combined administrative and clerical, which looks like we have a lot of administrative people, and we do not. The clerical is primarily in personal services. I think they're called personal services representatives now, under the new job descriptions. So those are people who would greet you at the front desk in medical, dental, behavioral health. Primarily, it could be some of the medical assistants in each one of those areas. The administrative staff, as we refer to them internally, includes Irene and myself and an assistant, and the finance and billing team, which are comprised of 4 people. And then we have managers, 8 managers at each one of the divisions in the department, and added a communications manager this last year. Next slide. So these are some of the new positions that are in the budget, with the community health worker of 1.0 FT, 1 additional OS2, and a new physician. Even with those transitioning, we were already looking to hire a new physician, so that position is included, and we'll be refilling those that are vacant right now. We lowered our FTE to eliminate, we had an internal position last time for IT and a public health nurse, because we're not sure of the federal ramifications with budget reductions with national programs like WIC. And we don't know what's going to happen with some additional funds through grants that funnel through the state of Oregon and consequently to public health departments or divisions. And we have work to do on our internal IT, so we'll be working with our IT manager, Jeff, and along with Rachel and others to figure that stuff out. Next slide. So the difference in our budget between last year's proposed budget and the current one is about $450,000, $442,000 up there. So what are some changes? Oh, it's not updated? Okay. So decrease, one thing that we have is we received some American Rescue Plan funds, which were almost 600,000, 597,850. So that is out of our budget this time. We have some increases in these areas. So we're adding a clinical pharmacist to the team, which is a new resource for health centers and primary care clinics like all over the place, but plays a really critical role. They aren't the person who runs the pharmacy. This is the person that works with folks in the office or patient visit with the clinicians and says, hey, I remember Mary Faith Bell telling us a story about the reconciliation of medication and how you're supposed to take your medications with a friend or loved one. And it can be really challenging, and some of the costs are astronomical, and there's options for some folks that can help them both physiologically, but also emotionally when you think about the costs that are associated, as well as adjustments for new medications that may have come out. So how are we going to fund that? There's a new funding source from Columbia Pacific Coordinated Care Organization, which is the Medicaid managed care entity. We've contracted with them for 2 years to assist us. We will hire, new job description pending, the person, and they will provide the technical assistance and onboarding along with our team for this individual. It is projected based on visits, allowable insurance, et cetera, that by the first year, this person should generate revenue to cover the cost of their position, but they're giving us funding for 2 years to ensure that it can be sustainable. So we'll be working on that along with consultants to make that happen. So the other increase that we have is of revenue is a small portion of the cost of the facility is borne by our partner, Genoa Pharmacy, and the integrated site. Very small amount of a community funding increase that relates to Tillamook County Wellness. The big change is there's an increase in Medicaid, projected Medicaid funding. It relates to clinical generated revenue with our new behavioral health staff. The dentist is now full-time on board and productive. And I mentioned behavioral health, but also our specialty providers with Dr. Westrom, the dermatologist. He's working with our clinical team to do follow-up on his patients when he's not here to more effectively keep them local and have appropriate follow-up. It's hard to refer them out when they made their initial connection here. This figure will or may be impacted by our ability to recruit these additional providers that we now need to bring on board. Expense increases were salary or are salary. So you've got the pharmacist, which is kind of a wash, AFSCME incentive, behavioral health staff. We have a few new staff in that area. We also have capital expense included in our budget for one new vehicle. We started to create a rotation and a policy for when we replace vehicles at a cadence that they don't all hit at once. And then I think the county is working on developing something too for that around replacement for vehicles. We have a lot of people out in the field with public health nurses, community health workers who assist patients who are struggling getting access to care or with, I'll say, compliance or adherence to treatment plans and prescription medication protocol. So those are the increases. And you're are you updated now on there or no? Or I'm following? So, I don't know which, okay, we're on this. I'm trying to follow on two screens, so you got it right now, right? I can stop clicking. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about, because we're monitoring it with our health council members and with our Board of Commissioner liaison as a co-applicant for these federal funds, both the county and our health council monitor our budget at least monthly, both at the health council and through our executive committee. So in this last year to date, we think it's 1.125, I think. of expenditures of what we call our reserve funds. And I mentioned some of those reasons relating to a, 8-month gap of no dental revenue, which was close to $1 million itself. The new provider started recently, Dr. Joan Couillard that I mentioned, took some onboarding, training, and it takes time to, build up what we call a patient panel, a group of patients that he sees. He's now, for his first appointment, given the number of patients that we're trying to address needs for, his first available appointment is like 5 months out. So we're really in need of another provider, but he has definitely stepped up quickly. His specialty is working with older adults and people with complex health issues, and he is known by people in the community. So it's been kind of challenging for him to be able to see new patients all day long for days. The other change was we were looking to replace a psychiatrist, so we didn't have somebody on site to deal with psychiatric assessments. And we ended up doing a stopgap for a psychiatric nurse practitioner who's a remote virtual provider. She's totally booked out. And so again, we're looking to have somebody on site for people that really aren't comfortable with using a video for a visit. And sometimes it makes people uncomfortable for multiple reasons. The other item is dealing with insurance adjustments with new providers. Well, we have the retirement, obviously, of Dr. Brown, so that's already impacting us because of, in 30 days, I don't even know what the monthly revenue for that. So we're feeling that hit and will through the remainder of this fiscal year. We do have a provider identified that could assist us on a part-time basis to make sure medications are filled and to make sure visits, even if it's just one, to check in and look at the treatment plan and see if there needs to be referrals to any specialty providers can occur. And then the last item I started to mention was some insurance adjustments with the providers leaving. It creates that negative revenue, but also when we're dealing with new people coming on board, there's a process that's called credentialing and privileging. And that means any new provider has to be approved by all these insurance companies, and they want to make sure that they don't have claims against them and that other people say they're a good provider, meaning other peers and professionals, and that their record is clean. So that can take months, which means you can do some billing, but it's on hold for the revenue to come in. And sometimes they'll go, no, we're not going to allow that particular bill or coding, and then you've got to correct the coding, so there's delays in that. So I wanted to share that because to me, it's an obvious thing we're seeing. It's an obvious thing that we're going to have to deal with until we can replace those positions.
So is it an option to get a rent-a-doc?
Yes. So like locum tenants.
Right, through, a service. I know we contracted with an emergency doc service and already pre-qualified and all that stuff. Is that an option? Because that's a pretty big gap.
Yes, it is. And we're also, while we're doing recruitment and working with recruiters, we're talking with a number of different places that can provide locum. They are super expensive and barely cover the cost, but the patient need is that access is huge.
Right.
So there's, there's a lot of places out there that will do the recruitment for $40,000 to $50,000 a pop. And there are few that want to come to a rural community and a safety net clinic to do the work. So even with that, Chris Kraft, who I said had been with us for 10 years, came to us as a locum, and it took us 8 months to find him. So I'm hoping that the environment has changed, but if you know people.
For short term.
Sure.
Your revenue loss from the visits.
Yeah.
And they should come pre-qualified once it's background-wise. So.
Yeah, it's an option. Yeah. Next slide, please. So just wanted to mention, in terms of the change in the budget, so what are some of the other increases that we were starting to talk about besides the adjustments? Is there's an increase in our materials and services around 263,000. There's some examples there with the new integrated site. Next slide. Increase about 80,000 for changes in the coming year for primarily around computers, copiers. With the integrated site for the equipment, we do have some unexpended funds from our public health funding and our Measure 110 Behavioral Health Services grant that we're proposing we use to address some of these costs prior to the end of this fiscal year. So it's coming up on us. What we're hoping we don't get hit with is we have the consultants with McKinstry that did an HVAC replacement, like assessment for us, and estimated that replacing the full system in a new model is like $500,000. So we're like hoping, they said not immediately, sometime in the next 5 years. So hopefully not yet next year. Next slide, please. So we do have some grants that are continuing in our budget, which is our HRSA federal grant. And a number of people in the community and our health council members were anxiously waiting to see what was going to happen under the current presidential administration for the Health and Human Services Department, Health Resources and Services Administration, and those who oversee it in the Bureau of Primary Health Care. We did receive our grant, and we were in a competitive year to apply for a 3-year renewal. So we do have the 2.5, and it's in our budget. Public health grants should and be the same. That's the way we budgeted them. We're in the process right now of, we had 2 emergency meetings this week to talk about what reductions may happen for funds that were already allocated. They are, for example, if some funds came through COVID and planning funds that would carry us into the next couple of years to be prepared, those we received notice March 24th. You can't use any funds past March 24th. And if you haven't, you have to send them back. So there's a pending temporary restraining order and a lawsuit by multiple states across the U.S. challenging that to be followed by a preliminary injunction if granted. That's been the pattern since January. There's been at least 2 executive orders and or potential cuts every other week. So we've been trying to respond to those with data to our electeds. Here's the impact. Here's what we have to survive on. Commissioner Scar and probably others have been made aware of those, and sharing that information with our elected officials is really important. And there's some new legislation in Oregon, and so working with Representative Javity and others for prescription drugs. So there's a lot of requests right now for information that's really important to ensure care and access to care for patients across the country and in our community. So it's been a challenging time with changing requests as well. And we don't know if there will be layoffs in so I said, Health and Human Services, HRSA, and the Bureau of Primary Health Care. We work with HRSA and the Bureau of Primary Health Care. They're the staff that review our requests. And a bunch of those folks are going to be laid off if they haven't been laid off already, while the lawsuit then is filed and you wait for those things to happen. So there may be some impacts that delay things in this mix too. Other grants that will be continuing into this year are based on state funds, and we don't think that those will be impacted by any federal cuts. So the Behavioral Health Resources Network, our BURN grant as we refer to it, you may be familiar with Measure 110 that dealt with addressing substance use disorders rather than, quote, criminalizing behavior. So these funds help us to do assessment, screening, treatment, outreach and engagement, and if needed and appropriate, initiation for Medicaid-assisted treatment, prescribing related medications to assist people in their recovery. And then last on this list is the Oregon Clinical Pharmacist that I already mentioned. You can go to the next slide. These are some successes that we just note with our staff and with our health council over the years. It's not a comprehensive list. Next slide. So these are some of our goals, which the top two, personnel and finance, are on the top of the list, as you can imagine. Not that outreach and engagement and use of services isn't important, nor are achieving our strategic plan goals and communications and facilities work. But really, we're focused on addressing those strategies, including, maybe it's going to be a locum tenens or part-time person to assist us in the interim, among other strategies. So I just wanted to mention on the communication side, even though the other two are our priority, we're focusing a lot on internal communication and staff wellness, trauma-informed care services, and resilience. You can imagine there's a lot of high burnout rates among providers already. So we're dealing with a lot of the stress and anxiety associated with taking on additional patients when you have a pretty full panel. And in that mix are folks who may be on a pain management plan, which means they're being prescribed prescription narcotics, but they have to be managed very carefully. And so who's going to take on those 300 folks among the other 5 providers? Well, they are among the 5 providers. So we're working with a consultant we've got quarterly activities identified in team meetings, and another consultant through the form of an expert, Dr. Andrew Suchaki, who is a pain management consultant expert who will meet one-on-one with our clinicians, and Dr. Nadejda Razi Robertson, who is a behavioral health clinician that will meet one-on-one with our providers as well. So how are we going to meet these goals if that's what we're trying to do over the next year? Next slide, please. So obviously we're considering and assessing the federal and state fiscal changes, real and potential, without completely stressing out is the goal. And we're recruiting to hire and replace 2 to 3 medical providers. We do have a couple identified, but they're not, that we were initially planning, but they're not ready until their initial plans a year from now. So we have some work to do on that recruitment and engagement for people, temporary or long-term. We're looking at increasing medical provider productivity as we upskill some of our medical assistants. We're feel like we are consultants galore right now, but I appreciate the state resources to assist us. So we're working with a team to help our medical assistants to look at what their duties really are. How can we support the primary care providers in a way that a team strengthens their response, can be more efficient? We're looking at some, AI and other resources that can potentially increase productivity, balancing that with this burnout. It's a difficult balance. So our providers are stepping up to the challenge, but also feeling that stress. We do have 2 new behavioral health staff, so they're ramping up and they're learning, and we're also doing the training towards licensure for them. I mentioned before, our new dentist is getting pretty close to capacity already. So we have a couple of dental students who would like to come work here, but we don't have any more space in our facility. So we're working with some local dentists on some strategies about how that could be done. Maybe they could be a mentor or a proctor, and also meeting with OHSU Dental School to see how they could assist us to do that, which is the fun part, I think, if only it weren't so stressful in the timeline to implement. So we will likely need to use our reserve for the remainder of this year and the beginning of next year. It's $3 million is what we kind of project as a beginning fund balance. And we will be postponing that future design for expanded clinic for some time until we can get all these other things in place. We'll maintain these consultants that we have identified, and those are funded via state grants. Next slide. Just some fiscal considerations, some of which I mentioned, and I'm not going to dive too much into those. Just to mention, especially relating to diversity, equity, inclusion, and immigration. Even when some of those executive orders have been, or either are currently under preliminary injunction or pending action, it has a chilling effect on people accessing care when you talk about folks we serve. So we've done some work internally, even though there was a removal of the existing language creating private spaces in terms of lobbies of medical clinics, schools, churches. We've tried to respond with a legal description of interior confidential spaces, so there's some signage. That doesn't really remove the fear of people that they might be the subject of immigration. For people who may be in the LGBTQ cis plus category, you know, the language is, the way it's written is offensive to folks. So trying to say, as things go, the way the law currently is and the current legal challenges, we're continuing business as usual, even with those things in mind, until there's a legal requirement to do something different. Conferred with legal counsel, we're trying to walk that fine line at the same time. So, but again, that may not remove the fear about accessing care or concern from the populations we serve. Yeah, next slide. There are some state fiscal considerations, which I mentioned, around some of the public health funding. So we're having to respond to some of the executive orders around changing the funding while a TRO is pending. So we're prepared, and it may be we send the funds and then the funds come back. But we have 3 program elements that are impacted around 200,000, but we've already expended most of those funds. So if you've spent it by the 24th of March, you're good. If you didn't, you could be hurting. We don't know about changes in Medicaid. That's another threat that's been brought by the new Director of Health and Human Services. And again, we're trying not to get too stressed over that until something actually happens. One positive thing that happened prior in December, so when we receive reimbursements through Medicaid, we get what's called kind of like a wrap payment. So maybe Medicaid pays you 100 and we say our cost because of who we serve and all the staff we have is 125. So we get what's called a PPS rate. We haven't asked for a change in that rate for 10 years. And we went through everything that we've added and changed in the last 10 years and submitted a request to increase that rate. And you have to have like some triggering event. So we had a few of those, including this new site. So that is submitted to the state, they've received it, and they're reviewing it. It takes them many months, could be up to 12 months to review that. But then it's retroactive to a triggering event. So those funds could be coming in. We're not banking on them. They're not in the budget, but Sean's like, oh no, another budget adjustment. But that would be a happy budget adjustment.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens and expect and hope to hear that this year. Next slide. So that, I tried to talk fast and I still took, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. So that kind of gives you an overview of our overall budget, who we serve, and what we'll be working on. It doesn't add a whole lot, but what's needed in our budget at this point, and there will be likely changes over the year and expenditures that will impact the reserve, kind of in summary. Did you want to add anything, Irene? Yeah. I just talked and talked and talked.
I want to commend you for doing a phenomenal job with these resources that may or may not be there. I just want to, you get the gold star for the day. It's above and beyond what you probably signed up for.
Yeah, I was telling you, I can't do more 12-hour days for the rest of my career. But there's a lot, so I appreciate that. And resources, if you have other resources, local or otherwise, we're like, bring them on.
Yeah, I wish I did, but no.
Yeah.
So with the, and I'm not going to delve into politics, but with the uncertainty, you know, sort of what may happen with Medicaid or your federal grants, even assuming, let's say the worst case scenario is things are delayed, um, is your cash flow adequate to account for the potential delays, at least in funding?
So there's two parts of that. So without some of the changes, yeah. With some of the changes, it's difficult and we don't have all of it and we can't survive for a year for a delay. I've talked about this with our liaison, Commissioner Scar, and said, hey, this, if all of this is gone and all of it is delayed, 3 to 6 months, we're gonna have to be going, what's tier 1 layoff? What's tier 2 layoff? We have to get at least 30 days, hopefully 60 days to patients. And then when you, if you have to do all that, you do not, it's really, really difficult to reestablish such an entity. And for patients, clients, holy cow, what a stress challenge when they can't get into providers. So it's limited, honestly. So that's why we're looking at all these other resources. How do you bring that stuff in and monitoring it? It's pretty much weekly, if not more so.
And I know your job already is very stressful, and I'm just really sorry that you have this level of stress on top of
Not
that.
nearly as much as me. And Irene and the rest of our team.
All of you, yeah. It's just devastating, and I just feel for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Did I understand correctly? Because people ask me in the community all the time, is the health department getting their federal funding? Do I understand correctly that so far you have gotten it?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I was speaking with Laura Swanson, and she has an article like pending. She was like waiting to see if our funding came in from HRSA, which I haven't had a chance to respond to her yet, but people were anxious. Like they know we received, it's 2.5 million. So we did receive that grant. Initially, in January, when the orders came down, there was a significant delay and just like we draw down the funds every, like 200,000 a month. So there was a delay and it was anxiety producing for many people. So for now, yes, we do.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Just for my clarification, can you tell me what account 4386 medical managed care fees are? What is that?
Medicaid managed care, that's our dental care organization, Care Oregon.
Thank you.
I just feel like we should all just hug you.
I don't know.
I always give them by
No.
That's true. Harry does.
I take care of that end of it.
Okay, appreciate that.
They've had a
And
lot of
thank
work
you,
to do.
Harry and John, for showing up to support that. That's meaningful too.
Mhm.
And I'll see you later at the college, John.
You know, the whole diversity equity thing really tugs at my heart because my Practice Act and the Hippocratic Oath fly in the face of that. And it's like a dare to care.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get too emotional about it, but it's really distressing to me.
It is, and it's very distressing for our staff. Like initially in January, when a bunch of the executive orders came out, and we were even trying to, we provide resources for folks, including our immigrant populations, like what do you need to know, what do you need to do, and just handing that out, you know, is stressful or not, or referring them to other agencies on that front. For other folks, the language that is being used when you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion is, it's really difficult and challenging for people who are already at such a higher rate for suicide or suicide ideation and other things. The providers are like, can we do this? Are we okay? Are we gonna, it's like, the law says yes, we're doing that. And yeah, I feel ya.
We have, to your point earlier about people being afraid to seek services, we've received reports, I have received reports of people just being afraid to leave their homes. They're afraid to go to appointments, they're afraid to go to school, they don't want to leave their homes, they don't want to open the door because they're, just afraid.
I heard a story from a member of the community where they were actually had swapped homes with someone so that it would make it harder for ICE to figure out where to go. And it's that level of distress and fear that you would actually leave the home that you are known to live in just so that you could feel safe. So yeah, I mean, it's a difficult thing. We saw this before. We saw this in the social service world. We know that it was experienced in our health department and the last administration, where folks did just stop seeking care and support. So let's hope that that doesn't happen, that we continue to be able to serve the folks who we've traditionally served. So thank you, Marlene. I know this is tough. I know that just trying to put together a budget with as many unknowns as you have. So thank you for that.
No, thanks. And
Thank you
again,
very
our
much.
apologies for delaying getting materials to all of you, and appreciate your lenience with that and understanding.
Go ahead.
I was a health educator for 31 years. I started the health occupation program here in the community. And I remember we were sending our nurses to Hudson Community College to end up getting their certification. And I'm so pleased that we have come to the situation where we're building the new building and we're getting the new facility available so that we can grow our own. We need to have that opportunity to have somebody who's acquainted with the real community to be able to stay here and like what they're doing here. It's very difficult, as Marlene said, it's very difficult to go out into the other part of the world and draw somebody out of those major metropolitan areas into a smaller rural community like we have. So I know what we end up going through trying to provide and get people to work for us. And I think we made a really step in the right direction in creating the health facility that we're going to end up having available at the college now. So.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, good point,
Thank you,
Harry.
Harry.
That's very true.
I'm a volunteer assistant for the golf program, and I have 2 girls that are on the team that are very interested in getting into the health field, and so they are extremely excited about what the possibility can bring to them with us having our own education situation. So, yeah.
That's great. Thank you. And thank you and John for your service.
Thanks. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your help.
Are you adjourning us for lunch?
Okay, so let's adjourn for lunch. Let's still shoot for,
So the treasurer is supposed to get one, and we get ours on Tuesday, so we don't start till 1.
so we're gonna still start at 1:15? Okay, so let's come back at 1:15.
Aaron, I have a question for you.
To the library for services. We have a website where you can come and use the library 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can get electronic materials. You can access electronic databases and your library account. And again, supported by that levy every 5 years. We this year have joined into a greater library network called the Chinook Library Network. You can see up on the slide, those are all of the libraries along the coast that now are connected through a single catalog system that is unique to each of these libraries, but then shares materials between all of those libraries as well, including all of the libraries listed for Lincoln County and then the Clatsop Community College in Clatsop County. So that is brand new for us, but has been going quite well. On the very first day of us moving to that catalog, I was able to help someone I'd been working with for a couple months on materials that they wanted to get. And they were at the point where they thought, okay, well, I'm going to have to get that from some library around the country. And all of a sudden there it was in our catalog to come in the following week. So very great, and I've heard similar things from other libraries throughout the network, so we're really excited about that. We're in the middle of our 2023-2027 strategic plan. We went out and did listening sessions and gathered feedback from folks to develop that plan, and we had 3 major focuses: lifelong learning, including more programming, services for Spanish speakers, adult literacy, and tech learning support; access to library services, that includes increased outreach services, South County library services, digital materials access, and the Greater Library Consortium cooperation. And then finally, inclusion and respect. So building support for intellectual freedom, having more community discussions, digital literacy, and volunteering. We're in a good place, I would say, with most of those areas. I think the area we need to focus in the most on that we have not really gotten to as much is the South County Library Services. So that's going to hopefully be a bigger focus in this next year for us. But you know, we've seen a pretty dramatic increase in our programming over the last couple of years. We've had much greater access to services for Spanish speakers, including hiring a bilingual librarian. We are continuing to increase the access to digital materials and trying to do that in a way that is balanced in terms of the budget, as I'm sure we'll talk about in just a little bit. And the Library Consortium has obviously gotten larger and stronger. And then more recently, we've had even more community discussions. We started by trying to really prompt some of those discussions, and now we're finding that some of those discussions are coming and finding us, whether they're talks with the chief at the main library, with Chief Troxel coming and discussing issues with the community on a quarterly basis, or emergency management conversations that are happening now, along with other community conversations. So we're excited to see that energy start to build with the community, because we can do a little bit as the library, but we really need the community to start to be part of that as well for it to be really meaningful, I think. In the most recent year that we have full data for, so that would be 2024-2025 fiscal year, we had over 136,000 visits to the library, so nearly 5 visits per person in the county. We had more than 1,600 new library cards that we produced for people, more than 26,000 wireless sessions in the library, so people accessing wireless internet through their phone or their computer or what have you. We had more than 230,000 items loaned to people, and so that you can think of that as 8 items per person in the county on average. More than 65,000 digital items loaned as well. Over 34,000 visits to the library databases. So those are virtual databases, which include most recently services such as the World Book Online and Culturegrams that can help with student education. We had over 450 community meetings, 1,200 study room reservations, which go for anything from people having one-on-one conversations to small groups that meet there and do studying or conversations, tutoring, those sorts of things. And then over 1,100 programs with more than 13,000 attendees in the last year. So that one, again, we've worked hard to really start to make sure that we have a good amount of programs. We've had robust children's programs over time, but we're expanding that to make sure that it covers every single branch in the county. But also we're trying to make sure that there's good adult programming as well that is consistent and regular for folks. So thinking about 2024 and 25, new and improved services. We had increased public programs, we talked about that. We've talked about more digital resources. We are trying to balance out having materials that are available on a permanent basis for library users, along with the services we have through Libby and through Hoopla that people can access either right away or by putting items on hold if they're popularly in demand. Those digital resources are by far the most costly part of providing materials to people now, and growing in popularity. So we are trying to figure out a way to, again, build up a reservoir of materials that we have available for people over time to sort of offset some of those costs. To mixed results, I will say. Larger library consortium, the completion of a roof and siding a project at the Tillamook Main Library that has resulted in very dry spring for us. So we're very excited about that. Sideways rain is no longer quite the same problem it was. And if you've been over there, it looks, I think, really nice with the new paint on there. The library park is continuing in its improvements and now has a walking labyrinth there that is great. And so that'll be part of that entire sort of plaza area along with the stage. It should be done hopefully in the next month and available to people. We'll do some sort of kickoff event to celebrate the labyrinth in particular, because that's something people do all around, learning all about it. And we also were able to get 2 ADA compliant doors at the North and South Tillamook libraries to increase accessibility. That was done in partnership with the Friends of the Library in North County and South County. And then I believe this week we're getting the courier van from Newburgh. And so we will have a courier van replacement that will hopefully be a little more reliable, as well as having the previous van for backup whenever we need to have it to keep our courier service going. In terms of the budget overview, we have a projected beginning balance of $6.5 million, along with projected tax revenue of $4.2 million, projected overall revenue of $4.3 million. We have budgeted expenses of $5.4 million, contingency of $0.4 million, roughly equivalent to 10% of the projected tax revenue, and then $5.2 million unappropriated balance, which I will note is the same as the previous year's unappropriated balance. That consists of the personnel budget. There are no changes in FTE going into this next year, but there's an increase of about $156,000 overall. That does include some thinking about, we've had a lot of rehires that have helped keep us afloat over time when we have vacancies or we have sickness pass through, or a couple too many people want to take vacation. And so all of those rehires have retired. And so we are trying to make sure that we have a few extra hours to be able to cover those things that in the past they would help us out with. We have a materials budget that has a 6% decrease in costs going into this next year. Really, the big place where that decrease comes from is the changeover to the new system that we're using. That was a fairly expensive proprietary system, and now we have an open source system that will require a little more support on our end, which we're prepared to give, but also a lot less cost up front for us.
So are you referring to the Chinook system?
Yeah, the Koha is the name of the integrated library system along with Aspen that we're using. And so those are the systems that cost significantly less for us. We do have some increase in costs for contracted services, some around computer software and licensing and digital materials, as mentioned before. We expect a $18,000 increase there because it is driven largely by demand. And then print and advertising costs increasing as well. And some of those costs are really more of a one-time cost as we update the logo and some of the brand paperwork that we've been holding off on a number of printing jobs over the last while because we know that we need to update things. And so this will give us a chance to do that across the board and be comprehensive about it instead of taking things one at a time. And then capital budget, this is a big expense coming in this next year. We have an HVAC replacement that is scheduled for this next year. And during that McKinstry study was one of the items that was slated for last year or this year. We're getting to it this year. We narrowly made it through last year. It had some real problems, but we were able to keep it going along for another summer. We also have a bookmobile replacement, which will be fairly significant. If you follow our social media, you are familiar with our bookmobile having a lot of down days now, and those have become increased in frequency over the last few years. And the years that I've been here, it just seems like it's a steady increase. So we're getting ready to update that. The typical computer replacement costs that we have on a regular basis, some security improvements around our cameras and our door locks that will allow us to have better visualization, especially in all of our branches. We don't actually have computer or good camera coverage at every single location, so this will at least give us the front door at every location, which is really useful if something happens for us to be able to identify security issues. Library interior costs that are associated with partially with a grant, or not a grant, a donation that was made to the Library Foundation to build a teen center and to build a college and career center. That's going to be great, but it'll be a little disruptive in terms of our space as we move things around, so that will help to help us as we start to navigate what that looks like. And then parking lot repairs around the Tillamook main building where we need to reseal and reline all of the parking lot. And if you've been in our parking lots recently, you'll notice they're starting to show a little wear. So those are part of a 5-year capital plan. You've got the first year has all of those items in it outside of the computers, and then each year after that we have additional projects, but this year is probably really the biggest one because of that HVAC and bookmobile both taking place at the same time. And then from there, we're mostly trying to stay on top of any sort of deferred maintenance that we might have, along with some strategic projects around a maker space at a few years down the line, and children's area revamp that will continue to make sure that that room is engaging for kids. And yeah, I think we feel like we're in a really good place to stay on top of deferred maintenance, which I know is not the case for every public entity, so we're very thankful for that. Along with that, you have a library reserve and library law budget. The law library has $42,000 in expenses. We are aiming, in this next budget, we have some contracted services in there. Our hope is to bring in some professional services to be able to engage people around the law library. We've been thinking a lot about how we start to get people more engaged in that space. It is a space that is heavily underutilized. And is beautiful and is well resourced and should be of service to people in the county. So we're hoping that we're able to prompt that through a little more engagement around specific law services. And then the library reserve is $1.2 million in this next year on top of that $5.2 million unappropriated balance in Fund 185 for the Library General Fund. Lastly, going into this next year, I had mentioned we have the remodeled teen area and college and career center that is being supported through a generous donation to the Tillamook County Library Foundation, updating the bookmobile. We are going to increase our digital tutoring resources that will be available to every student throughout the Tillamook County service area to provide a certain amount of hours of tutoring available online for students, along with revamping the summer reading program this year, which will, I hope, increase the ability of people to access that program, as well as the excitement around that program, including many community businesses that have now agreed to support the program through prizes. So we're pretty excited about what's to come in this next year, and I am glad to answer any questions you might well have about the library budget.
Thank you. First, I want to start with saying that I know you personally and the library in general can be a lightning rod for certain individuals in the community, and I appreciate you being on the forefront of doing the right thing in that regard, and I certainly appreciate it. Where are you in the levy cycle?
So the next levy election theoretically would be May of 2027. That's obviously up to the board in terms of the timing of that, but that would be in line with what's happened historically.
Okay.
So.
Where was I going to go with that? I'll say I appreciate the work you're doing to keep up on the deferred maintenance, or not, I guess it's deferred maintenance, or keeping it up so it isn't deferred on the building. I think that's really important. Sort of long term, you maintain a really healthy unappropriated fund balance. Sort of long term, what's the thought on that?
Yeah, so as you can see, we have a 5-year plan that looks to spend to maintain the buildings we have. I think similar to any public agency that depends on property tax revenue, the concern you always have is whether inflation is going to outstrip the increase to assessed values of properties, and which over a longer term it usually does. And so I think between those two areas we will see that amount narrow over time, but it also, that unappropriated balance allows us to be able to cover expenses in the first 3 months of the year when we're not generating tax revenue, as well as is a good reservoir if for some reason you needed to revamp library services due to a failed levy or anything along those lines. So I think, and I know you'll be discussing unappropriated balances in general, but that's sort of the vision for it over time, is to be able to handle those things that come along.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I have a few. What's the square footage of the library?
Roughly 30,000 square feet, give or take a few.
What's the square footage of the courthouse?
43 or 45,000, somewhere
How
in
come
there.
he's getting the whole HVAC system for $525 and we got quoted $3 million?
Because he has an HVAC system and we don't.
Well, it's a replacement. It's a replacement.
Probably newer.
His ducting and all of the design was.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good
I
question.
can't speak to the scope differences.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They're the same contractor?
Well, it's the same contractor who identified it in the facilities assessment.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know if you're working with them for the replacement. I can't remember.
Well, I believe we're having a conversation in the near future about that. What, what is the name?
Northwest Control.
Yeah, Northwest Control has done a lot of the service and maintenance and for the HVAC system we currently have. And so, I think they have some visions of the way that HVAC system should work moving forward. They like to tell me every time they come out about it. And so we'll be seeing what that looks like.
Okay.
And we don't have a contractor on board yet.
No, I know. I was just saying that it's a huge difference
It
for,
is,
for a bit, for a 10,000 square foot difference. Understanding the building's older, understanding there might not be the same amount of ductwork, but
And,
it's still significant.
yeah.
Anyway.
Yep.
I was wondering if the law library, do you have any kind of agreement with the jail so that adults in custody have some sort of a way of getting access to that?
We don't, but that'd be amazing.
Well, because we used to have one at the jail, and when I actually saw this budget, I thought it was part of the sheriff's office budget at first.
It used to be downstairs.
Yeah,
Here.
and we had one with a small one,
Mhm.
and I just think that might be something that you want to expand that would,
Yeah.
they have to be some sort of intermediary way to do that, but
Well, and I certainly think folks in jail probably meet our standard of homebound
yeah.
patrons, so.
Well, they're the ones that
might
would
be able to-
be interested in some of that stuff. I just
Yeah.
made me think of that.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea, because,
And then, Sean, this might be for you. I'm just curious about the interest. The interest revenue seems to jump a lot. And since the beginning fund balance of the unappropriated seems to stay steady, I'm wondering why the interest is the interest. How come some year, 1 year is 250?
It depends on our returns that we get during the year. We're seeing interest rates going down now. I think the 100,000 is probably more in line with what the ending fund balances will bring by the end of the year.
So has it been that different from 88,000 to $250,000? Wow, okay.
Is LGIP where most of that?
Most of that, yes.
Yeah.
LGIP, which has been over 4% for the last.
We went from 0.25% to 5.25%, and now we're back down to around 4.3.
4.1.
Yeah, so, yeah, oh, sorry.
It bounces around.
Mhm.
That's significant.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank
And the
you.
100,000 is meant to be conservative.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the law library, can we access it digitally like the Chinook?
No, it's mostly physical materials. There's also a set of database, but you have to be in the library to use that. Those databases are fairly expensive, and to use them outside of the library is prohibitively expensive.
Okay. All right.
Anything else from the commissioners?
I just want to thank you for your leadership, your excellent financial stewardship. It's a pleasure to work with you, and I'm happy that you're in this role. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ken, anything?
Nothing jumping out at me.
MJ, any miscellaneous items there?
We're gonna float a bill to eradicate miscellaneous. It's a mental health.
Okay. all right. I guess that's it.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you very much.
Sorry to call you out. Okay, Mr. Torres, you're up.
So I'm Nick Torres. I'm with Tillamook County Veteran Services.
Hi, Nick.
Today I'll pitch my very small budget.
Your crucial budget.
My crucial budget.
Let's be clear, size is not.
Size doesn't
What
matter.
that's right. What it does matters in our community.
All right, budget overview during fiscal year 2025, 2026. We have budgeted for 790K. Our projected revenues are equal to our projected expenditures. Our largest expense is personnel services, payroll and benefits at 360K. If you round up, it's 361K. We've allocated 100K for contingency funds and 196.5K for unappropriated ending funds. Our revenue sources is the tax levy is 7 cents per 100 or per 1,000 assessed property tax dollars, which amounts to approximately $14 per average home annually. We have projected to garner 401K next fiscal year. Veteran Services receives approximately 98K annually from the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs to be used for enhancement and expansion purposes. Services we offer. Tillamook County has a population of 2,500 veterans according to ODVA. Our office currently has 3 full-time employees. Our main services are VA compensation, VA pension, VA burials, benefits, and VA appeals. We also assist with veterans medical transportation, VA healthcare signups, and advocate for veteran suicide awareness. Computer software and licensing. We use a software called Vetrospect to upload claims to the VA, claims and appeals. We use Microsoft Office to schedule appointments, answer emails, and generate written correspondence. We are requesting $3,500 for computer software and licensing. Travel, training, and mileage. The Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs holds a mandatory annual fall conference. We're requesting $5K to cover the travel costs. So that's going to be held this spring or next spring. Non-capital equipment. We replaced all of our needed office equipment in fiscal year 2025, 2026. We are not budgeting for these items for the upcoming fiscal year. Capital outlay. Veteran Services is required to upgrade 1 desktop computer. We're allocating $2,500 for this purpose. I asked if we could just use our old computer, but IT said no, we had to upgrade it.
There's a timeline.
Contracted services. So this fiscal year, we're sponsoring Yoga for Veterans through the NCRD and Tillamook YMCA, Tai Chi for Veterans through the Tillamook YMCA, a Veterans Convention at the Tillamook County Fairgrounds on October 10th, a Veterans Day event at the Tillamook Hangar, and then a monthly Veterans Breakfast at Pacific Restaurant, the Dutch Mill, and other local dining establishments. This was an idea from Paul Ferris. So you, Commissioner Scar, at Paul.
Yes, yep. Yeah, Paul's great.
Yeah, he's my new heavy hitter now that Doug Henson's gone.
That's awesome that Paul stepped in.
So we're allocating $25K for contracted services. Significant changes from the previous fiscal year. We are going to do more outreach events to bring in new clients so we can file more claims, appeals, and VA healthcare applications. The line items where this is reflected is in contracted services, printing and advertising, and miscellaneous materials and services.
Nick, would you expand on what's miscellaneous materials and services?
So, I know that
She's just testing everybody.
Okay.
Just
Let me,
rename it.
Please.
I'll see the
Vouchers, when they come through, they're going to Fred Meyer and purchasing items for veterans, such as clothing, hygiene products, sleeping bags, those sort of things. And they've gotten more expensive, and they've been out in the community a lot more in the last couple of years. So, and I see those come through in that line item.
So could they not just delete the miscellaneous piece of it? Is it?
It's in our.
Different departments use miscellaneous for different things.
For miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we also use them for gas cards for veterans to get from their homes to their medical appointments. So, we have a vehicle, we're willing to drive them. The DAV shuttle's willing to take them. Northwest Rides has a grant to take them, but sometimes they like to take themselves, and those programs don't cover transportation to compensation and pension exam.
Well, it's the perfect use of the funds. It got my attention when there's a doubling of the amount, and I just was curious. Yeah, no, I'm not questioning why they're being spent. So
Yeah, I just, I like to over project expenditures and under project revenues. So it's just, just in case. But in reality, we're probably not going to spend that money because I'm pretty fiscally conservative and cheap.
I think MJ is saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the word miscellaneous just drives you crazy.
Okay.
So if all of that is direct services to veterans, maybe we could just call it that.
Oh,
okay.
that's I think that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Veteran support or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, the fact that there's no federal grants, is that because there aren't any, or that there aren't any that you think are worthwhile? Or I would think there'd be some federal grants available for something. But.
So a quarter of our funding comes from Oregon State lottery funds, and that's provided to us by the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs. They're the ones who accredit us, do our training. They fund us partially. I'm assuming that they get federally funded, but we're so well funded, a lot of the federal programs won't fund us. So.
You're not eligible, basically.
Yeah, we're very well funded.
And where are you in the levy cycle? When are you up against?
The same as the library. So it'd be on the May ballot in 2027.
And apart from her miscellaneous comment, we do appreciate you being cheap. That's a good thing.
Thank you.
And you're very transparent and thorough. I appreciate that.
Anything else, commissioners?
No, he answered my questions.
Ken?
Without me having to ask him. I love it.
Answered my questions too, with the exception of the event on October 10th. Is that the stand down event?
So we're rebranding it as a veterans convention. The last stand down event hosted by WorkSource, we had more vendors than we had actual veterans come through. So we're trying to combine Vets Fest and the stand down event. So we get more clients through. There was only like 50 clients that came through the fairgrounds. So we're trying to up those numbers by appealing to a larger demographic of veterans.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work, Nick.
Right,
It's really
thanks, Nick.
important.
Yep.
Thank you, Nick. And I just,
Welcome.
when I was back in Washington DC, I got to hear from the new Secretary for Veteran Services, and he spoke very, very eloquently. And he's a great speaker if you ever get a chance to hear him. But he also talked a lot about the importance and how appreciative he is of what the state and local communities do for the veterans. So I just wanted to share that with you, that the federal government, even though they're not funding us, sees us and knows the importance of local veterans offices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sarah Absher, you're up.
Oh,
thank you.
Sure.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
She asked for the ordinance, and says, "You want a copy?"
Oh, no, thank you. I'm good.
I need hard copies of my slides.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Paul, I changed my mind. If we're gonna talk about it today, I'd like to have a look at it.
It's late.
It's
No, you can't have it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's do a share. Presentation up.
Yes. Okay. Just checking. All right. Great. Well, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Sarah Absher. I'm the director of the Tillamook County Department of Community Development. And thank you for giving me time today to talk about the community development budget. One thing that I may have noticed, if you look at the budget narrative for 1150, I keep my budget narratives every year and I use them as a point of reference. And I may have sent through last year's again instead of sending current. So please look and see if it says fiscal year 24-25. I may have
We don't-
inadvertently,
right?
just the narrative.
The narrative,
Yeah.
we're online, so we don't have
We
it
don't have them
printed
in our
front of us,
packet.
So
Okay.
lead us through where it should be.
That is great news. Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you. Did I send the wrong one?
I didn't look at the numbers, the numbers of the year. I looked at the
Okay, so just it would have just been the narrative. Okay, so community development, it's myself and 20 staff team members. We are finally at a place where our staffing levels, I would say moderately, reflect the volume of work we are doing. We went through a significant staff reduction in 2009, and it has taken us this long to get back to where we were. I have a couple of positions that are currently vacant. I had a retirement this year. Johnny, who was our accounting person, this is my first time not having her to help with budgets, I would say, in over a decade. So that was just delightful. So you can see here we do have a couple of vacancies. We did an internal promotion, did some reconfiguring as a result of that retirement. We are actively recruiting for a building official and assistant building official. I am currently serving in that role. But this kind of gives you an idea of our team. I cannot do an organizational chart. I've tried many, many times. And the reason why is because our work is so integrated and everyone crosses over in every single division, which I think speaks to the teamwork and the collaboration of our department. But if you wanted to see a nice, clean organizational chart, it becomes a bit of a mess. So what we do, we issue average over 5,000 licenses and permits annually. We do a lot of service work for state, local, and city partners, nonprofits.
We do a lot of long-range planning. We're involved with natural resource protection, legislative engagement. As you all know, this is a huge year at the state legislature. Every year there are many of us that participate in providing feedback and input on bill proposals. We do transient lodging tax collection, and then just a lot of data gathering and tracking that relate to all divisions, including TLT, short-term rentals. We do a lot of housing work and provide for all of our cities except Manzanita, actually all the PSU population and study data for demographics, including permitting, et cetera. So what were our budget goals this year? Every year when we prepare for budget season, I have a staff meeting and I talk with my staff about what are our goals? What do we want to see? And so you can see those outlined on this slide. Number one, we know that it would be very difficult for us to be completely fee supported. There's a lot of services we provide where we just don't collect any fees for that work. But our goal is always to be as least reliant on the general fund as possible. We look at responsible spending and maximizing use of our resources. That's not only equipment and tools and programs, but that's staff talent, right? So putting our heads together to figure out how to get things done, exploring strategies and solutions, and then every year, and I use this time as kind of a time of reflection, that department changes every year. There's always this big phase of evolution and shift. This year, most notably, it was the FEMA BiOp. It was the short-term rental program. It's been housing and middle housing. And it's an honor to be in that position, to be in that catalytic space, to help continue these programs forward. It does take time and resources, and so we have to factor that into everything we do and in our budgets as well. Overview, so no new staff proposals this year. We're going to maintain the levels of where we were at. We have cut a position consistently for the last couple of years, a permit tech. I am at a point to where I am maxed out on staffing and resources and trying to balance and maintain adequate staffing levels with reasonable and statutory compliant turnaround timelines for permitting. One of our big goals is record digitization. In planning, you'll see there is a $200,000 increase in contracted services. We have records that need to be uploaded into an approved Secretary of State retention system going back to 1969. These are planning records by law that we are supposed to retain in perpetuity. A few years ago, I worked with the State of Oregon Women's Correctional Division and had several filing cabinets that used to be where the treasurer's office is now. They were like, you know, get your stuff out of the basement. You got to move out all the way, right? Because we had stuff in the basement for quite a while. We're able to get those scanned, but the uploading piece still needs to be done. And we're at a point too to where I'm starting to get worried as we continue to do this work and our record volume continues to increase. And that long of time, if something were to happen to those records, I have no backup for retention of those records. The building division, we're requesting one vehicle. We have 3 trucks. We have a 2014 and 2 2016 F-150s left. They are all dying. We did 2 cars this last year, 2 hybrids in the building division. That's been great. There's been huge cost savings with fuel efficiency, but it is time to, what we'd like to do is surplus the 2 2016 F-150s and get another hybrid. We are currently, one inspector is rotating between those 3 vehicles as they continue to go into the shops for repairs and maintenance, which is also not cost effective. With that, housing fund allocations and new partnerships, I'll talk about that a little bit more. Grant funding opportunities, program updates, and then especially right now, tracking economic factors that I think for all of us, both personally and professionally, is a big deal. And those factors really shape and determine the volume of work and what we do. So one of my favorite presentations to hear every year is tax and assessment. And the reason why is because and that's why I wanted to print these for you as well. It's interesting to see how our numbers rise and fall together. and I would say with the surveyor's office and public works as well. So you can see in so I've done 2 years and then up to date this fiscal year. 2022-23, we had 375 residential permits that were structural related. 155 of those were new houses. In 2023, we dipped a little bit to 331, but again, the majority of those, there was a strong number for new construction for new houses. And then we are starting to see a little bit of decline here so far this fiscal year. But if you know, we updated our fee schedules in July of 2023. Prior to that, we had some of the lowest permitting fees in the state across the board. And we weren't just able to meet our needs in terms of operations, staffing, et cetera, to cover those the way that we wanted to and have those services available. So you can see in the fees paid where that increase and adjustment in our fees, we're now midstream. We're not the highest, we're definitely not the highest of permitting fees in the state, but we're right in the median. And including with our coastal partners, that adjustment really has been critical to maintaining that level of revenue for the department. And the building division is a special revenue department, which means they have to operate on their revenue. And so again, we've had some really good years, but when that turns, it is the beginning fund balance and the reserves in this fund that are going to sustain that staffing level and those services moving forward. So just went through this just a little bit for the highlights. Couple of other things to note. The state now requires that local jurisdictions provide services for electronic plan review. And so we are, as a rural county, our customer base and our customer service needs are very broad. You know, if you think about, we have the NCRD pool, the Nehalem Bay Health Clinic, the college projects. These are big contractors and big firms. Adventist Hospital, they prefer electronic plan review. And then we're helping folks at the counter who are residents who are not going to put anything in a computer, right? They're doing everything by hand. So we are in this very interesting space right now of we have these larger contractors, more sophisticated programs and processes, want those digital services. And then we have our local residents who, you know, are submitting maybe 1 or 2 permits in their lifetime to do something to their house. So balancing all of that, you'll see in the building fund, we have an annual subscription for DigiPlan review. And then that's for our software renewal. We are still, as we transition through that, we are also still trying to figure out what kind of equipment we need. And so that's why you see software and computer equipment line item. With that, there is a proposal for $10,000 for a new plotter and printer. And the reason why is because as we transition into offering digital plan review services, law still requires that a copy of the plans be on the job site, which means we can review them electronically, but they have to have hard copies on those job sites. So what we have been doing is we will do the digital plan reviews. Those plans, as they are stamped, are sent back to the contractor, who then has to print them out, bring us 2 sets back so we can finish the processing and the packing and the job cards, etc. It's clunky and it's a lot of back and forth, and depending on when we get the plan review done, they get it, they come back. Coast Printing is the only printer in town that can handle printing plans, and their machine doesn't always work. So one of the things that I've been thinking about is efficiencies and process and customer service would be getting either through lease or purchase. I know the surveyor's office is also looking at a large plotter. You know, we're in the same building, perhaps we could share. But I think we need some sort of large scale plotter and scanner so that when these jobs are done, instead of the back and forth after the plan review is done, that we have the ability to print things out in the department, package their stuff, and send it out the door. So that's why that computer equipment, that cost is in there for that 10,000. You did receive a copy of some updated fees for evaluation. Our goal is to increase fees at up to 3% annually. You do have an updated fee schedule for board consideration moving forward this year. One thing about the Building Codes Division, the State Building Codes Division has to approve the fees. So the board is ultimately the one who approves them, but before we even get to the board, we have to work with the State Building Codes Division, and they actually require them posted for 45 days before a hearing for adoption. Okay, moving on to the Planning Division. So currently, contracted services, this is still high. Again, you're going to see the digitization piece in there because it's mostly land use records this year. Starting that and taking those steps towards digitization of our records is actually the #1 request of our customer base. Our realtors, appraisers, our contractors, septic installers, everyone loves the idea of being able to access those records 24/7. We spent quite a bit in contract services this last year on land use matters, including the FEMA BIOP. And as we started through litigation for the short-term rental program, because we had contracted services funding available in the planning budget, that's where most of Mr. Kern's fees for his work were paid out of. Since then, there is a contracted services line item. You'll see that number bumped up in admin, which is 1150, and that is to cover ongoing costs by Mr. Kearns as needed. And because we are, as part of Oregonians for Floodplain Protection, now part of that larger group and going through litigation, that is that $10,000 commitment each year to those efforts, and I'm not requesting any additional funds for Molly Lawrence unless it is something unique with the cooperating agency status or some of those other things. Training and certifications, both Melissa Yank, she's our senior planner, and we are certified floodplain managers through FEMA. That is an annual certification that we have to keep up that requires us to travel. With middle housing and the Senate Bill 406, the code update work that we've done this year, we did receive a $250,000 grant from DLCD. You did not see that contract because DLCD handled it for us because we were delighted in their consulting team that they had to offer, so they have managed that. What I will say is we've prepared for those code updates for housing. The majority of those funds and resources have gone to our city partners, which has been fine with me. But what we are hoping to do as we move into the next phase of that work is to apply again for an additional $250,000 technical support and assistance grant. With Senate Bill 406, it gives us an advantage basically to where our asks and needs for housing updates and housing production strategies and all of that tracking, we become a prioritized jurisdiction for them to work with when we are asking for funding, which I think is great. Again, fee evaluation and restructuring. So there's two big elements of that through planning. And the Board of County Commissioners, I do not send the fees to DLCD or anything else to review. It is the board. With middle housing, as we're all doing that code work update, I anticipate zoning permit fees will change. Because as we start looking at multifamily housing projects, the good news is we're taking away that $1,500 conditional use application fee, but we are still having to review that work for middle housing. And so some of those zoning permit fees may need to be amended to cover that time. But overall, it's a reduction in cost for our permit applicants. And then with that, with our floodplain development permits, that's a big deal. And even the review for that, even with the fourth door approach that Tillamook County has taken, it has still required additional services and staff time to do that permitting. Yes.
How much of the legal is in contracted services?
It's almost all of it.
So we're trying to do better.
And 200 is proposed for the scanning.
Okay. So it's not all of it.
Sorry, it's not all of it.
Okay.
200? Sorry, I'm talking so fast.
So it's 30.
I know
30
I'm the
is-
last one. I'm trying to get done fast.
30 is legal.
30 is legal.
Okay.
200 is the
Scanning.
scanning.
Okay, can we move, we're trying to do a better job of tracking legal, and I think just as a culture, we've often blended it into contracted services. If we could tease that out into that line item?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
that'd be
And
good.
that 30 is 10,000 for Oregonians for floodplain protection. And then the additional 20,000 for legal fees that would be related directly to planning matters moving forward. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, so next slide, here's the fiscal year summary for the planning division. Again, you can see where that fee adjustment and increase has helped with our work and sustaining our staffing levels and services. One thing to note is that if you see, so we are 3/4, 2/3 of the way through this fiscal year, and our land use applications are already almost what they were in 2022-23. We received almost 80 floodplain development permit applications between September and December 1. As people, we did a lot of community engagement and outreach to tell people to get their permits in early, just in case. And so that's why there's a big jump there in those numbers, is because it worked. People got their permits in and we're reviewing them. Here's all the things that we do that we don't generate revenue or collect fees for. A lot of this has to do with our CAC support and engagement, and then just a lot of long range and short range planning work. Included in the planning division, so you will see an update for subscriptions, I believe is what it's under. One of the philosophical conversations, I've had this with Commissioner Scars, my department liaison. It costs money for the CACs to operate. Virtual Zoom subscriptions, email subscriptions, website maintenance. We have very active CACs throughout Tillamook County. These are our citizen advisory committees. They were created by the Board of County Commissioners just over 2 decades ago. There's a board order that codifies and acknowledges their advisory role. As they become more sophisticated, as we look at more hybrid meeting options, access and outreach to the larger communities of these unincorporated communities, it means their costs are increasing. And so you will see some bumps in there in planning because my proposal, and I've talked to Sean about this, is to reimburse them for those costs. Giving them Teams accounts and county email addresses has not been an option. So it's a way for them to do their work, do their important work, and support the county and be a partner.
Sarah, is any money from the video lottery that DCD receives going toward that? 'Cause I think it could.
Yeah,
I wanted to increase that.
Well, we just, I think all of that, yeah, that video lottery money just goes into the general fund for admin and planning. That would be great. Yeah. On-site is the wastewater division, so septic. You can see, so this Chris and I have done on a calendar year because of his reporting. You can see again the jump this year, this fiscal year, to 225 for permits and licenses received so far. And I will tell you that that is for a couple of reasons. We've had the DEQ Community Assistant Grant Program for reimbursement for repair of septic systems. And then with the short-term rental program updates, we have a lot of rentals that have on-site sanitation systems because we have a lot of unincorporated communities that are on septic. And one of the program changes that was made this in 2023 was to require a 3-year evaluation of those septic systems to make sure that they are functioning. And all of last year, for those 3-year cycles, we evaluated 55 different systems countywide. And this year so far, fiscal year to date, we've reviewed an additional 55. And most of those systems were either not sized appropriately for the number of people using them, or needed repairs, which is a huge environmental issue in our communities. And so that work is being done. And we are evaluating systems and making sure that people are maintaining them for those rental properties. And then, so when Cassandra was talking earlier today, I was thinking about what she was saying about year 2021 and how that was a big year. Sanitation and planning drive development. That's the bottom line. When you see that what the trends are for sanitation and planning will determine what happens in terms of development in our county every year. And as you can see, after talking to Cassandra, it should be no surprise that 2021 has been sanitation's biggest year in a while. You can see in 2012, we hit the bottom of our recession. It took a while for the mid-2000s recession to hit our county in terms of development. We have a unique market. People, if they're going to build here, typically they have the money to build here. But you can see that trend and then that peak in 2021, which matches what she has seen in levels of activity as well. So what we're doing, software and equipment, again, we're moving into that digital age. Grant programs, we are going after another Brownfield program grant. We were able to get a $500,000 grant this last year from the EPA for Brownfield work. That helped 5 properties countywide for new housing development, commercial and industrial development. So Chris is doing a great job with that. He's going to continue to pick that up. And then with his training and certifications, those are required by DEQ. And then in looking at his fee schedule as well for on-site DEQ, just like State Building Codes Division, because those are ultimately state programs, we have to run any fee adjustments by them first before bringing them forward to the board. Short-term rentals. You can see, so again, here's the last 3 years. Short-term rentals, because the fees are collected based on the time of application, our largest months for collection are May, June, and July, which if you think about our peak rental season, it makes sense that most people were getting their licenses initially at that time. If you look at the middle column, which would have been fiscal year 23-24, and you see those inspection fees, they jumped quite a bit. That reflects the high number of licenses we issued in 2018 and 2019 because their 3-year inspection cycle hit this fiscal year. So it's one of those telltale factors about just what that spike was in issuing new licenses at that time. And then so that program, we manage over 1,250 licenses that are renewed on an annual basis. So here's the other thing I thought I would share today, since we've had a lot of focus on TLT this year. If you look at the 2014 numbers for lodging type, just over half of them were single family dwellings, which means those were our short-term rentals. And then a decade later, you can see how that slice of the pie has really grown. You can also see the number of accounts and the growing number that are being paid by intermediaries. So just thought I would.
This is all unincorporated, right?
This is everybody, but the majority of that for the single family dwellings is unincorporated Tillamook County. And then division highlights. So I think we are, knock on wood, moving past litigation. So hopefully we are through that door. We had another big win the other day. Mr. Kern sent us an update on that. We've been doing a lot of community engagement. We came back to the board to reevaluate the caps, updated the board order, created a cap exemption area in Pacific City, west of the river. I'm doing a lot of tracking with enforcement complaints. Granicus is our system that does all of our software, scraping, enforcement, monitoring for people who are advertising to rent that don't have licenses. And then I'm hoping to be back to the board with an update on those program changes in a couple of months. But with that, there's been a lot of data tracking. Because of the reduction, because of the changes in the ordinance in terms of how we calculate maximum occupancy. We have reduced the overall guest occupancy by just over 500 guests countywide in unincorporated Tillamook County this last year. We got rid of sleeping areas. We're taking a closer look at bedrooms, making sure there's adequate parking for the number of guests that are there, the septic systems, et cetera. The operator license fee is set each year based on guest occupancy for each rental. So with that guest reduction, there has been a large line item for for reimbursements because of us reimbursing those operators and those license holders in the difference of their guest occupancy after we got our work done. So a little bit of discussion about this yesterday. Bless you. Wanted to break this down for you just a little bit more. So in the short-term rental program, license holders pay the annual license fee, and then they pay the operator license fee. The operator license fee is part of Ordinance 86. So that's the one we talked about the other day with Sheriff Brown. And of that, there's a 75-25 split, 75% to housing initiatives, 25% to public safety initiatives. I wanted to break those numbers out so you could see the last few years what that looked like. Because that fee is paid at the time of renewal, the number is low so far for 24-25 because we're just going to get ready to start collecting our biggest months for renewal. But if you look at that 25%, I put that at $650,000. 25% of that is just over $162,000. I think what we've allocated to the sheriff's office this year is around $154,000. So as you know, we are rebuilding our code enforcement, code compliance program, all of those things. So we are peeling a little bit of that back, but just to give you an idea of what those numbers look like. With that is this year's been a big year with the renewal and the program adjustments. We are reimbursing some of those operator license fees because after we do the work, the occupancy may have to be adjusted. And then the Housing Production Solutions and Strategy Fund. So that's 75% in housing pays for the housing coordinator, the services they provide, their portion of the lease, operation expenses, et cetera. And then $400,000 of that annually comes out for that grant program that the county does. And so we are working through, the commissioners just authorized the awards for that a couple of weeks ago. Thank you very much. But you'll see $100,000 in contract services for Fund 122, which is the housing fund. No, excuse me, $1 million. Thank you. And that is because it's that grant award of that $400,000. Any awards that we do or contract services that relate to the raw property, any EPA work, etc. And because it's a special revenue fund, I bumped that contracted services line item out very large. Because our hope is that we will continue to do that work. We have a housing needs assessment underway to update the 2019 assessment. And so that's why obviously all of those contracts, et cetera, come forward to the board. But I wanted to make sure to cover the awards that we are awarding based on this recent grant program, the contracts for the housing work we're doing, and what we're moving into this year for state compliance for housing production strategies, that I have that money available to move that work forward.
Sarah, I have a question about
Yes.
that. Yesterday, the sheriff asked us about if we have a public safety fund. And he said we were supposed to have established one and we haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
So can you talk about that? What's our plan for establishing one?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you asking that. So Fund 122 is currently holding that money in reserve. We have not broken it out yet. You'll see a contracted services line item allocation for that money to the sheriff's office this year. When we get the code enforcement program set up, to me, that is when those funds break out into their own special revenue fund with their own code. But because we have not done that work yet, we have not separated them, but that is something that we are tracking. So the money's in there. But it depends on how that program gets redesigned and what the costs are for it.
Yeah.
And we don't have that quite done yet. Commissioner Fournier and I have had some great conversations under Sheriff Kelly. So I expect you'll see that this year with the supplemental budget.
That's great. I think it'll just add to transparency.
Agreed. Well, and it's funny because the Housing Commission, there's a few commission members that are like, we got more money in here than we're spending. And it's like, no, that's for public safety. So yes, agreed. It's time.
Is there a reason that through this budget process, the new fund wouldn't be created and then the money just moved until it's determined how it's supposed to be used?
We could absolutely do that and say that's, I'd look to Sean. Yeah. We can, yes.
So I'm not clear, the operating fees, operating license, are there two licenses? Is there a license, STR license and an operator's license both?
That is correct. Yes.
And the license, the one that's not an operator's license, is that one just a flat amount or is that also by occupancy?
Thank you. It's a flat amount and that goes into running the program. So that's all of the money that's collected from the license fee helps support operation of the licensing program.
Okay, and then this one is the one, that one isn't split 75-25?
That is
former
correct.
one? Just this one is?
Just this one is, right. And that.
And this is based on occupancy?
Correct. Yep. Yes.
Before we move on from that, can we define, just for my own self-interest, what is the definition of public safety?
There is not one according to the
order.
The ordinance does not specify.
So do we need to define what that is?
That would be part of the order, I think.
Okay.
We would have to decide what that definition was if they wanted.
Yeah, if we wanted to define it, we certainly could.
Okay.
It's not in the correct, and I do have a question. So, the ordinance says after administrative cost, this is of the short-term rental license fee. What's the total of that for this year? What's the total last year's? Where's the line in for that one?
For administrative costs?
No, for the total that we took in for short-term rental license fee.
Not the operator license fee.
Look in the ordinance and it specifies it as a short-term rental license fee.
What ordinance are you? We got two. 86 number 1. These are your numbers right here.
Okay, I'm asking what the total, that's the total number?
That is the total number.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is in ordinance 86, the operator license fee. Those are the totals that have been collected.
In the budget.
You would see it in Fund 122.
Sorry?
Yes, 119 and 122.
So it's estimated at 750,000 for this year in the budget.
Yes. And that's after the adjustments. We've had the reductions, but we've also added more licenses to the pool, including lifting
second
the
from the back.
cap west of the river in Pacific City. So I'm expecting some sort of balance out there. We're on the tail end of that renewal process.
So currently those amounts are going into 4119 and they're not being broken apart. They're not being 75-25.
No, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah. But we're only spending the 75 on the housing initiatives.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is why we've held the grant program every year at 400,000 as well. Because the other thing, as I mentioned the other day, with the property tax exemption, one of the pieces we have not done yet either is talked about the fire departments and what that looks like. So, it's just been more of a capacity thing and prioritization in terms of what is our greatest need and what are we responding to immediately. But the money, all of the money from the operator license fee has gone into 122.
So the 25% for 22, 23, and 23, 24 would be in your beginning fund balance?
That is correct. Yes.
So are the licenses renewed every year?
Yes. Which is how we're able to do that grant program every year, pay for the housing coordinator salary, et cetera.
Going back to Ken's question for a minute, how I remember it is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we started out saying that the 25 was going to pay for code enforcement and for a hearings officer to to review the code violations. And then later, so it started out just being about code enforcement. But then later, as we were going through the public hearings process, the fire districts were objecting to the tax abatement. Sarah mentioned this yesterday, because the tax abatement would hit their bottom line. And so then we said, well, maybe some of that 25% could reimburse the fire districts who are going to lose money through tax abatement. But we haven't established that program yet. We haven't set up, like, how do they apply for it? How do we pay it, et cetera. But then that changed it from code enforcement to something else. And so then we said public safety. So that's where it's landed as far as I know, and we haven't defined it any better than that.
No, that's right. And how this operator license fee and this program initially came about, we had a housing summit in 2019 at the college. And there were several strategies vetted by community members. We had, almost 200 people there that day. And we talked about ADUs, we talked about a CET tax, and there was several working groups, and there were 3 strategies that were prioritized at the end of that summit. One was the ADU ordinance, which we've done. One was the property tax abatement or exemption program, which we've done. And the third one, it started with a $5 a night fee on transient lodging to go into a fund for housing. And how that evolved was into the short-term rental operator license fee. We had to do a lot of work with Orla because it couldn't be a tax, or else we'd be subject to the 70-30 split. So we spent probably 2 years working that out. All of the money based on the housing summit and the outcome of that process was intended to go to housing. Initially, there was no 75-25 split. It was straight to help us with our housing initiatives and efforts. But to Commissioner Bell's point, as we started looking at our needs and then the fire departments and enforcement and safety, where we landed to get the program up and running was the 25-75 split. And it intentionally, public safety was not defined, because the intent was we would work on that. That was one of the next steps, which is where we are today.
Did they sue on this?
No, because we had a lot of visits about it.
Okay.
And we tweaked it a few
Years of
times.
visits.
Yeah. Say visits.
Sarah, I'm still not, where does the admin fee, so I'm hearing you say these are total numbers, but the admin fee comes off the top and then the split.
Yeah.
How does that figure in here?
So that would be a question for Sean.
Oh.
That I don't know.
Okay. It doesn't have, this one doesn't have an indirect cost allocation in there.
Because I didn't know how to add them to the old system, and we're adding them to the new system. I don't have a way, I have no instructions
Okay.
in that old system.
We can't just
So. we could charge
bill
them
it?
a flat fee,
Yeah.
you good?
Okay.
What is?
So anyway, is that where the, so where's the admin fee in here? Okay, so the admin fee is different than the indirect cost allocation.
I know nothing about an admin fee, I assumed that was
Okay.
part of Parker's salary.
Yeah, I think that's the way that we've done that, is we've just rolled that into his.
If he's considered the admin, that, and then the.
Yep. The higher was too.
So of the 750, Parker's salary comes out of that, and then the 75-25?
I thought it was the 75-25 split, sorry, and Parker's salary would come out of that 75, not off the
This
top.
says after,
After the split.
kind of like the TLT, we take the admin off the top, and then the split is how the ordinance reads, so I was just trying to figure out how the budget is set up with that.
So maybe that's a conversation and refining that order that we come back and we talk about.
I mean, an administrative fee and a salary would be 2 different things.
Yeah.
No, I think this is already in the ordinance. I think I would recommend the budget reflects what the ordinance currently says, which is however the admin fee is built into here as a transfer to, or supporting Parker's salary.
Does it say how much the admin fee is?
It actually doesn't say fee, so it says administrative costs.
Yeah.
So it's administrative cost to administer this little thing, not the whole housing
Yeah.
development, not the whole planning department.
it's just fun.
Just this fund. And I don't
Also
think
one
it's,
that's
honestly, I don't think it's ever been defined, is what I'm
Well,
saying.
but this program was how we decided that we would afford a housing coordinator. This is how we plan to pay for the housing coordinator. So that's
But
that's
that's not the administrative fee. That's out of the 75%, right?
So the way it reads, it says after administrative costs, and when I hear that, I think that's anybody administering, it could be anybody administering this fund, which includes the treasurer's office, includes Sarah's time, includes
Right.
Parker's time, could
Staff
be
time.
staff time. After administrative costs, then the 75-25 split.
And I would say, aside from a portion of my salary, very small, it's only a small sliver of my salary and Parker's that's been drawn out of that. So all the other staff that work on the program and collect the operator license fee we have not done the allocation.
I was gonna say this was done before I got here, so I don't have the history otherwise, and it feels like this might not be the space to try to find the history and determine,
I would
but
agree.
perhaps there's some listenings to some recordings to determine intention, since clearly the ordinance language is not clear on intention.
And what admin
And
fee
we're
is.
running off memories. So I just
what
a
have you got
process
against my
point.
memory?
Not a thing. I'm not a thing at all, except it doesn't seem to match Rachel's reading of it. So I was, that was the amendment. That was the amendment, which moved it from being what it was when I started, which was a tax, where we got a call from Orla, and they said it's a tax. And so all of that was the rest of it was pre-developed. We just moved it from what they determined to be a tax to a flat whatever.
fee.
I would agree. We can move on. I think the thing that, I'm not gonna speak for Rachel, one of the things that I'm trying to look at here is, and it's not whether it goes to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
What I argue is, I think some of that 25% can be used as backfill. They can be used as for general, like getting some of that. Again, I'm trying to figure out if after all said and done, we're short something because, whatever, what pools of money can we use and how is this interpreted? And that's what I'm not doing this. I'm not thinking, I just wanted to know how much money was in there. And then we have a possibility of using it because it's a pool of money that's been sitting there for years. And we're not going to necessarily, so even the money that's there now, we could use to help us out possibly.
Absolutely.
Because that public service not being defined is actually helpful. Because the sheriff's office just patrolling the neighborhood is in support of short-term rentals. It's like, it's just another tool in the toolbox, and we can move on. But that's what this is about. It's about the fact that maybe it being vague, it's a good thing at this point.
And I'm happy to work with Sean after today to figure out how that,
would certainly be clean and clear if we went ahead and split the historical monies 25, 75, once we determine what administration means.
Yeah.
And again,
Yeah.
maybe that's something that listening to a recording would provide clarity on intent.
And to be clear, we did transfer 154,000 to the sheriff.
Yes.
Correct.
Yep. And that we did that in this year, and we
Did some
budgeted
last year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the existing year and in the coming year.
Yeah.
So some of that's already been.
Well, it's already, that's
Some of that's been
backfilling.
spent. Yeah, some of that's now been spent or allocated. Thank you, sorry, I felt like we were going to have.
So getting back to the line items here,
Miscellaneous.
Is there any
I'm ready
miscellaneous-
to answer that. I've been listening. Like,
What is miscellaneous revenue?
what is, so I, yep.
it's not a miscellaneous question.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
It's the rent question. So
Oh, yeah, I had that too.
a few days back, I read the narrative, and I think you're sharing space with Surveyor.
I am.
And I noticed there was a flip in the cost of rent.
There was.
So I was wondering, did you guys just flip office chairs or?
No, because I would have charged him more. No, so what happened was last year, our lease agreement was not signed, and I didn't have the numbers from TLC Fiber Federal when we were here for budget prep. And so I did an estimate of what the lease costs would be. And then, right, so now we know. So that's why you see those big adjustments. Yep.
Remember, and
Yeah.
there too, where you were talking about increased rent.
Yep.
And I saw this and I said, okay.
Sarah, you split up the rent between the different funds too, don't you, right?
I do.
And as well as the survey, okay.
Yes.
I was just trying to get to that top number.
Yep. Building
And
surveyor.
do it, magical chairs, musical.
No.
All right.
Miscellaneous spending.
Wow. She's ready.
She's
Got
ready.
my sheets. Okay, so there's two funds that
She's gonna
have
tell you anyway.
miscellaneous spending line items. It's building and planning. And the reason why is because one is 1,000, one is 700. Those essentially act as contingency funds. If I go over office supplies, uniforms, postage, etc., that's why they have been there, and we have shifted that money before. But looking at what I've spent so far this fiscal year, the other thing we did is we did a cost reimbursement out of one of those, and then the other for planning has not been touched. So it's just been a rollover. Essentially, we don't like to use that word in government. I've just proposed that we follow that same pattern this next year in case those funds are needed for miscellaneous unanticipated expenses.
Well, to answer your question, we pay about $6,800 a month this year for the rent at TLC.
Thank you.
And then, okay, so TLT and administrative, that's admin, TLT, short-term rentals, just some of the other things. We are still trying to get a TLT online payment and filing system up and running. We have been trying for years. And the biggest roadblock we have is tax ID numbers and a secure site for people to pay online through that. All filings are processed by hand countywide, and it is not a good use of staff time and resources. So committing to doing that. Granicus did try to help us do that work. We asked for a refund for part of our money because they could not deliver a product to us. And so in the Granicus contracts, you will see that refund for the next 3 years. I think we got just under 10,000 of that money back. So still working on that. We do all of the surcharge payments. So DEQ, the Building Codes Division, every time we collect permit and license fees, we have to pay them. They get a cut of it. So admin does all of that work and tracking. And then as we work on so many new grants and programs for the county, I think sanitation is a great example of brownfield. The septic systems, housing, we've got the CERTA grants, we're looking at other funding structures and loan opportunities, and then our own housing grant. All of that eventually funnels through admin.
Well, Sarah,
yes.
Before you move on, I wanted to know if you know what that picture is.
I do. I've used local pictures in all of my slides. I don't know if
I
you
don't.
guys-
Please
yeah,
tell us.
that is the natatorium at Bay Ocean Spit. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. And I did do photo courtesy credits on my slides too. I was thinking about Commissioner Fournier in that. I was like, I better give credit.
Credit where credit's due.
Right. So you guys have all seen this. I know we've talked so much about TLT this year, but I would feel weird being the person responsible for the collection and the filing if I did not put something in the slides. And then, so housing, just rounding out my presentation with the housing division. Parker is doing a phenomenal job. The Housing Commission is doing incredible work. Commissioners are involved in that. Again, as we move through for Senate Bill 406, the next phase are production strategies, different types of housing reports, looking at our buildable lands inventories, housing capacity. We will take the lead on that work for our city partners because they do not have the resources and the staff to do that. All the PSU reporting and whatever else DLCD is going to ask us to do. All of that crosses over between planning and housing. Still working on the raw property. We talked a little bit about contract services, and we have not yet filled that second position in the housing division, and it is time. The program continues to evolve. It is becoming very sophisticated. There are new loan structures and grant programs and management of funds where we need someone other than just Parker. The work is expanding. We have not recruited yet, so I'm going to start doing that. But with that, just kind of a recap, we know the 75%, Sean and I have some homework to do. We've awarded over $1 million to date since that program with those operator license fees came on board. 15 local projects. We've counted an estimated 200 new workforce and affordable housing units are on the ground or will be on the ground as a part of that work. We just finished our third process. And just to kind of highlight some of the positive things about that, these are some of the projects that the commissioners just authorized the awards for. And then just thank you and happy to answer any other questions.
So I got a quick question about this fund. Is it money here? Could you use some of this money here if we wanted to put like wastewater on raw property or something for a workforce housing project out there?
We use some of the housing funds to do the assessment. So there was a consulting firm and we just got the draft report back from that. So we are looking at it now.
You just have to fight with the housing commissioners.
Yeah.
See that as their fund to give away.
Well, but there's extra money in there because like contracted services, it's $845. Can you explain what that is? I know that's for the grants, right?
It's for the grants. It's for contract services for studies for the raw property. It's the housing needs assessment, the housing capacity analysis, all of those contracts that will go before you for us to work with technical experts where we need to. That's what that's all for.
Yeah.
And what we've projected.
They're fairly
I won't touch the grant money. I was just wondering if there was extra money, if this kind of money could be used. It sounds like it could be if we had it in there. It could be.
Yeah, and they might vote all for it and be very
Sure.
supportive, but, and ultimately,
Question.
it's our decision, although they feel a strong ownership over it, and we've created that with them.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're getting Parker some help because I think he needs it. He's overworked. And I've worked with him a little bit. He's a great guy, and I even let him get by with making boomer jokes about me. So
That's nice of you. Yeah, I would say just, that goal to maintain our staffing levels. I mean, we are evolving. I mean, 6 years ago, that department was building, planning, and sanitation. Short-term rentals had just started, TLT, 10 years ago, it just started. I mean, and to look at the amount of grants and the work that we're handling with the permits, and it's been quite an evolution.
I also want to say about the CACs and stuff, and like you said, reimbursement. I think that's something, I don't know, I would be in favor of some of that. I see the power of those groups, and I want to thank you for the time you put in for that. And I've been with you on Saturdays. We all have. It's a tough group sometimes. It can be a tough crowd, but it's worth it. We get a lot of good information, and I think that ownership that they get, they feel that they've been heard, is we're definitely worth reimbursing for an email
Zoom account.
Yeah, a Zoom account.
For a Zoom account.
Seriously, it really is.
Thank
Yes, I'd like to echo that your leadership in the community is outstanding. It's very much appreciated.
My pleasure.
On so many fronts, the biological opinion, so not only CACs, but all of the many projects that you end up being the front and face of. So thank you for all you do. And you have an ability in meetings to work with very difficult people and have everybody walking away happy and liking you. So that's amazing.
She's just talking with this board right here.
That's just the three of us, right? Yeah, so thank you for all your work.
I have a question. Your records digitization project, have you considered getting a rare intern or someone to low cost, no cost to help with?
I have not, but I am totally open to that. I'm not sure that the challenge is that our records have to be retained according to state law, like the clerk's office. And in fact, reached out to Christy the other day and said, hey, we should talk because, we are subject to those same record retention requirements, whether it's an intern or, again, working with a correctional institution or someone to help us do that work. I just know it needs to get done. And it may not be $200,000. I mean, we're going to try to, again, maximize resources to do it, but just having the opportunity to take those first steps this year, bring those contracts forward to the board would just be huge. Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a break. We'll come back at 3:05.
The other days went so quick. What happened, Mike?
Yep.
What happened, Michael? It was so good. You were so, it is kind of mean, isn't it? Ask everybody else miscellaneous and then, no, sorry, Sarah. We don't care for you.
No, because it's going into the UGB, so it has to go into UGB first, it's when it goes into the city, but in terms of.
Other
Does
people
it
might
come
be
with a
like,
magnifying glass?
Here's your glasses that are on your head.
Paul, could you hold this for me real quick?
That far away?
That's what I said. Do you think it'll make it smaller?
I need a magnum for mine.
Yeah, I'm not the only one, huh? Teeny tiny little numbers.
Hmm. This looks interesting.
Ask Kevin to.
Oh,
they have a
clean
little
that.
spot vacuum maker. Yeah.
Shampoo thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay, we thought we had it printed.
Hmm?
I said, sorry for the delay, we thought we had it printed.
It's okay.
It's all right.
You just put me behind schedule more, but
That's how it comes out of your pocket, not hers.
I have you scheduled till 5.
Wait. Wait, what?
There you go. Oh, look, it worked. You never know, for sure.
Good enough. Good enough. Okay, well, the page will be up there and then you'll have a hard copy too.
so we're not waiting anymore. So we okay? Okay, so we're back on the record at 3:08, and we're getting ready to talk about budget analysis. And in reading the Headlight Herald from April 8th, 2025, I see that the county budget outlook has improved. So I'm waiting to hear how that is. The Tillamook County budget situation is looking stabler. I didn't know that was a word, but let's hear what it's what that's all about.
Start with the presentation, operating funds. Operating funds, ending fund balance recommendation. Deborah and I have been back and forth on a lot of information over the last 2 hours. So what ending fund balances are the funds reserved and unappropriated ending fund balance and contingency line items within funds budgets. So you'll generally see those in the 9,000 GL code accounts. They're clear down at the bottom in those funds. Why? They should be strategically planned for giving a fund's unique operational needs. 2, operating funds are those that contain personnel. And how measurements that drive the need for a minimum ending fund balance. Definition, cash flow deficit cycle baseline reserve. Funds are set aside to cover predictable cash shortfalls due to timing differences in money in versus money out. For example, property tax, quarterly grant dispersals. Major funding volatility reserve, a financial buffer designed to mitigate risks associated with highly variable revenue sources. Examples of those, timber and grant allocations. Legislative, economic, and local risk reserve. Those are reserves allocated to address uncertainties stemming from a policy from policy changes, economic downturns, voter decisions, or external factors impacting financial stability, such as legislative, grant allocation. Changes, reduced fee revenue from economic recession or downturn and local option levy renewal failure. So if you look on this first page that was handed out to you, it shows the fiscal year 25-26 ending balance recommendations. You see the cash flow deficit cycle baseline reserve, which, as I said, was the property tax dependent, quarterly grant dispersal dependent. You should see the major funding volatility reserve, and those included fees, grant fluctuations, timber revenue fluctuation, and then the legislative economic local risk, such as the library levy, veterans levy. And the last column is our recommended minimum ending fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 for our major operating funds.
So I'm just wanting to try to understand, would it be safe to say the recommended minimum ending fund, those are reserves?
They would be in the unappropriated and then the contingency in the budgets.
They're not necessarily dedicated reserves as a percent of the total operating.
So the way this was built, the metrics that Sean went over, the cash flow deficit cycle, the volatility is a standard deviation or fluctuation in major funding sources. And those are a percentage of operating expenses or percentage of volatile revenue. And there's a matrix on the second page of the recommendations of those percentages that came up with these amounts.
So the answer is yes, they are tightly reserved.
Short answer, yes.
It's not called a reserve, which is, I think, one of the challenges that when we start talking about beginning fund balance and ending fund balance, what does that really mean in the process that we're doing, right? Because they are essentially monies that we feel we need to hold on to in case something goes wrong, but they don't get called reserve in government in the way the GAAP works. In the budget and the way GAAP works, because that's like the Revenue Stabilization Fund. It's not a reserve. They won't call it that for the auditors. It's a weird government
Okay,
thing.
so that's what I was trying, because I'm used to at the college, which is a county thing, they had reserves.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I thought I was looking at what I was looking at.
So, yeah, and you hate saying you're reserving it for your beginning fund balance the following fiscal year. That makes sense. You're unappropriated.
Right, but I was thinking a reserve can be a line item as well.
It can be.
I think you would consider your contingency in most operational
Or unless
departments.
it's a true reserve fund or something.
Unless it's a true reserve, like the library reserve, which they put funds away for their building expenses.
And many of the departments do. That's why I was wondering if we're moving. Okay, I think I got it. Okay.
So my biggest concern is the general fund. So typically, what do you, leaving this part alone, typically what have you maintained in the unappropriated ending fund balance for the general fund?
Typically, we maintain the first 4 months of the fiscal year,
Which is how much?
which is around
$6,500,000 if we weren't including any other revenues outside of just expenses for 4 months.
And what is it now?
In our current 25-26 budget is $5,900,000.
And what was it last year?
6.5.
600,000 difference.
Yeah. So these recommendations, were floated amongst the operating funds, and their inputs were generally put under the legislative and economic. It was numbers that I couldn't come up with statistically to include in their ending fund balance. So you'll see their input in there. Some departments weren't able to get back to me. I operated on a short timeline. So there's only a partial. This is open for continuing discussion, absolutely. So it was baseline recommendations for this fiscal year and a matrix for how to operate those going forward.
So the big question is, with a big deficit right now, how do we get to that?
So we have it in the budget currently, but how do we balance to it?
Okay.
Right.
And if we were to isolate and look just at the general fund and see that it is basically 5.9 million, right? The question is, we're in an uncertain sort of future for the next 3 years because we have a lot of information coming in, a lot of decisions yet to make, a lot of things to happen, right? So right now, the estimated unappropriated balance is about 10.9, right? So that means that we have about 5 that we have to work with in that 5, 9, 6, 9. Yeah, 5 that we have to work with over the next 3 years. If we think of it as reserve, to your point, MJ, how fast do we want to use that in any given year, right? As we move forward, knowing that we are working toward additional new revenues, we are working toward greater efficiencies, we have all this work that's coming at us. What we're balancing to is how much of that do we want to use this year to balance the budget, or do we? Of the 5 that is not required by this analysis. Is that?
That's the $1 million question.
That's the $1 million question, but I feel like that's the conversation we're headed into, right? Is and I know nobody wants to use Doug's words, so I won't say it again, but it was helpful in the thought process to say we have a certain amount. How do we want to spread it out over the years that we are working to create our new normal?
And that ending fund balance does not take into account any of the CapEx project, the McKinstry stuff, right? Like none of that's included anywhere in here.
No, so that's just ending fund balance begets beginning fund balance, and that is only to get us through operations as we've seen them in the last 3 years, not including the CapEx, right? So adjusted to our budgeted operating expenses for FY 25-26, 5.9 is the number with no additional.
And the overall, the big picture budget does not have a sinking fund. Is that correct?
We have a revenue stabilization fund that we're taking 1.2 in this fiscal year, and there's 2 million left in it.
And are we going to use that 1.2 million, or have we
It is part
already
of the
used it?
beginning fund balance, yeah.
So if you go to the last page in your binder,
I don't know that
I have it in my binder, which shows the 6.6 would reduce cash by. Does everybody not have that?
It's up on the screen.
Okay. Oh, that's a different way of looking at it, but yeah. Same thing, different view. As we sit here today with everything that everybody has asked for, and you see the 10.9 beginning fund balance up there as part of our allowable resources or our revenue, right? So as we sit here today with all the revenue available to us, which is what we will bring in this year, plus that beginning fund balance, right? That's how we get $32,939 in revenue. We have expenditures requested from everyone out there, right? Including holding on to some of the unappropriated ending fund balance and the contingency. It shows that we are going to use $6.6 million worth of cash.
Ooh.
If we just move forward with everything that's been asked for.
Okay, so I misunderstood Sean. I thought she said we had a beginning fund balance of 6.5 million, but it's 10.9.
So that's the beginning.
That's the beginning.
Right.
And if you look at, I
Well,
think
the
what
end-
Sean was referring to is you have the unappropriated ending fund balance and the contingency when added together is the 5.9 that you want to hold on to have for next year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess maybe I asked the wrong question. I was asking the ending of the prior year, which would be the beginning of this year, was 10 point.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry.
So, okay, so
So if we break this apart a little bit further, we can see what the next. There's one-time funding, one-time resources, recurring resources. If we break those apart a little bit, we see that we're using 4 million to operate recurring. So our recurring revenue is 4 million smaller than our recurring expenses requested. On the column on the far right,
So these are one-time expenses out of that 6.7.
right?
Is that what you're saying? So one-time expenses requested are 2.3 million. Ongoing expenses requested are 4.2 million. Does that make sense?
Maybe.
And the building improvement is not in the one-time.
It
It's
is
in
a
the one-time.
one-time
General county.
2187.
General county.
Say Sarah's request.
No, it kind of got hidden by the Lord.
Oh, okay.
Legal.
Gotcha.
So I'm wrapping my head around the one-time versus recurring. So one-time means literally one time, you're spending it once and.
Yeah, it's justice court's request for their updated
Okay,
software.
so I get that. And then the recurring is salaries or whatever.
Right.
Okay. So,
And that I think relates back to, we had talked about one-time monies for one-time expenses as a desire. Doesn't mean it's where we're gonna get to, but it was our desire. So if that's, gives you the one time to think about if we were to use the one-time monies, which would include that beginning fund balance.
so if you fund everything, you're reducing your beginning or your fund balance by
0.6.
6.6.
Yeah.
And then is there also the remaining, where's the $2 million?
In the revenue stabilization.
That's still there?
It's still there.
So if you did this, the 2 million would still be there,
It's available.
but then that would, but if you're taking it down 6 million, that gets you down to 4 million. And you need 5.9 million.
No,
The 5.9 million is represented here in operating contingency and unappropriated income
So
balance. So it's baked in to save that. That's what you would burn through.
Okay.
Which those become the beginning fund balance.
So then this would be the beginning fund balance.
So
And
we
you would use
net loss of $5 million.
roughly.
Right. So the beginning fund balance, if you include the contingency, would be the 5.9. Okay.
Yeah. So going from 10.9 to 5.9.
Can't do that very often.
But there are possible solutions abound, right? Which is part of what we've been talking about. And I think, if everybody's grounded in that, then we could go to scenarios that.
So let's put a pin in that.
Yeah.
Exactly, so let's talk about it. And
Yeah.
this is based on your most current timber revenue predictions?
The most current timber revenue projections I got from ODF show us receiving 4.1, and I put in 3.9 in the budget.
So it's not, so.
And you ran.
In the projections is 4.1.
Yeah.
And when would that
So
come
the
in?
answer is yes, this number, the 5 point, whatever the number we're putting a pin in, includes the 4.1 prediction.
So we're current on that. Okay. Let's hear about the other exciting news.
Okay, so we ran quarterly forecast projections. We ran it one quarter back to see how our projections did and what some of our decisions might have made changes to. So from the quarter 3 of this fiscal year, January through March, our predictions or forecasts were that we were going to land between 11,463,000 at the highest and 10,572,000 at the lowest. In that meantime, we made some major changes, offloading ARPA monies, ARPA expenses to ARPA funds. We had an increase in transfers for the jail that was 150,000 that wasn't in the projections. So we actually landed at 11,700,000. So we landed above our original projections. So our work did good. We see it.
And how much,
one
how much
quarter back.
total salary, salary,
Right.
how much
The
was that?
total was
And that 1 point something?
900,000. I thought is what it ended up at.
972?
Isn't that,
It was, yes.
when we got that, weren't we at that number in December for the first 6 months of doing that? And then we did we're doing another 6 months?
We don't have another one queued up for this quarter, but we will look at it quarterly. Yeah.
So what we have is the 971 that we had identified from the
Oh,
first
I know
6
what you-
months.
yeah.
And what's reflected in that beginning fund balance taking a step up is the reflection of that 921,000 being saved. So you've been asking, Paul, where do you see it? It's in that beginning fund balance because they had expected the beginning fund balance to be lower, but because of the savings, it's what we
Sure.
didn't burn through, so it shows up there as a
But-
higher beginning
Right,
fund
and we still
balance.
have a bunch more that we haven't burned through, that we still have, and that's what I'm wondering. When do we-
Yeah, we haven't done that yet.
For the second
For the
6
second-
months.
For the
Yeah.
second 6 months.
We can get it, so we know, but that might add another 900, I don't know how many positions we have, it might not be that high, but it's.
No,
gonna-
it wouldn't. So that, the
we
one
still
that,
got 2 director positions we haven't filled.
the 900,000 included projections through March and the ARPA.
So it was 9 months plus
It was
ARPA.
9 months.
So we have 3 months
You had
left.
that number in December.
Yeah, we did, but it's because we had recruiting timelines from HR, so it was through March.
So what does this all mean? So does
So-
this mean the ending fund balance is actually higher or I don't know what we're doing.
So back to this. This is a baseline forecast. This includes everything that we've seen historically up to March 31st. It includes our current personnel, our PERS reductions, and revenue stabilization transfer that we will be doing Q4. So with that, the numbers at the top of the graph are the highest likely amounts of ending fund balance that we will be expecting. Bottom is the lowest. So we expect to be between 11,665,000 at the end of this fiscal year and at the lowest 10 million. To tighten that down, we do expect it around 10.9 million, which is what we've put in the budget as our beginning fund balance.
So that's what the numbers we were talking about before.
Yes, this is
Okay.
our baseline. This is what we look like going 5 years out right now with what we have in the budget. So if we go next, let's add in TLT increase revenue and a 25% timber drop. This is when we're talking about
HCP.
moving from 4.5 average to a 3.9 average, $1 million in timber revenue. So funny enough, TLT increase is about the same amount as a 25% timber drop. TLT increase is expected to bring us 1.1 to 1.2 million annually to the general fund. Timber decrease is 1.1 million in 25%. So you don't see much of a difference in this graph, other than we've also included a $2 million revenue stabilization transfer. This one is in FY27, but if there's a decision to be made sooner than that.
So TLT, the $5 million in TLT is not factored into that.
No, it's not in this scenario. Yep, it's another tool that we can use, and it's in the next slide, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Wait for the next slide.
So the other thing we want to watch on this is that red line is our minimum ending fund balance recommendation that we just provided to you all. So 15% of operating expenses and 1.4 million for timber volatility. So when we cross that red line in Q4, where we have those numbers up above and below, that's where we run into Q1 issues in cash flow.
You're
Beginning
talking
fund
about the
balance,
red
yeah.
numbers on the far right of the graph?
Red line.
So I'm gonna get up.
You should have brought the pointer.
That
Oh,
line in the
okay.
middle.
That's the cash flow problem?
Yeah, so the red line in the middle, right, is our minimum ending fund balance, at which point we then have cash flow issues in the beginning fund balance if we go below it at the end of the year.
Okay.
So when we dip into that, we don't see a dip into that until 4/1/2028. we fall below it. So we have time with this scenario. With these tools, with the ideas we brought up, with the hard work of the budget committee, the roundtable discussions, we have scenarios and tools that'll help us see 5 years out.
Don't we really run into trouble in 7/1/27? We have a little bit of reprieve when tax receipts come in, but really we're making up for lost ground and then it's downhill from there.
Yes. Yeah, so as soon as we, 7/1/27, we get below that 5.9 that I've been talking about there, we should know that that next year budgeting cycle and that first quarter, we're gonna need to make some major shifts.
And does that coincide with the two groups that have levies coming up?
They're both May 27, so yes.
But those aren't in the general fund.
But they're not in the general fund, but yes,
But
it
they
could
have-
impact their, yeah.
But they have to pass.
So these are only a couple of tools that we've talked about. We have other projections as well. So this is just, if these two were the tools that we decided on within this year's budget cycle, this is what we would.
And this is also not accounting for if we do the same thing next year with unfilled positions and use that one.
It is, though. This is with a 10% vacancy rate throughout every year.
Okay, so this is the
Where are we
vacant,
at now? 10%?
We're just above the 12-13%.
so you're saying we don't run into trouble until 28, you say?
In
September 27, or I'm sorry, July 27.
July
And
27th,
that-
we know that that's the final year we're gonna.
And that is, that is a bucket load of assumptions with it, correct?
It's true, yes.
It assumes our costs are stable?
It assumes a 2.6% increase in year one, 2% every year after that. The forecast.
Including salaries?
No, and salaries is based on an exponential triple smoothing model that has about 5 to 6%.
And that also assumes that the TLT thing passes.
One does, yeah.
And it assumes that eventually you will spend all of the revenue stabilization money that's left in there. Okay.
Do we have a model that predicts, that shows the TLT not passing, the increase not passing, and timber revenue dropping?
That was our baseline, pretty much. We don't have that TLT money now.
Right.
That last slide we were looking at. So about a year prior, really in 7/1/27, we are almost in true deficit.
7/1/26. Next year.
Yeah, so it gets, we have 1 year.
Yeah.
1 year essentially if nothing changes. But if we
Right.
figure the 10% vacancy that we have seen, if we add the $2 million in revenue stabilization, and if TLT passes, that gets us another year.
Another year.
That
So-
gets us another year. So we have 2 years to work with the rest of the tools we have. Now, then the question is, there is a 3-year model, right? But go ahead, question.
I was just gonna say that, so, like I say, there's a bucket load of assumptions in this.
Mhm.
At best, what this does is, takes any remaining, reserve that you have, either in an appropriated fund balance or the stabilization fund, gives you another year, maybe 2. And then if that doesn't happen, then you're in big trouble, right? Okay, so I'm gonna hear what else you got planned.
The last one on this, because we didn't want to go into too many scenarios, but we do have, there's umpteen mixtures that you could do within those options. This one has everything that we had in the original, the 1.2 million revenue stabilization in this year, PERS reductions, assumptions going forward, 10% vacancy rate going forward, timber drop annual reduction, and then it also has the 2 million revenue stabilization transfer and the parks to general fund transfer of up to $1 million
Each
what?
year, right?
each year, annually.
Here.
Let's talk more about that.
And if that's done, that won't hurt parks, right?
It's gonna be TLT, it's gonna be basically a pass through TLT. So we would take TLT facilities money and use that for parks projects and then have a transfer from parks back to general fund.
Is that,
From
that's
what?
okay to do?
Yes.
Where's that come from?
What do you mean, where's it come from?
The money that's
It's
transferred.
TLT money. We have facilities money, we have $5 million.
No, I get that. I get it going to parks, but where's the money for parks come back to?
Parks has a little nest egg of a couple million for their capital projects, for their expansion and growth.
We
And
get about $3 million.
So then how can you do that every year?
They just replacing our TLT money every year. So in other words, if they have $1 million worth of projects, we're just backfilling that, and we can up that or down it, we can add more to it. In other words, like, if we wanted to pull $1 million, we could give them $1.2 million of TLT, and he could use that money to buy extra kiosks or something.
So I would say it a little bit differently, which I think will clarify this and may keep us out of some potential trouble. Instead of parks paying for their own improvements, TLT
No, I get.
will pay for those,
I get
and then parks, the money that they would save goes to the general fund.
Right, but the money that they're saving, that comes from what, park fees? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, fees.
Yeah, but they already have that money anyway. They're just not,
They're making revenue every year.
How much do they make every year?
It's a little over $2 million in fees.
Okay.
So does the TLT in that,
And the more they expand, like, the more they bring in. We're adding campgrounds. That's why those are the investments.
does the TLT in that equation, is that based on if the ballot measure passes? Or is that existing TLT, the existing 10% rate?
In this one, it is the existing TLT with, behind that transfer.
Okay, all right.
I'm predicting it's gonna pass. Of course, I'm prepared to have egg on my face, but I've been talking to a lot of people about it, and I think that it'll pass.
Well, I do too, but I was just wondering about what this was based on.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you. All right.
I love Paul's proposal, and it's full credit to Paul for coming up with this to use the parks money to really just transfer money out of parks into the general fund, from TLT back into parks, reinvest it in tourism facilities. I'm dismayed that we never thought of that before, so bravo, Paul. Full credit, he deserves it, and it's super exciting because it creates the whole opportunity, the focus, the impetus to invest in parks because we can build things and they will come. That's real here. More people want to camp at the coast. That's real here. And so it would benefit parks, it would benefit all of the other businesses that benefit from visitors, and also the general fund.
So I think, Mike, you were asking how we could do that. I reached out to our auditors. We've had forever, Brad Bingenheimer. I have his email that says that there's nothing we have to justify the transfer from the parks to the general fund. Commissioner Scar reached out to him.
And I had a conversation and I said, I've always understood that what fees were charged for is what they had to be used for. And he said, that's not, there's no statute that requires that. And I know Joel Stevens is on with us as county counsel, who has also, I believe, affirmed that there is no statute that requires that. I was looking back, there was a statute back in 2011 that drew a bright line between special revenue funds and general fund. But when you look at I think it's Senate Bill 916 that came out in 2012, removed the language from that statute that drew that bright line between reserve and general fund. So certainly the guidance I received from the auditor was that we have been operating in a very risk-averse way in Tillamook County, and that we don't have to do that. Certainly, this may raise some questions, and we may find ourselves questioned by those who see themselves in control of TLT, who want to know more. But on its very direct transfer from TLT into what is obviously a tourism-related facility, our Parks Department, that transfer should have no question. It is clearly a tourism-related facility. Secondarily, in terms of what I'm certainly hearing from our auditor, unless our ordinance for parks fees said specifically, these must be used for, think about the ordinance we talked about earlier today where it said it had to be used for housing, right? If our parks ordinance said specifically this had to be used for park operations, that would tie our hands and that would be different according to the auditor. But that, he said, that's what you're looking for in the fees. So, Tiberius, I think, was gonna do some research as well. I think they kicked us back to legal counsel, if I'm not mistaken, to say, yeah.
Well, I just want to say this, at some point, you have to just trust that we did the due diligence to say that we can do this, and just, it's a tool in the toolbox and move on. Because it's almost like you want to convince ourselves that we can't do it, but legal counsel says we can do it, our own auditor says we can do it. It's exactly what facility money is supposed to be for. And so I also feel like as a county, we haven't had this discussion yet, but we have to start, with the way the world has changed. This is part of how we have to change how we work. And we have some departments that have the ability of making revenue, and we have other departments that absolutely can't make revenue, or they can never make enough revenue to support themselves. So we pile money into that. I think historically we would jettison these to special funds, almost like the redheaded stepchild, go do your own work. And back then, parks were struggling and had no money. We've now realized tourism is a very good industry. It's a very viable, important industry that is obviously surpassing timber. Our public works is a perfect example of that. So it's like, I feel like at some point we need to stop. I wish we would just move past the point of, can we do it? The auditor says we can do it. The lawyer says we can do it. I feel like we need to move forward as if it's part of the tools, because it opens up other doors in other places.
I don't have any problem with that. I understand that you guys have talked about it a lot, and we haven't.
No, and I understand that.
I'm trying to absorb it, so you
And
have to give me just a moment.
I will, but let me continue too, because that's one of the things is, we do the indirect cost allocations, and I know a lot of departments don't have a problem with that money coming back. But the Parks Department, Health Department, Public Works are Tillamook County. We have a responsibility to run the general fund. We have to fund that, and we have lost with Measure 5, Measure 50. We're losing seems like every day. We're losing some sort of state funding or assistance. Federal funding is just washed up. So we don't start getting creative with the money that we do have. And the other thing I think they're probably going to talk about is, we have the money we talked about today with the permit fee. That's $1 million that's in there that we as a board can decide to use or put in the beginning, put in contingency. There's identifying what money is all available to get us through this year without draining that. Because I think that there's a lot more options that we haven't looked at in the past.
Yeah,
That's why I asked the HVAC question. We have $3 million that Rachel asked for. And then, of course, she said, well, we could phase it. So maybe that's $2 million there we cut. And we can use, so that's another $2 million. I just want us to make sure we're open to all those. And I'm sure you're going to bring these up, but I feel like before we get all doom and gloom, let's hear all of the options.
No, I get that. And I just want to also say on the parks, speaking of the parks, is that I think you have to be careful too, is that, Parks brings in $2 million, but they also have expenditures. So, there's a net amount you can take out of there, but you can't, so I think you have to be careful that it doesn't become a piggy bank that you raid and then Parks gets into trouble.
For sure.
That would never be the point. Every part of this investment with this money is to expand parks and to expand their ability. Every campground we build, not only do we get TLT and we get the rental for that campground, we also get state money from RV money, from registration fees for every single, we make $500,000 on the campgrounds we have right now, just under $500,000 from the state with the RV fund. And that goes into parks. That's $500,000 that they get just for having campgrounds.
So just to clarify here, Commissioner, the projects that we're talking about that we would be reimbursing parks for, they would be tourism related because they would be expanding or improving or repairing park facilities.
Everything parks does is a visitor amenity. Under the DOJ, everything they do is a visitor amenity.
Okay, all right.
I think there's a little devil in the details to work out, not that it can't be at all, but just we know that right now Parks isn't necessarily building a facility, right? So we are talking about perhaps in this year where we would be taking their operating revenues in exchange for transient lodging tax, correct?
No,
Is there-
we would be, if he wants to buy a bunch of kiosks, we would buy a kiosk with TLT money. That's facility money. So if they don't have any huge capital projects, maybe it's not that much money that we would be doing.
Okay, because
But
they
it would
didn't
be-
this year. They affirmed that they didn't have big capital projects this year.
But
In the
But why,
conversation.
but
But
why
they
is
could.
that? Well, that's the question. If we said, he already told me he's looking at kiosks. And if we want to just buy them, we could just buy them.
Right,
That's just the
yeah,
devil in the
but
details.
yes, correct. But we're not gonna buy $1 million worth of kiosks.
No.
but-
Well, they are
but
35,000.
You guys are just hearing about this today, and Dan just heard about it on Friday. So I shared this with Dan Kais on Friday, and so he's absorbing the idea. But Parks has a long list of capital intensive projects that they've been inching along with that we can clearly speed up. And some of them are shovel ready, and some of them are nearly.
But when we speed them up, we're exchanging it for the money they saved, so they could have done it themselves if they wanted to. We're just speeding them up in the interest of making everything work for the county, and it's still good for them. But
Right.
It's recognizing that there is $5 million sitting in a fund, that this also will have and now it'll grow, and if it grows to Commissioner Fournier's point, it won't have an end at $5 million. If we don't get additional facilities built, et cetera, that 5 million will eventually be all exchanged, and then it would be.
Yeah.
And it's not an endless ATM. I mean,
Right.
Commissioner Scar and I joke about, we always look at each other and say, can we do TLT? Can we do TLT? And the reality is we have to invest in the TLT. Part of this is investment, but also making sure that those campgrounds are filled with advertising and maintaining and domestic destination management stuff. So it's just part of the tool. It's not, again, there's a whole list of things that we've worked on for the last year, and Tiberius is still working on fee increases that we're trying to figure in, but they're all just a component of it. That's all.
Right, so those were the major tools and options that we had to move the needle out. We went from 1 year to 2 years to 3 years in that progression. So we have tools, we have ideas. For this current fiscal year, the recommendations for moving forward would be from the treasurer's office, a reduction in the transfer to building improvement. Maybe not completely, because we all know that's shooting ourselves in the foot down the road, as well as looking at alternative revenue. Where else can we bring in money in the general fund?
And then
And how do we balance that to get our 1.6 million, or what's the?
and following it quarterly like we did in reduction in spending authority during the year.
So I just want to back up for a second. So the numbers we looked at earlier about with your graph, does that include the transfer from the parks or no?
The final one did, yeah.
That's how we got to
That
year
was the
3.
three.
So
It's
that's
having-
assuming we're taking the money from the Parks Department. Okay.
That's how we got the final year.
So
That's the only way to get to year 3, right? I
that's
mean,
on the table right now.
Yeah, that's on the table right now. Okay.
Yeah, Tiberius is coming with more recommendations, but they're further out probably. So Deb, my question about recommending reduction in the capital in the building improvement fund is going back to something Ken just said about a sinking fund. Could we, I obviously don't work for McKinstry, so I don't know how long our heating and improvement building system will last, but it's working from my perspective. It's working fine now for what it is. So, Don said maybe his was 5 years out, maybe ours is 5 years out. So could we start a sinking fund?
Technically the building improvement.
That's technically the building improvement.
Okay, so could we, rather than the 2.5 million or whatever it is, could we put a chunk of it in there in anticipation of replacing it in 5 years?
That would be a planned out process.
Yeah. So and I bring this up constantly, you don't want to lose track of the fact, just because we're deferring it doesn't mean it goes away.
Right.
So I think Rachel said that it's really $20 million or something, that's in this McKinstry report. And even if you put $1 million away with inflation, I don't even know if you're keeping up, so, just the fact that we're deferring it doesn't mean it's gonna go away. So at some point, either you do have to fund for it with a sinking fund, or maybe a larger sinking fund, or the county's gonna have to go ask
Yeah,
the taxpayers for money or
We're
something.
not making the recommendation to do away with the whole thing, because it does need to be maintained. But it's just one option.
Can I ask a question? Because you started to say something. So do you have a number of what we're short right now with the budgets that you've seen, of what we're short if we have a beginning fund balance of what? Did you guys have a decision? Like, because you sound like you were going to say something about 1.6 million or something. Did you start? Is there something, like, is there a number?
No, there's no, for balancing this budget, we thought was the 1.6 million.
That's
Right.
what, so to balance this budget, we need $1.6 million somewhere.
With the understanding that we're spending, we are planning to spend down 6 million in cash.
Okay.
If we only balance 1.6 million. Does that?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm not really comfortable with the red line on the chart of the 5.9 as the, whatever you want to call it, contingency beginning balance. It's a little too close to me. I think it needs to be higher personally. I'm just an advisory person. I'd rather have it be over 50% of the existing 10 million, closer to 6.5 instead of 5.9.
Yeah.
That's for me personally. I'm just saying.
So would we, but right now, as we're trying to come up with strategies to increase our revenue and cover our recurring expenses, I think we were trying to look at minimum required so that we can get through this period.
We can get through the Tiberius and we can see what they come up with, because that's gonna be another couple months before they come back with anything. Is that right?
We'll have Tiberius's full recommendations with action plan next steps, like we did with the public service charge and the utility fee, by early May. But I would guess anything that's gonna yield any sizable revenue like the public service charge, we're 2 years out. But there'll be little things to chip away at.
Right.
These scenarios we threw up, they're a way to get us.
From point A to point B.
Yeah, the little things aren't going to help us. We need the big things. So if I'm understanding all this, and trust me, I don't want any cuts in jobs or anything else. That's the last thing I ever want to do. But best case scenario, doing what is being suggested here is spending down all the cash to a bare minimum and taking money from the parks with your very, very brilliant idea, I have to say. Good job. That'll buy us 3 years, which will allow Paul to come up with some more genius ideas.
I think they're coming.
Yeah.
I do. I think they're coming in the work. We haven't upgraded our fees in years. Not that that's going to bring in all the money. It's not. But I think we're looking for the unicorn, or we want the golden ticket, and I don't think it exists anymore
It'll
because
be a
we
whole
don't-
bunch of eggs.
There's no magic.
We're gonna, the Commissioner Scar's gonna have to be fighting tooth and nail for timber, and the TLT bill supposedly, by the way, is still alive somehow in a resurrected form. That could still change too, which we would have a different conversation here, but yes, we can't count on it. And I don't count on anything working, but I don't know if there's, like you said, even if we asked, every budget that we saw, I think majority were all very modest.
Very conservative.
I was impressed. A lot of them were less than what they were last year. And
exactly.
And I think, and it's hard because I don't want to burn through that cash either. And that's what we're trying to figure out is what other tools can we have to get through? Because the timing is not great, because all this stuff is not going to come in until after July 1st, or it won't be, the election. We won't see that money till September if anything comes in. And the question is tourism going to go down and now the tariffs have changed. Even the conversation we had on Wednesday is a
I
different.
know.
Daily.
It's hard to judge anything because the world is in turmoil.
Right.
Or are we going to be busier like we were during COVID because people aren't traveling internationally, and this is going to be a record year for us? And boy, we're going to be great next. I don't know the answers, but
Yeah, so to get back to the headlight, Harold, I don't think it's
Mm-hmm.
improved. But I just think you found a way to move forward.
Yes, which was an improvement.
I guess, I guess
But stable.
finding a way is an improvement, but I still, I'm not buying in on the improve yet.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't say it scares me that we're putting all of our eggs into a fragile basket of spending down a lot of cash. The latest projections from last week is international travel, at least to the state of Oregon, is projected to be down 25%.
which it was more than that during COVID. There was no international travel during COVID, so it was all domestic, local travel. That's my point.
Yeah, so we're spending down a lot of cash, hoping for best case scenarios, hoping that Tiberius comes through with something actionable that has a big impact within the next 3 years.
Yes.
Scary.
It is scary.
I think it's scary also.
I do
mean,
too.
I don't think any of us are sitting here thinking this is ideal.
Right.
But I also think that it's a scary idea to say, well, we're gonna go back to departments who you've seen all of their budgets, which are exceptionally lean already, and say to them, you need to cut more, and then Tiberius shows up with a unicorn, right? And 6 months from now, or 9 months from now, we have a different path forward. But in the meantime, we look like, dare I say, Elon Musk randomly firing people that we're later gonna ask to come back. So I feel like part of it is this cart and this horse that we're dealing with, which is what is this work that we're going to get from Tiberius and our long-term plan, all of those pieces that hopefully we will have 6 to 9 months from now. And hopefully the charts that we're seeing will be different 6 to 9 months from now. We're all hoping they will be in the positive direction. If they're not, there will come a point where we hit that very difficult decision-making, but boy, we'd sure like to do that with all the information in front of us rather than half, is my feeling.
And I wasn't trying to insinuate that the departments had not done an amazing job.
No,
They've all done a
they
great job.
absolutely did.
They all have, and I think that's part of why, we're feeling like, let's not take an unnecessary step today without all the information.
I-
can see
and-
that.
No, sorry, go ahead.
You folks haven't had the advantage of working with Mike, who you met in the budget workshops, but his 50 years of local government experience, he has reassured us repeatedly that there's enough that it'll be tight, but there's just enough to get through this time until we turn things around. And so, yes, we're putting a lot of trust in Mike, but I'm speaking for myself. I'm putting a lot of trust in Mike because he's told us over and over, you can get through this as long as there are actions that are coming. You can get through this right now. So we're with Deb's projections, with Mike's reassurance, with knowing the Tiberius work, with Paul's idea, it seems like.
So how far back does the needle move if the TLT tax doesn't pass?
It was 1.1 to 1.2 million per year.
No, so.
Oh, you're talking timeline.
Yeah.
It was
So
over a year.
when do we run out of money then? Next year?
At the end.
Well, nobody else has said this, but if it doesn't pass, I would be for going back in November. I'll be shocked if it doesn't pass, but I would want to go right back out in November and try it again.
I would echo everything you said. I love what you were saying. That's what I was getting excited about. But this is true. It's sad because I think because we have listened to Mike and he's turned around other places and doing exactly what we're trying to do. I guess my challenge to you guys is we agree with everything you're saying. Like I shouldn't speak to you. I agree that this is not the ideal situation. I don't want to do it. But if you don't want to make massive cuts to every department, if you aren't ready to take a hatchet, then I don't know what else we can do, but what we're doing, I think what we're doing is very responsible. I think it's smart. I think we're not spending the whole amount of money. It's not ideal, but but I don't know if, unless it's a way that you guys have of making, I don't think we're gonna fix the red line this year. I think it's impossible. I think there's too many unknowns we don't know what's gonna happen with the election. So we're in this predicament where I think we locally have resigned ourselves to get through the next few months so we can start the next fiscal year and keep working as hard as we've been working. And these people, every department they're on board with this. I mean, they're willingly, for the first time, they're not spending any of they're agreeing not to spend, and we made a board order about them not spending the unspent money so that we can slowly, we're turning the tide on so many little fronts.
It was clear to me when they showed up that they got that message, and I was very impressed with all of them. I'm impressed with you guys doing the hard work you're doing so that there's some path forward. You know, this is one of those, like the old Ed Sullivan show with the spinning plates, making sure all the plates are spinning and nothing falls down. This is the situation where everything has to work.
Yes.
Or it doesn't.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's a lot of spinning plates, and you know, the alternative, which cutting people, I don't want to do. So I don't like it. It's scary, as Ken said, but
We all have a gut full of anxiety about it.
but I'll spin the plates with you.
Well,
Thank
the other thing that Mike
That's a really good analogy.
has recommended is certainly we don't put this budget to bed and not come together until next year.
Right.
We put this budget, we get a balanced budget and it passes because that is what's required of us. And as our new information comes in, as we begin to see what we can and can't do, there very well may be a big mid-year budget adjustment, as there was this year, right? That incorporates whatever new information we have. So I think that in some ways, it's a different environment. We're not used to having there being any sort of fluidity. We feel like when we pass a budget, it is set for 12 months and you don't touch that baby. I think the reality is because of how information's coming in, that's probably not our reality this year.
We're looking at it quarterly now. We're taking a quarterly approach, and hopefully you guys will stick around for that whole roller coaster ride.
Not monthly, quarterly.
Quarterly.
We're done after monthly.
I mean, we could next year have to make some really, really, really horrible decisions, really bad decisions, and we are hoping that we don't drop any dishes, or maybe just a couple. But I guess the thing is, I just can't agree more with both of my fellow commissioners, is that we're looking for the best choice out of really bad choices. And
exactly, that's very well said.
And
that's what it is.
But we're better off. I think what Mike looks at is we're better off than a lot of other municipalities, even a local one, and an agency like ODOT, which has lost $100 million, and they want the voters to have to pay for it. And I think we're in a situation where we're really, thankfully, right? What's our total budget? $150 million, and out of $150 million, we're really sitting here grinding our fingers over $3 million, which it's important because it's a general fund, or $6 million even, but in the scheme of the big company, it's smaller. And I think Mike's, and again, you don't have the privilege of some of the conversations we've had, but he's like, you've got all this money. There's money in this company. We can probably get through this, and hopefully the tide changes. And we're doing everything we can. Some of the people that were talking about the fees, we're not going to see those fees until next year or even the following year. So I don't think we can comfort you. I think the point is none of us are comforted.
Oh, I'm not comfortable.
We're not comfortable either, man. This is going to be difficult. And we can still talk about where we can, where can we save some to make that hit less and have more money in the beginning fund balance.
We have always in years past, at this point, asked the treasurer, please go through this with a fine tooth comb and find places that you can reduce. And I don't know if
everybody
they did it
very
themselves.
Minimal asks.
Oh, good
this
for them.
year in
Good for them.
capital or contracts. I mean,
Well, the only things I saw that were like new asks were things that were really important, like some of the, right, some like the computer upgrade, computer software that they needed or upgrades, the digitation stuff, that's important. You know, but nobody's adding 3 or 4 FTE and, you know.
No, and I think the efficiencies that we're talking about at the end of the day, I think we will find a solution, but if we did not, and we had to look at some of these draconian drawbacks, hopefully through attrition and other things, right, which is something else Mike talks about, is attrition and that sort of thing, so that you know, you aren't laying people off, you are really figuring out how to do better, and as people go, you're adjusting, right, so that you don't do harm to anybody who works here. And the efficiencies that we are putting in place maybe will help in some cases us to serve the public better with the people we have, assuming we can find a revenue solution. And if we have to go to a place where we accept attrition, those will create efficiencies. So, you know, I think those one-time investments in that way are something that makes sense.
And Rachel, if you just let me sell the Shiloh levy, I mean,
We don't own it.
I know, she told me that. There's 3 million there to fix
We're
that.
just
We're
responsible
responsible
for
to
it.
fix that, and it's 3 million.
Yeah, we're just responsible for it.
Rachel, you have any? Anything to add?
I don't know, I guess it's just concerning. I think we have a lot of great options. It's concerning to just spend everything and move forward. It's really concerning. I think there's a lot of pressure being put on the Tiberius work. I think we're deferring a lot of maintenance that is gonna go up. We aren't like the library where we can just keep socking millions away. We have got to pay for maintenance on stuff. And I think if the cash isn't gonna be there to just pay for it outright, we should be looking at loans where we're paying a couple $100,000 a year on something, but we're gonna have to do that. And there's a lot of deferred maintenance that isn't in, I mean, we're just talking about the HVAC, seismic, space assessment, those things are not going away. ADA, wages, 5% was a conservative covering what we think might be COLAs and wage adjustments, but we have no idea what our real wage costs are gonna be, which is just kind of living in contingency. But if we just spent a bunch of that down to balance the budget, what's coming next to, which we're not gonna know, you know, so we need a healthy contingency for future hard conversations that the board is gonna have to deal with beyond the budget committee process. And then, what do we typically out of balance at this time? 1.5 to 2 million?
Yeah.
And we're there again.
Yeah.
We are always short almost the exact same amount on day 3 of the April hearings. And we cut some things typically, the low-hanging fruit, if you will. I'm not suggesting any here, but there's typically some low-hanging fruit, and then the rest is borrowed against. And so, yeah, in lieu of the extra money coming in, there's a lot of risks in this best-case scenario, and it's concerning to hear. And I don't have suggestions necessarily on where to reduce, but it's really concerning to hear the path we may be going down.
I just would like to add too, and I know it's an unknown and.
Oh, and the indirect cost allocation, I want to hit that, but go ahead.
If you're not complete, go ahead.
I think there's a lot of missing money in the indirect cost allocation. It appears that there are a lot of funds that we aren't charging for indirect cost allocations from the special revenue funds, and I understand that there's some part of the limitation with that may have been with the current software. And if that is the case, and we can still charge for that through a flat fee after it's assessed, waiting to get, if my understanding is correct, waiting for the new software to be up and running, because we're always a year behind on the indirect cost allocation. So waiting for the new software to get up and running, we're not going to potentially see the realization of the indirect cost allocation to the general fund till 26, 27. And so to just sit and wait another year to really dig into the indirect cost allocation, I would like to see if it's possible for some of the special revenue funds, if we can, to realize more funding going to the general fund off of the indirect cost allocation. I don't know what exactly analysis that takes, or if we can do that, but it's just been catching my eye that there's potentially some, like,
There's quite a bit, even TLT doesn't have it, does it?
yeah, there's some big funds that don't have. I don't know, yeah, but I
No, we
I
don't
would
know
like,
either.
I would
We
like
just-
an answer to that.
Yeah.
before We
We
just,
look at what we understand is in the black box with hiring and checks written and different things. If some of those may not have met some of those thresholds. My suggestion on that is that we go to the auditors and ask, because we don't have much federal funds, but indirect is something that federal is very particular about. The fact that you use the same formula for every department, if you're gonna take any from them. So I would just wanna make sure we didn't run afoul of that, in terms of charging flat fees to some departments and doing something else elsewhere, because they're particular. But yeah, I think it should be looked at for sure.
And I like the idea. I think deferred maintenance to your thing and to your thing. I think we should look at possibly financing.
I do too.
I don't know. To me, I would, as an individual, I look at doing that. When we look at home improvements and stuff like that. So to me, it's like,
Yeah, I think some has to be done. All you're doing now is
That's not a
you're
wait.
just ignoring it.
Right, and I don't want to do that, but I don't think we need to. I don't think we have to use cash, or we can't do it. Obviously, we can finance it.
Well, and so I think that's part of that bigger financial plan that we're talking about, right? Is that part of what we're gonna be working with is things like that. And it's like, how much are we comfortable financing? How much payment are we comfortable committing the county to? What is our longer term plan? Like, I love looking at Don's 5-year plan. He knows where he's going, right? And in his case, he has his own cash. But even if we don't have the cash, we should have a financing plan that shows us where we're going on that same train, right? So I think there, again, we're on the cusp of this really good work. But we're just not quite far enough down that road to solve it all before this budget has to be approved, which I think is our challenge.
yeah, and I think, so to spend down, knowing there's some big things coming, there's a bunch of things about ready to come to a head. The Tiberius work, we don't know what that is. We don't know what the wages are, that we need to negotiate. We don't know the outcome of what McKinstry is gonna recommend for actual costs for deferred maintenance, which are beyond the HVAC. And all of these things are gonna come together after the budget is adopted. And if we have just spent down a big cushion to balance the budget, what is our cushion to implement all the things I just said this coming fiscal year? That's what I'm kind of wrapping around in my head.
What do we do? How do we not do
Well,
that?
I don't know. I'm voicing my concerns and I haven't gotten to a resolution yet.
Would be the Mike Gleason answer. I think the Mike Gleason answer would be, you're not spending it all down in the first quarter.
Yeah.
You're not spending all of this money in July. You're not writing one big check that wipes out your beginning fund balance in July.
It's true.
In July, you're spending a small amount of it, and then you're gonna spend a small amount of it in August, and a small amount of it in September, and hopefully come October, we're gonna sit down and have another conversation that has a lot more of this information, and that might be when we choose to make some of those very hard decisions into a budget modification.
I mean,
That's what we've changed, and that's what's a good point about it.
And that's a very unusual thing
Yes.
for organizations to do. It's just like you said, or Paul said, you do it the first of the year and then you forget about it
Gotta think about it again.
till the next year. But also, with large organizations, there's a lot of inertia, and it's hard to make quick decisions. So each quarter you go out, the window to make the change shortens. And if everything doesn't come together the way it's supposed to, then you could be at a cliff all of a sudden. And this whole thing just scares the bejesus out of me, to be honest. And like I said, the analogy of the plates, everything sort of has to work. And maybe to Rachel's point, since, not in the first quarter, but since you're spending down all of your available cash, you got nothing in an emergency or something,
We're not spending it all down.
Well, not all down, but,
I think that's the
And
thing.
it's spread over 12 months.
With the revenue stabilization that we haven't.
yeah.
Right,
But-
and we're talking about a 3-year cycle before we spend it down, and we're talking about hopefully coming back together and after the first quarter of this year with full information to make decisions. And given that nobody in the room is willing to say, I am uncomfortable enough with that to begin making personnel cuts, I think that we're kind of in this
Well,
typical
no,
window, right?
I get that. My point stands. Is the longer, the further you go down this scary road, the closer the dead end is, and the less time you have to make a radical decision to pull yourself back from the abyss.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
So at some point, I would be interested in hearing a proposal from you, Rachel, as facilities manager, about how you would recommend that we move forward. I heard you saying potentially financing the things that are necessary now, and does that make more sense than putting money toward it and saving up for it? Does it make more sense to do it now? So on your long list of things, I'll be interested to know more about
Yeah,
that.
and I won't be able to comment or prepare anything until we have the McKinstry work and we have the space assessment, which is gonna be
Right.
pretty much between May and the adoption.
Thank you.
Yeah, but yes, it's on the list.
Thank you.
So
And
I'm
when
gonna
more
make a
data's in.
suggestion that probably won't be very popular, but that's okay. We have some vacant staff positions. In the interest of not growing our future costs, do we want to evaluate those staff positions and determine whether or not we should continue recruiting for them until after we have the Tiberius work and have a more comfortable sense of where we might be going, given that our biggest ongoing future growing cost is staff?
I would say yes. Yes.
Slow roll. Mike calls this slow roll. Can we slow roll recruitments? I think we should talk about it. We should be willing to consider it for sure. And what I have heard from in a previous time, and maybe Sean remembers the years, but I'm not sure. There was a time when the previous Board of Commissioners froze new hires, including replacement. 14, 15. And what I heard from a number of people coming out of that time, because I was elected or sworn in 19, was that there was a mistake made in not assessing, in just doing it across the board. And there were terrible inefficiencies that grew out of that, and not assessing which of these positions are really essential. Would it be foolish to not fill? So if we're going to talk about that, I think we would have to assess that.
I would agree that you have to assess each and every one of those individually. I think of the appraiser position, are we delaying the opportunity to have an eventual, I think that it was a 3-year before there's a return on the investment. 3 years is when we need that money to start coming through. So I would hire that position right away if it were me.
I agree. I don't think it should be a blanket.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I think over the past couple years, we've had a 10% turnover rate, a 10 to 15% vacancy rate. If we just allow that to go forward naturally, we can reasonably expect, unless we become a popular employer all of a sudden.
So you're suggesting without doing anything, it'll just
If
sort
we
of.
just watch quarterly, if we keep our thumb on the pulse, or whatever that saying is, finger.
That'll work.
Same.
I would suggest that we have a further conversation maybe with Mike Gleason.
Yeah.
Because he talked about strategies where he's been before, where they have used attrition in a very intentional way, but so that they didn't end up with the inefficiencies and they didn't end up with it really not working. But I think if we're going to do it, have to have some help from somebody. And what are we looking at in the strategy? Because otherwise, for every department, they wouldn't have that many people in their FTE if they didn't need them.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we going to use to determine if it's really needed and whether this is one that we have to hire? Yes, because the assessor will generate money. Well, no, because, pick a different department, right? So I think if you put the 3 commissioners in a public meeting and have each director come and I'm going to use the word beg because that's what they have said they feel like they have to do, beg for their staff, I think that creates a pretty uncomfortable and unfortunate dynamic as well.
It also overburdens or overly affects general fund positions. You know, like we want to create a code enforcement and facilities manager, but we have funding for that. So all of a sudden, that's not on the chopping block, but someone who's been there for 10 years is. I'm not comfortable with that.
But no person is no person is
No,
on
no,
the
no.
chopping block, but you're saying.
Position-wise, I'm just saying that
Yeah.
part of the assessment has to be that too, because we wouldn't be asking the library to cut anybody because they've got a $5 million beginning fund balance.
Right.
Maybe we can borrow money from them.
I'm not, that was a levy, I'm not touching it.
Yeah, no, because it's levy.
No, but I think maybe
did
this,
build a lot.
so without going to Abilene, maybe this is something Mike Gleason can help us with, to have some conversations related to how, what are the factors that we would be evaluating, how would we be making these decisions? Alternately, we can roll it forward until we either solve it, which is the best case scenario, or we don't, in which case we're laying off people and whatever, right? Which we don't think we're
Well-
gonna get there, right? We're gonna solve this.
I do disagree with you, Mike, don't beat me up. I think, as far as, 'cause I don't like the cliff analogy, because this really is a curve analogy, and we're not just gonna stop and the business is gonna stop working, we're just gonna have to make some serious bad choices.
need
The
a
business
literal
isn't
cliff.
gonna, it's not gonna, I know, but the people that work here hear that, and then it becomes a very, very tough for morale here, okay? We're not heading towards the cliff, we're heading towards the curve, and we're heading towards some bad, tough decisions. I want to make sure that's clear, because I hear that too much from workers here when we start talking, using, words are important. The fact that we are willing to look at things quarterly, to your point, we could choose to do some kind of even slower role filling positions and reevaluate quarterly. We could do nothing and see how it pans out, but I would say, because we're not heading off a cliff, we actually do have time, because we're choosing to assess on a much more regular basis. And we have to have a balanced budget, we have to move forward. We don't know what timber looks like, we don't know what all this stuff, we have so many unknowns. I think whatever decision is made, the decision to look at it quarterly, constantly, deep diving on the budget, deep diving on everything, all these things. I just want to make sure that the cliff talk always throws me off. So I think we are being responsible and quarterly looking at these open positions is a good idea. I think we're all saying the same thing. It's just different ways of saying it. None of us are happy.
I think you get more information from Mike and we talk about it quarterly. Let's.
Yeah, because maybe
yeah.
there's a strategy that we can use
Yeah.
that allows us the time and we're not growing what we're gonna be having to pay in the future until we're sure we know how we can pay for it in the future. So then we're not hiring employees that then we put in a really bad situation, right?
When is our next meeting? Is a Mike meeting possible with this group as well, so we can have these, we can balance having this conversation with Mike in the room as a workshop kind of thing, as we're working through just getting to the point of the next step, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so the mic meetings are always possible. We schedule them as needed and the topics change from meeting to meeting. We know you want to have the quarterly meetings. I don't think it's been established yet if that's just with the board or with the budget committee, so you'll need to decide that. And then your next meeting is when you want to start having the quarterly meetings. If that's July and,
And if you have the full budget committee, it has to be noticed in the papers. Cutoff time is Wednesday at 10 or the following Tuesday, and it has to be 5 days at least.
yeah, so we can work around the noticing. So however,
2 weeks.
yeah.
Do you all want to be involved in these quarterly meetings?
I think so.
I think it'd be helpful.
I'd like you to be involved.
I'd like you to be involved so you can hear what we're hearing, so we're getting the same information, same possible scenario, same possible solution, same good news, same bad news, so that it's not third party,
I agree. And then when would you want to start then? So is it starting?
From what I heard, people are saying they need to fill this position and they need it now. They're already finding they're behind the 8 ball. So it seems like the sooner the better, because I mean, if 4 departments go out and they're recruiting, they're investing money in the recruiting,
they could have people on board before, you know what I mean? So,
I think the challenge is until we have some of the information
Right.
that we're waiting for, we can all come back together and we'll have the same information we had today, right? So like we're sitting here on April, whatever today is, the 10th?
I mean, it seems logically the first time maybe, it would be after May 20th, when you know what the TLT thing is, and then when you get the Tiberius deal. Because before then, we're just gonna be talking about the same stuff.
Speculating, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it has to be after
Yeah.
we get Tiberius information.
And the TLT.
So the TLT is May 20th, that's the election, so we'll know for certain by a week after that, but probably sooner, it will probably be clear, most of them are. The Tiberius stuff we're supposed to get in the next week, but then there's processing of that goes with the executive committee, right? And so we would be talking about June.
Sure.
Seems right.
And we'll have the timber, because the timber comes
Yeah.
at the end of April.
So you have a lot more information to talk
We'll
about.
have a lot more information to talk about.
Which would make me a lot more comfortable. All the speculation makes my hair stand up.
I wish it would, that would be fantastic. Your hair.
I feel like that was aimed directly at me.
I was gonna ask you if your hair was standing up, and I thought that might be a little too.
Who could tell? Sorry.
I appreciate the levity
Me
that you
too.
three bring to this conversation. It's a very different environment because you're able to acknowledge that it's difficult and it's still a good joke. So thank you for that.
it's called send in the clones.
So according to my budget calendar, May 7th, I have to present to you a balanced budget. How do you want to do that?
So
Figure it out.
don't we have another meeting scheduled?
Yeah.
Okay, when is that?
We do?
May 7th.
That's
to
Is that to prove it?
approve the balanced proposed.
right.
Oh, that's
Right.
not gonna work either, because we have to approve it the end of June,
We adopted at the end of June.
or adopt it the end of June.
So,
When you approve it, when we do that, can we make changes still before the June?
Adoption.
Yeah.
As long as it's within 10%.
So even if we decide like no balances, draining half that, taking contingency, whatever we tell you to do, you could do it, but it doesn't mean we can't undo it as we get more information.
And that's already on our calendar, May 7th.
Yes.
Okay, great, great.
And then are we adopting it June 2018? June 18th.
I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada then, so I'll be remote.
I'll be here for the 18th. You won't be here for the
See,
18th.
we're jumping ship while they approve it.
That's you and me,
Okay.
apparently.
All right.
If
What
it looks
time on May
ugly, you and
7th
I
is
will
it?
be blamed.
Is that Wednesday, May 7th?
Yeah.
So we're probably still there in board briefing.
Briefing. That's 1.
One.
Got it
Is
on
it
here
1?
from 1 to 4.
On June 18th?
This, no.
Oh, I
wait.
was like, what? Yeah, it's like, that seems too long.
Oh, wait, no, it's on my calendar on the 14th. Is it?
No, it's
May 14th?
what
May-
month are we in?
May
It's May
14th.
7th. Ours does. I have a hold on May 14th at 1 p.m.
I have it on May 7th.
The thing is, I will be in Mexico on May 7th.
So which date is it?
14th? Oh, yeah, I have the 14th hold for budget meeting.
Yeah.
So did I not get that memo?
We kind of need
Well,
you.
I
to-
told you I was out, but my schedule doesn't matter. We have holds on our calendar though for the 14th.
Okay.
But we have a briefing on the 7th.
But Rachel won't be here.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was.
I'm just talking about the budget meeting.
Oh, sorry, I thought she wasn't here on the 14th, my bad.
I could be making stuff up.
So May 14th, 1 to
May 14th.
That's what I have, May
So it's
14th,
different. It's not, okay.
1 to 4.
hold for budget meeting.
So it is May 14th. And Rachel, you were here on the 14th or you're not?
I'm here the 14th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So
sorry, I got
it's
confused.
being changed.
Being changed, that's correct. Does that still work for everybody?
Mexico is when all this stuff happens.
Does it work for you guys?
I'll be checking emails. when-
14th.
I'll be checking, so. I can.
Not doing anything stupid while you're.
What time? 1 to 4.
And we'll revisit this piece of the conversation. So I think what I have heard though is do we want to assume, I guess this is to get Sean and Deborah with Andy, do we want to assume that the TLT for this budget balancing, do we want to assume the TLT passes and include that revenue in the budget?
You're the confident one.
Well, yes.
So we're gonna know,
My
so
affirmation.
we're gonna know if the TLT passes on May 20. So if we don't include it in the May 14th budget and then it passes the 20th, does that amount need to be approved by the budget committee? Or can it just go to the board?
It would be less than 10% of the general fund.
Okay.
Budget, so no, it would not, it would just need to be updated in the budget.
So either way, whether we put it in or pull it out, it doesn't matter for the, yeah.
We can add it, they can add it later because of the amounts.
They can pull it out later.
Yeah, or they can pull it out later.
So are you doing it with or without it? What do we decide?
What is the recommendation of the
Yes.
committee?
Oh, there you go.
With?
I would say without. Be conservative, but you're the tiebreaker.
Deciding factor, MJ.
Who wants it in? Yes,
I'm going with the visitor industry guy over here.
That's a good question.
I'd be really surprised if it doesn't pass.
So is it harder to adjust for it by pulling it out? So if we put it in and then we gotta pull it out, what
Yeah, then you're.
financial issues do we need to, that are harder to have, do we need to talk about?
Then we would have to know what to decrease as far as expenses.
We would just use more of the beginning fund balance, right?
So is that an easy decision?
Those
to
are,
make?
to me, those are the levers we're playing with right now. So the levers we're playing with are beginning fund balance, revenue stabilization fund, how much we put into Fund 301 for the building, how much TLT we feed in, both new and existing. Feels like those are the levers we're playing with right now. And so the question, if we take them one at a time, let's start with the building fund. Do we want to put a transfer into building fund, and if so, how much? I think it's important to put one there. I think that it shows the intention. I agree that it's this weird window because we don't know what we need, and I think we're gonna end up with a capital plan, but it also feels like we need to traditionally and consistently have something going in there, because that's the oh no fund.
$500,000.
Half of, that'd be $1 million.
No, I said $500,000.
I would concur.
$500,000, but we're gonna consider financing in the
Yeah.
HVAC.
What was $500,000? Sorry, I didn't hear.
To transfer to Fund 301. You've asked for
500,000?
You've asked, yeah, so 500,000.
Okay.
Okay, so that was one of the levers that we were pulling. If I understand correctly, that was the only expense or transfer, which is an expense lever that we're pulling. The rest of them we're playing with are what do we put in for revenues?
Plus the payment on the HVAC system.
That was the 500,000.
Oh, okay. I
That-
thought that was an additional.
Nope, that would be that.
Yeah, so basically, the full amount I asked for was to pay for the new HVAC, not expanding what we need in the courthouse, but just replacing what's ready to fail. We're getting 500 of the 2 or 3,
Almost
whatever I
3 million.
asked. So we're building a pot in the fund. But at the end of the day, after this budget gets adopted, I'll be coming back to you with a finance option.
Okay. Yeah.
For space assessment, for a new building.
Yep.
For new HVAC.
Right, all of that.
I mean, that's where we are. But the bottom line here is something needs to be put in the building improvement fund just to be continuing to build upon. So 500,000 is great. It's
Okay,
something.
so that was our first one. That was the only expense item that we were gonna work with. We do have built into it already that 10% staff turnover, which kind of codifies what we did in the existing year and gets that into our budgeting cycle. Can we get that into the budget? I know we've struggled with how to place it in the budget because every person is assigned to a department. So if you want to show that 10% turnover, just to show it in the budget, you have to like show departments with less FTE, and that freaks everybody out. So is there another way to show it in the budget? Can you do,
It's like there's a new GL code where it's like a vacancy. It's okay, it's another line. We'd have to add these things in.
But if they have to remove them from their personal services? Because they're already budgeted for in the personal services.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Well, the summary that you gave us,
How about a transfer from that department, just a transfer back for the money?
10% from each department?
we were gonna try to figure out how to account, quarterly, we would acknowledge what our vacancy was and see if we were holding at 10%, and we would,
So you can't, I don't think you can budget that ahead of time. You'd have to wait
So-
until the quarter happened and then
So-
reduce it.
So then we're accepting and understanding that we believe we will have a savings, but that in the meantime, it's gonna show.
You're not gonna know that until the quarter passes.
Correct, it's gonna, and in this budget, it will show a bigger bite out of beginning fund balance because we're unable to budget for that 10% vacancy, but we are believing it will exist because it's part of our
Then
function.
if you're doing the quarterly budgeting, then you can take that quarterly 10% or whatever it is back out of the budget.
And I think that needs to be in a couple of places, that strategy. Well, I think out of this, a couple of things. We are having quarterly meetings, whether this is in a budget committee resolution or a board. At each quarterly meeting, if there are vacancies, there will be a board order resolution that transfers whatever that language is, that those are actual actions that are automatic.
Those savings
It's
are,
not, hey, what do we want to do this time? Maybe we're gonna do it. No, we're gonna move the money over here. No, it's happening.
Okay. Okay, so that covers that, and those were the only two expense pieces that I think I heard, or is there something I missed?
I'm wondering the parks. So does the parks, so that's in the budget for how much?
For the cash transfer?
Yeah, what's the transfer?
So I think those are the next things that we're going to. So
Okay.
the only expense reductions that we were talking about were on the building fund and how we will now manage that, what we expect to be 10% turnover. Otherwise, we are accepting everything that was put in the budget as expense. So then we go to the revenue pieces that we're looking at. We have obviously the revenue that's been predicted, and now we're looking at, do we use the revenue stabilization and in this budget? So Deborah, this is comes back to what your model showed. Was the revenue stabilization in this budget, or was it in one of the next 3 years?
So it was in the first quarter of fiscal year 27 that I plugged it in.
Okay.
Is that pushed? Yeah.
Okay, and so then we're looking at in this year TLT from parks.
That's
So in your
some sort of
model,
revenue with
Or-
yeah.
Or you could take it out of there, and once we figure out what parks, with that transfer, that money could go back to.
stabilization.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
So
if
take what
you,
we need out of there for now, assuming we're gonna do a TLT or a parks transfer, not TLT. Parks.
okay, so we're gonna do revenue stabilization transfer, which is 2 million in. One,
The whole
1
thing?
million in or 2 million in?
I would do the whole
One.
thing.
1 million in. So we've dropped, so we started with a 6.6 cash deficit, right? And we took 500,000, we dropped 1.5 million off of that cash deficit by not giving Rachel everything she asked for in the building.
Yep.
So now we're down to a $5 million cash deficit,
Yep.
right? So if we put 1 million in from revenue stabilization, now we're down to a $4 million cash deficit, which would take 4 of the 5 in the beginning fund balance away, and you'd be left with 1 million in revenue stabilization and 1 million in beginning cash balance to start next year if nothing else changes.
And where was I missed what was going on with parks. So we're doing how much of parks this year?
I heard don't do parks.
We don't
I heard
know-
I heard do revenue stabilization for 1 million and
We're
don't
not
do
doing parks
parks.
this.
No, we don't know the number.
We need to talk with Dan and figure that out. Is
Right.
that why?
We just need a strategy. Would it be,
We
you know,
definitely
maybe,
wanna do it.
yeah,
This year.
yes, this
So-
year.
And next year.
Yes.
You
So
just don't
maybe
know the
we don't
number.
figure out the dollar amount today, but just tell Sean to figure that out whatever comes out of parks. And then if there is a difference, that can come out of the revenue stabilization.
I think we could assume $1 million
I would say-
from parks because we can plan $1 million in projects
Yes.
easily.
Yes.
Even if they don't happen this year, we can set that money aside in TLT.
Yes.
We can plan it.
So if you do that, then you don't have to touch the revenue stabilization.
No, you still do, because you were 4 million down, right? And so if you took $1 million from parks, now you're taking 3 out of beginning fund
We
balance,
got
right?
TLT coming.
Are we accounting for TLT as a yes? Did we we decided we're not because
We're not,
because it's hard to pull out of the budget. So I would suggest you're using the 2 million from revenue stabilization. And if we can put one back, we do. If we get the TLT for passed, for example, and we can reverse that revenue stabilization.
I don't know.
we had, never mind. What are you gonna say? Cause I'm dumb. No.
What Erin just did, what Commissioner Scar just did, is she upped our ending cash balance. So it wouldn't show that we were spending down to the 5.9 million.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I was confused here because we weren't gonna be.
It's gonna be in the ending fund balance and that's.
So instead of the revenue stabilization fund, it's gonna be in the ending fund balance, basically.
Right.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it sounded like
Right.
so
So
it's
it,
going down the direction. We only had like 2 million, but that's not what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like.
so it's your choice. Would you prefer to see the ending fund balance drop, or would you prefer to see revenue stabilization used? It's the
prefer either
same
of them.
outcome. Given that you must choose one or the other, Michael, which would you choose?
I prefer the revenue stabilization because I think we can start backfilling that with other things.
So that's where with the savings,
But you guys have to decide.
you just approved
Oh, we have to decide.
so yesterday, that's where those funds are going. Well, they're going to contingency, but it could be a transfer to revenue stabilization at the end of the fiscal year.
At the end of the
Okay.
year. Okay, so I think, anybody else, my brain's a little bit lost, but I think we figured out how to, do you have the guidance you think you need, Sean and Deborah, to balance the
Give
budget?
us something.
Read it back to us.
I can't even read my handwriting.
Well, we need to be on the same page before we leave here.
So there's the 500,000 instead of 2.1, 1 million from parks, right? Revenue stabilization. And then we do the quarterly personnel.
Which in the balance will, in showing a balanced budget would reflect that it's just reducing the,
Spending authority.
it will, but in the balanced budget you're gonna bring back to us, it's gonna drop that beginning fund balance.
It's still in there.
If there's $1 million worth of personnel in there, that's gonna show a drop in the beginning fund balance of $1 million.
You're not gonna know that until after.
Yeah.
So what was your number for parks?
One.
He said 1. He said 1.
Okay.
Well, she did too.
Okay. I said 2.
Okay.
And the answer is working through that with parks, right?
Yes,
Because, I
right.
mean,
Well, why-
that's a possible.
I heard 1.9 and I just
Oh,
didn't,
yeah, no.
didn't sound quite right, so I was just getting clarification. And then 1 from the stabilization. Is that what you're saying?
2 from stabilization. What number we're trying to get to? 6 million?
And maybe 500,000 to start with, and then mid-year.
It's not. He's not losing a penny though.
He's just getting.
It's just. It's not. There's not a penny being lost.
I'll talk to him about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want
wanna
to
freak
make it
him out.
so, but we could also do this to fair. Just saying. We could do this with the fair too.
It's not.
Just saying.
It's not a county department specifically, so it's a little bit different, I think, right?
We would only be taking away the TLT we've already given them, so it's not the same.
Yeah, because they're not a county department.
Yeah.
But they pay.
But yeah, it is the same concept though, because they have.
A special fund. I mean, they're a different fund. So.
They're not a county department though. Their
They have
money
own
isn't.
profit. They have their own profit. They have their own money.
There's-
It's like parks. They're special revenue.
They're a special revenue fund. They're the same as parks. From
I don't
a,
know.
from a budgeting standpoint, yeah.
Make your head explode. Just that's down the road. That's when we hit the cliff.
Right, so we wouldn't be able to write ourselves a check from them. They would have to agree. Right.
Well,
we're-
but part of the things we want to invest in is whatever.
Yes.
I didn't mean to, sorry.
Sidetrack
Just
us.
I sidetracked.
So we think we've gotten there. I think what we will see is we will see that we are probably going to end up using more of the beginning fund balance to balance this budget than what we hope to actually use, because there is that, that savings in staff that we can't show in a budget sense. It's going to show up quarterly in a return to beginning fund balance. Is that fair?
I agree, yes, and I think it would be good to memorialize that
Totally agree.
on paper, so it's not lost, so we don't have to go back and listen to recordings, it's in your budget message or wherever.
Yeah, and then it probably needs to be in a board order that comes, or is it a budget committee order? Who blesses and codifies that so that it's not just in a budget message?
I think it would be good in the budget message, which reflects, to start, the budget committee, yeah, and then immediately following in maybe in a board order when you adopt the budget.
Yeah, probably a board order when we adopt the budget.
Yep.
Is anybody else's brain just spun?
And if there's anything else you want to include in that board order, not to talk about here necessarily, but just other strategies for the coming fiscal year might be good to.
Well, and I think what we talked about with the sort of the budget philosophy, maybe those things go in there, and, you know, the things that we've talked about that. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll hand it back to you. Didn't mean to take over.
We don't.
Well, we're not happy about it, but we figured out.
We're not happy about it.
We have something.
Okay, so, Sean, seriously, are you comfortable with what you need to do? Okay. So thank you for all the hard work and information. And we're going to meet again on May 14th at 1 p.m. Call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, so what shall we do with our budget books? Okay.
Well, now effectively, Michael, things are stable.
Things are stabler. Yeah. Apparently I was quoted in that article saying what I actually said to Paul, which is, Paul, I know you won't believe this, but I agree with you. Apparently that's actually in the paper. My husband was reading me the newspaper article last night. He goes, oh, look, Commissioner Scar